Okay. I think ads should be over for most people at this point. Hello. Hi. Brr. Good morning, good evening. I don't know what I usually say on this one. We're playing a visual novel, and this probably could have been on the main channel, but like, I'm feeling low energy. I don't know how well visual novel stream will do. I don't know. I also kind of don't want to care if that's okay. Like, I kind of just want to read, but then I was like, but I could read this with people. Also because from what I've heard, we're gonna go over here while I talk about this. From what I've heard, this one is a little bit pretentious. Um and a good deal of pretension is a bit easier to understand with at least a couple of people. Supposedly it's ass. So I don't want to go into this with like completely negative expectations, right? Because like then that's just gonna set up for failure. You know, that's how that works. But I'll turn off the music when it's time, by the way. No, this music is not from the game. This is Cigarettes After Sex. This is Cigarettes After Sex. But I have two mutuals who read this, and I believe it was Henamimi and Poco. And I actually messaged Henamimi being like, oh my god, like your review of this made me want to check it out. Like, thank you. It's incest. Here's the thing, Chester. No, it's not. That's been spoiled for me. So this one has been marketed very like the sister has been very heavily like portrayed in the marketing. So obviously thank God. I'm sorry, Chester. I'm not on your team here. I'm not on your team here. I'm a huge siscon. I'm a huge brocon. All right. Always have been. Always have been. I'm sorry. If that's a deal breaker for you, I'm sorry. I think this one, I think he might be a bit siscon, but apparently the sister is not actually that prevalent in it, and I'm kind of interested to see how prevalent is that. How prevalent is she? Like, she's in, like, it's called Sister Other Paranoia. She's in all the marketing. She has a great design. What do you mean she's not prevalent in it? I want to see. I want to see what the deal is, you know? I want to see what's up. I don't know the full thing. I have heard negative things, but I'd like to read it myself. I'd like to actually read it, and you guys can read it with me. You know, that's a thing we can do. That's kind of what this channel is for. Usually VOD's not saved on this channel, but I will publish this one, and VOD team Rex says you have full permission to upload this for posterity, both and all. So yeah, we will see. Anyway, I'm gonna turn off Cigarettes After Sex, and we are gonna play a visual novel, because why not? Apparently it's quite short. I heard it goes for like 4 hours. I don't know how long that's gonna be, if we're like reading it, but we'll see. Anyway, can you hear it? It's got like little noises. I don't know if you can hear that or not. No? Okay, that's a problem. All right, properties. Why can't you hear that? That's odd. That's odd, because I have the game capture audio going. I'm gonna have to see if I can find this elsewhere. No sound yet. That's not good. That's bad. Unless, do I need to crank this? Is it just really low? No, it's straight up just not. Is it just turned out? No, it's just straight up not showing, which is not good, because I would like the sound to be captured if possible. Let me see if I can get this audio, game capture audio. Can I add another one, or will that just be weird? Application audio beta. I'm gonna try add new application audio. Capture it. That worked. That worked. You can fucking hear that shit. I can see it moving. We hear it. All right, I'm gonna turn this down slightly, And I'm going to mute the first source and just shove this one a bit further down. I did update OBS, so that might be an OBS issue. How's this? Is this louder than me? What is that noise? Does it sound like paper or... What is that? There's something rattling, but I don't know what that is. Anyway, options are fairly typical. I'm going to put the text speed way the fuck up. I put skip mode on read only. I don't know how many choices there are in this. I was not under the impression there was choices. Oh, look, music. How's the music? Is this good? Good level? Want to go up or down? It does sound a bit squishy. Good? Good? It do be music? Cool. Alright, let's play. Wah. Human relationships are complex and mysterious. Even a guy like me occasionally gets approached by someone. Like him, just some random boy from my class, but he clearly had something going on to strike up a conversation with a misfit like me, someone much lower in the social pecking order. I can see right through people. It's like their emotions speak directly to me. The guy started up an ordinary conversation, saying that he just wanted to be friends and that we should hang out. Submitting to social mores, only occasionally letting our true feelings slip, is what enables people to coexist in society. Behind his words, I heard a buzz of anxiety. I gathered he'd been ostracized from his friend group for some reason. When shunned by the pack, humans, just like any other animal, take it as a shocking blow. The guy wanted to prove to himself that he still had societal value, but his pride prevented him from finding someone to talk to. So he homed in on me, telling himself that he was simply being a good guy, talking to a poor, friendless kid. Part of him knew all along that he was using me as a distraction. I'm not saying he was a bad guy, really. On the inside, we're all shades of grey. He had both good and bad in him, and when you get right down to it, he seemed to be genuinely trying to make friends. So I invited him over to my place. Quite the honor, I must say. It's rare for me to allow anyone into my room. There in my room, he was just like any other normal teenager. Got a bunch of weird games, huh? You're into reading and stuff? Not really my thing. Who do you think's the hottest girl in this group? We build trust through meaningless conversation. Shallow interaction. By shallow interaction, he dispelled his anxiety, used me to try and reclaim his self-worth. Is the audio still good? Let me know if it gets too loud. So far, so good. Oh, okay, my audio is good then. I have a younger sister, Sahana. She's a gifted child, and being my sister, she's very important to me. Like me, she has social anxiety, and she dislikes people. She couldn't cope with elementary school, so she stopped going. I'm not surprised. She was too smart for it anyway. I think the music's a bit loud. I can turn that down just slightly for you, because honestly, it is a slightly annoying track for me too. By the way, this is something to take note of. If you don't like the music, that's kind of a big deal for visual novels. Music is meant to be one of the selling points. So Sahana came into my room. Though she was startled to see my visitor, she put on a brave face for my sake and made an effort to join in the conversation. He wasn't a bad guy, but I guess he tended to just say whatever popped into his head. You should go back to school. You can't both be gloomy shut-ins. You'd have so much more fun out there. Sahana faltered beneath the barrage of platitudes, so nauseating it could make you hurl. She burst into tears. She couldn't cope with this disaster that had struck in her own home, which, unlike the classroom, was supposed to be a safe space. The stupid things he said, the tears sliding down Sahana's pale cheeks, it all set my nerves dancing on a knife's edge. Adrenaline surged and my mind focused. Turns out, when I read someone's emotions in such a state, I see even more than usual. Until that moment, I hadn't realized that my sensitivities pushed into abnormal territory, making me an aberration in the society where keeping up appearances is everything. What I said to him was simple and obvious. But seeing the flow of his emotions so clearly, I wielded my words like a scalpel, slicing away his self-delusions. You picked me because you wanted to escape from the fact that your friends ostracized you, didn't you? Okay. You struggle to hide the fact that all you want is to be popular. Thought you'd schemed your way into the inner circle, found some scraps to claim, but then it all fell apart. Now you're screwed, huh? You act tough and fake that smile, but you have no confidence in your own abilities or appearance. Bet your inferiority complex is what caused your friends to ditch you. Which one hurts the most? I think this one. Oh, do you have to click all of them? That's not really much of a gameplay if you have to click all of them. Okay. His eyes rolled back into his skull. When he tried to form a reply, it came out in a canine growl. Meanwhile, in contrast to the harsh sounds, he trembled like a scared puppy. His face flushed crimson with rage, and overcome by emotion with no release, he slapped at his thighs, his maelstrom of emotion spilling out in pained groans. I guess that's just what happens when the softest parts of a person's mind is sliced open. You're a sneaky, disgusting piece of shit. Then he jumped out of my bedroom window. It was a dull, wet thud that I wish Sahana didn't have to hear. He didn't die, but they'll expect he'll never fully heal from the injuries. The school decided that we must have been horsing around, he got carried away, and he fell out of the window. Never occurred to them that I could have talked him into it. I'd always been a loner, so when my class shunned me after, nothing really changed. Life is suffering anyway. Sahana simply wrapped her arms around my head and stroked my hair. It's okay. You're okay, Oni-chan. I can make people kill themselves if I want. I can commit murder without suspicion. At some point, I stopped leaving my room, choosing to stay shut away with Sahana instead. Time flowed on, leaving us behind. Alright, well, he's not super likable, but, you know, not all protagonists have to be, so... Okay, I kind of love that. What? Who's doing the dishes? Is this Nyarla? Is that Nyarla doing the dishes? Who filmed this? Wait. Train? Scribble? Oh, okay. I'm guessing that's meant to be a stab, but it looked like a pen. Okay. Boop. Boop. I am a sick man. Who do I think I am? Dostoevsky? Besides, everyone's sick in this day and age. They're all slaves to social media likes, penning their missives in the giant underground of the internet. Not that the real world is any better. I detest both the online and the off. I hate it, I hate it, 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 hate it. Okay, it's mentally draining to be so negative all the time. Time to think about something a little more constructive. Shall we put on a little background music? Music can influence your mood, you know. I do have a sophisticated side as well, a cultured appreciation of the art. Oh my god, is that why you were talking about Dostoevsky? How popular is Dostoevsky in Japan? By the way, do you know what a panopticon is? It comes from the Greek word panoptes, which means all-seeing. That probably doesn't help much, huh? Imagine you're building a facility for segregating prisoners from society. You stick the warden's watchtower right in the middle, then arrange the cells around it in a circle. Then ensure the prisoners can't see into the tower. This makes them paranoid that they're being watched 24/7. Good night, Plentiful. Now, because the cells are arranged in a circle, the prisoners can all watch each other, you see. Thus, they will all monitor each other, ensuring no one is receiving special treatment or finding some other way to get ahead. It's quite the devilish invention. Social media has been called a modern-day panopticon. Everyone's watching to make sure other people aren't getting too full of themselves, and the moment anyone makes a misstep, they're roasted to hell and back. When any nail dares stick out, the whole world descends to hammer them down. So like tall poppy syndrome? VOD's being saved. VOD's being saved. Go ahead with your plans. We're in a prison, see? It's grotesque. Both the real world and the online are prisons built from human relationships. I'm sensitive to people's emotions. I don't know why, but I can practically read minds. Though it doesn't really work over the internet. I'm just armchair theorizing here. Still, since I base my inferences on the same kind of information I can usually gather in person, I'm pretty confident in my analyses. Let's take a look around this prison. Okay, the artist posting cutesy drawings. The guy posting selfies who thinks he's got Riz. The corporate drone posting his minor daily grievances. The anime PFP who butts into relationship issues. The expert breaking down online drama. Give me the anime PFP. They don't give a shit about the actual problem. All these people really want to do is either trauma dump or self-abandon or both at once. They blame the opposite sex, or sometimes supposedly weaker members of their own sex, for their past trauma and their warped sense of self that comes from feeling ignored. Everyone's too afraid to address their own sins, and even if they wanted to, it's already too late. So they try to avoid taking responsibility for their own lives. Wow, you got a tough road to hoe. Imagine if someone ever told them that that's life, full stop. They'd be fucked. They'd spend their whole lives looking around the prison, taking joy in other people's failures, swooping in to take the head off anyone who lets down their guard, then displaying it among the rest of their trophies. Bunch of revolution addicts. Nothing satiates the masses like the moment the guillotine comes down on the neck of some self-important asshole. What's better than being happy? Seeing someone you hate being miserable. They call it schadenfreude, and it's sweet as honey to this type. But living on honey alone can maybe its own kind of suffering. Discard the concept of impropriety and you too can forge a route to your own happiness. These people are marathon runners. No, triathletes who have set out sprinting across a vast ocean of the internet toward an instinctual source of pleasure. And between their gasps for air, sometimes the truth will slip out. A quiet plea. Save me. Oh, I gotta do this 4 more times. Okay. Alright, what's the artist posting cutesy drawings doing wrong? What's wrong with that? Oh yeah, she's fishing for guys? Lesbians don't exist. No. No. It's all for the dick. Absolutely. Any artist you've ever seen, it's all for penis. What the fuck? Fuck off, dude. No way. No way. What the fuck? Like it could be any more obvious. This cute shit is all facade with nothing substantial behind it. You can tell by how shallow her sense of self is. When you get down to the details, reading minds is pretty unimpressive. It's similar to a social mechanism. You'll see if you look for her private or sub-accounts, most of her followers are men. She tries to act like it's a 50-50 split, but you'll see that her male follower rate is strangely high, especially given how she presents her main account. I hope that I can be honest with you guys here. It's like 90% male. Maybe 95% male. I thought that most people were aware of that. We get it, bro. Her need to present a superficial sheen of cuteness is a result of the pressure of the panopticon. It's like the final compromise reached to prevent anyone from getting ahead. If people got wind of her thirst for male attention, the haters would come down on her like a pack of wolves. The female prisoners are all surreptitiously peeking into one another's cells, you see. Oh, and they're all whores. They're all whores for penis. All of them. It's an unbreakable bond, in a sense. What the fuck? The artist. Like, okay. I would have raised an eyebrow at that regardless of which account if they were like, oh, this is all for men. But I would have been like, okay, I get that maybe he's like summarizing or like, what's the term here? Generalizing if he was like, oh, the cam girl or something. But instead he goes for the artist drawing anime girls. So many like anime artists, particularly the female ones, are really, really like, what's the word again? I'm forgetting all my words. Withdrawn, and like they don't leave. Or they're quite gay. Or they're quite gay. So like being like, oh, this girl who's just continuously drawing Konata from Lucky Star. Yeah, she's doing it for penis. That's nuts to me. would have had more respect if it was like female streamers or something like that. But even then, I would have been like, what the fuck? Okay, who does he hate next? The expert breaking down online drama. Okay, sure. Show me the drama channel. These people are everywhere. I know at least one in my social circle who fits this description. They're the proverbial frog in a well. Though unfortunately, unlike the frog's perspective, the unpleasant gravity well of social media is vast indeed. I wonder, does the self-important frog not even attempt to make a jump for the outer world because he's happy reigning over this vast little kingdom in the well? It's more efficient to survive on slimy bugs at the bottom of a deep, dark well than to suffer under the lure of the jungle in the unpredictable, unknown world outside. If we're talking meaning, there is none. Like the nighttime croaking of the frogs, they speak on things they know nothing about. Ribbit, ribbit. They're loud enough that you can't quite ignore them, but they have little other effect, either positive or negative, though perhaps they call their friends to them. Ribbit, ribbit. Usually it's the male frogs that are the accomplished singers, and the females captivated by the sounds are drawn to them. As for the human frog song, well, you've heard them. Still, keep denying the meaninglessness, and eventually everything becomes meaningful. I mean, even the frog in the well can provide some kind of distraction. It's not for me, but I guess some people live like that. What the fuck did any of that mean other than, man, they be yapping? Oh, man, they talking their mouths off. It's mostly guys, but there are also girls. What the fuck? All right. Like, I don't want to hate this. I don't want to hate this based on this, though. He could just be meant to be an unlikable protagonist, okay? He could just... I'm holding my hand out like I'm trying to, like, stay, like, you know, stay myself. He could be meaning to be insufferable. He could mean to be. All right. We'll look at the guy who's posting selfies. Wow, look at all the likes he gets for photos of himself. His hair's dyed a crazy color. You think he's trying to draw attention with it, right? Wrong. It's a warning color. It's there to scare people off. Isn't this what people say about girls with blue hair? It's like, oh, it's like when a bug is red, so you know it's poisonous. Does this guy actually believe that? Oh my god, that's so funny. I can forgive you for thinking he has the opposite intention. I mean, look at the numbers he's getting. You might consider him an attention seeker, and that's part of it. But it's really about selection. He's sending out a message. Hey, I'm someone to keep your distance from. I only want to associate with people who really get me. Someone with more confidence who's comfortable in any company wouldn't go out of their way to look so garish. He's just repainting his head in the color of the moment. Look, the poems he posts with his pics are so What? Okay, so you're hating him for the pictures and you're hating him for the so you don't like the guy. There's no art in this lifestyle. He's just desperate to convert his youth into money and cachet before it runs out. Okay, I have heard of that before. Okay? There are a lot of people who have that kind of fear of like, oh, I've got to do this while I'm like young. And honestly, I do feel genuinely like sympathy for people who rely on their looks for money, like models and actresses and guys before the twink death and that sort of thing. I don't feel hatred towards them. I genuinely do feel it, like, because there's a great deal of pressure on them to stay beautiful, you know? This guy. That's why he only seeks out similar-minded men who live in the moment and vapid women who flock to his fleeting star. He offers up this period of his life where one's youth alone confers value to the devil of lookism. What's lookism? Is lookism a thing? Can I save? Okay, save that. One sec. What is lookism? I refuse to go... Lookism. Meaning... I refuse to not look up shit where I don't understand it. Lookism. No, AI, I don't want to know yours. Lookism. Okay, Wikipedia. I trust you, Wikipedia. I trust you more, even though I know that people also lie on Wikipedia, but I prefer Wikipedia to the AI. It's pretty privilege. Lookism is the prejudice or discrimination towards people who are considered to be physically unattractive and can include basing one's judgment on another person's other qualities such as intelligence, abilities on a person's physical appearance. Okay, yeah, that is a thing. That is a thing that can happen. Okay. Wasn't there a series called Lookism? I've never seen it. Okay. Is the manhwa any good, Quest? And how will he get out of that Faustian bargain? Every day is riddled with anxiety and the fear of aging. So it's like clavicular? But it's not like he can do anything about it, so he shoves it deep down and carries on. I mean, okay, so this is something that is like a real thing, I guess. Like, there are people out there living their life terrified of aging, and that is a problem with society, that we do put a lot of, like, emphasis on appearance, and it does affect our day-to-day lives. Like, there's no arguing against that. That is, like, a thing. But, like, why are we hating this guy, then? Like, the guy with the dyed hair. Is it because he's attractive? Is it because he's benefiting from the bad system that will one day turn on him? Although then we could get into the whole thing where, like, you know, society says that men age like wine and women age like milk, but that's a whole other thing. Because the protagonist is a dick. I wonder if the protagonist will like any men in this. Like, be favorable towards any men in this. I do want to know. I do want to know. Is there going to be any, like, bro love? Is there going to be any men lifting up men? That would be great. This temporary popularity is his escapism, which makes it all the harder to break free from. Okay. Okay. The corporate drone posting his minor daily grievances. Okay, yeah. You know, some people vent on Twitter or Reddit or whatever. This one's lost the will to even attempt to cry for help. No one's life is dominated by such bland, inoffensive content. If he was truly fulfilled, he wouldn't feel the need to look online, or he'd post more openly about his accomplishments and relationships. But he doesn't even have it in him to— Oh, I'm sorry, I should turn the head pad off because I don't have that turned on right now. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, shit. Can I interest you in a mwah? There you go. You can have— I don't usually want to give those out, so I'm gonna turn that off, like, right now. I'm so sorry, but you can have a mwah. There you go. Thank you, Quest. Thank you. Thank you. Let me turn this off. Boop. Sorry. That's only for the other model. It doesn't work on this one. All right. Thank you very much. I'm sorry that I forgot to turn that off. That is entirely my bad. Okay. We will endeavor not to do that again. Okay. Okay. But he doesn't even have it in him to reveal the depressing realities of his life. I mean, it's pretty pathetic to see a grown adult constantly complaining. What's the point in sending out a distress signal when it'll only make people dislike you? It's called venting. It's called an alt account, and we all do it sometimes. Anodyne tweets are his only— Oh, so it is Twitter. It is Twitter. We're talking about Twitter. His only resistance against this modern condition of slow domestication and the march toward death. The few responses from old online acquaintances are his lifeline. I suppose that, in a sense, he's making the most of what social media has to offer. Such connections are gossamer thin, faint as spider's silk, yet the tangible truth of connecting with someone out there in the wide world, for better or for worse, can't be all bad. You think I'm no different? Constantly complaining? I mean, the thought had crossed my mind. Fine by me. It's an author's job to rant and rave at the world. I'm working, laboring in this stinking, rotten, ugly world. I'm actually doing a kindness by critiquing the drivel these people spew. Dude. What the fuck? Is the we in the room with us right now? Okay. So I live spouting these prejudices, cursing the world alone. Okay, so he's meant to come off miserable. He's meant to come off miserable. Okay. I'm understanding now. Cursing the world alone day after day. Fancying myself a modern-day Dostoevsky, I moved with the times and wrote a light novel. Okay, let me look up Dostoevsky, please. I'm not going to lie to you and say I know shit about Dostoevsky. I don't, but... Dostoevsky light novel? Dostoevsky light novel? Let me. Okay, no, he wrote short stories. Maybe he would fuck with it. Maybe he would fuck with a light novel. Maybe he would. He wrote short stories as well. Why not? Russian author, they're all grim. Vivi Chama. Regarded as one of the greatest novelists in both Russian and world literature, many of his works are considered highly influential masterpieces. Crime and Punishment, The Idiot, Demons, Adolescent, and Brothers Karamazov. I've heard people rave about Brothers Karamazov, saying it's like the best thing they've ever read, but I've never sat down to read it, of course. Of course. I've been too busy reading Twilight and Hunger Games and eating potato chip. I have not read many classics. I have not. Any of his writing would give you depression. Have any of you read it? How would you feel about somebody calling themselves a modern day Dostoevsky? Mikhail, thank you, by the way. Born in Moscow in 1821, Dostoevsky was introduced to literature at an early age through fairy tales and legends through books by Russian and foreign authors. His mother died in 1837. Blah, 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 blah. It's distilled misery and depression. Basically just Tuesday in Russia. Okay. I feel like if I knew more about Dostoevsky, I'd have more to say about this, but all I can think about is I do find it kind of funny when like a character is like, I love I love real world author. Because I'm like, ooh, I feel like if I knew more about this author, it would say something to me. Okay, but he fancies himself a modern day Dostoevsky. I moved with the times and wrote a light novel. I did work hard on it to tell a meaningful existentialist story through the heroine's character arcs. Do you know what existentialism is? It's a major theme in Russian literature. Here's my own personal interpretation of it. God is the supreme being we should all believe in, but I'm a human being. I, too, have an ego. I think that's basically what Dostoevsky was saying. All right, Dostoevsky readers. Is this true? Is this true? I'm a literature major after all. Not that I go to class anymore. I mean, I can't. I became a commercial light novel author, earning my living from writing at the tender age of 19. Impressive, no? Though I've only published one book so far. My book was called The Emotional Panopticon, which I think is a pretty slick title. Go ahead and pick it up if you come across it at a bookstore. Won a prize and everything, but they didn't print many first editions, so a physical copy is a rare find. The other members of my literature club acted as though a hero had emerged from our ranks. The reality is that my book was shoved on a shelf to hype it up, but sales are non-existent. It's all about what I do next. Still, I claimed my seat at the table, and that's got to make those still standing green with envy. There are even a few dickheads in the club who talk shit about me. Not that I care. The online reaction has been polarized. It's either self-appointed critics who get off on trashing the newcomers or pretentious show-offs who heap praise on any work that shows the slightest ambition. Neither can be trusted. A few readers, though, went so far as to write the editor with their thoughts. To tell the truth, these are the people for whom I feel the need to write the sequel. Light novels live and die on their series potential, and you basically shit out of luck without an anime adaptation. But the thing is, I've developed writer's block. The envy of my fellow literature club members is too much. It's made me disgusted with people. It says I'm officially an author now. I've got all kinds of people kissing my ass online. People care way too much about status, while faith in the literary gods wears thin. Which brings me to existentialism. As much as I want to make my offering to the gods of the arts, I'm only human, and sometimes humans just aren't feeling it. I'm sure Dostoevsky and Kierkegaard felt the same way. Is it Kierkegaard? I don't know how to say these things. Felt the same way too. The Renaissance induces a shift of perspective from God at the center to man. Viva la Renaissance! I want to visit Russia. I feel like it would help me regain my faith in the arts. I'd love to see the snow. This painting's incredible, right? There's something about Russian women. Their eyes are cold, yet there's a warmth to them at the same time. Portrait of an unknown woman. I prefer the alternate title, though. Portrait of an unforgettable woman. People call it the Russian Mona Lisa. I'd love to visit the gallery one day to see it in the flesh. It's fucked up that no one can visit the Hermitage Museum because of this war shit. Guess that's humanity's loss. Though I suppose that's not where a Portrait of an Unforgettable Woman is anyway. Details. He likes Kudave Russian girls. Oh my god. Anyway, it breaks my heart that art and culture are being destroyed by stupid egotistical shit like wars and the petty relations of humans in their little cliques and on social media. I'm not just venting my frustrations at you because I'm not making any progress with Volume 2. That's not it, I swear. Don't judge me by the blank page. Once I type one word, I'm off. I'll write the whole thing in one go. To me, there's no difference between one word and 100,000. Sure, little bro, do it then. Sure, I believe you. We all believe you. Do it. Do it now. All right, I do want to point out, though, some people have said that this may be autobiographical because this is Nyala's second work, and the author is talking about how they're working their second work. Hi, Tomsy. It is lovely to meet you. Thank you. Anyway. Okay. I'm taking my pause. A lot of, like, he is coming off very pretentious, but I was totally like this when I was younger. Some of you might not have been. Some of you might have been, like, you know, cool and good people throughout your entire life. But I absolutely had the humanity is awful and I alone am fantastic. Like, it was something, you know, you kind of grow out of it. Retail kind of grinds you down to a nub. But I don't want to hate this just based on this, you know? I was not cool. I was edgy. I was a Frasier kind of smug. Oh, that's way more likable than this. That's way more likable than this. Corporate life can also do that? I think so. Do we know how old he is? I do not know. I don't know how old the character is. I don't know how old Nyala is. Okay. It's so loud. Seriously, the whole world is filled with noise. The moment I step outside, all these strangest feelings wash over me. It's so fucking loud. Everyone's always thinking about such dumb shit. I can see the bullshit and I hate it. That's why I have to stay secluded in my room. Woe is me. Be so much easier to cope if people thought about intellectual things, but no, their brains are filled with crap, short-form videos and Netflix, dating apps and X-rated ASMR. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. Let's fucking go. Too real for you? How about you go take a look around at God's green earth? You're so fixated on that little screen in front of you that you've lost touch with the sublimity of the natural world. Is that too big a word for you? Let me break it down. I'm talking about touching grass. I feel like a kid is like yelling at me. Ooh, get off your phone and touch grass, but like... Yeah, this wet behind the ears light novel author is telling you that your life is devoid of poetic beauty and natural vistas. Ironic, huh? You're also, like, the character who is saying you need to touch grass is a hikikomori. Is he meant to be a fucking hypocrite? Maybe he's meant to be a fucking hypocrite. Maybe he's meant to be like Holden Caulfield. Maybe it is a Holden Caulfield kind of deal where he's a fucking phony, bitching about how much he hates phonies. Okay. Oh. Oni-chan. We've got sister! We've got sister! Let's go! You're lonely deep down, aren't you? You think less of me for it? No way. I love you. Thanks. But I don't like to see you miserable. That's just how it is for authors. No creativity without pain. No, that's not the reason. You're intoxicated by your own noble suffering. You've made misery your identity to the point that you're lost without it. You know that life is hard, so you intentionally make it harder for yourself because you think that that'll let you run away from other, bigger problems. You're hardly one to talk when you refuse to go to school. It's not that I'm running away from school. I want to be with you, Oni-chan. Always and forever. Really? She's right that I'm running from something. But aren't we all? People can't deal with reality 24/7. By that virtue, I became a warrior the moment I submitted my light novel. I'm not hiding in the literature club room, joining a wound-licking circle jerk. I'm on the battlefield, armed and ready, preparing for my next skirmish. You're coming up with excuses in your head again, aren't you? Can my sister read minds too? You blame yourself and you blame other people, and then your mind goes off chasing excuses. But truly weak people don't even look for excuses. Somewhere, deep down, you're trying your best to have compassion for yourself and other people. That's what gets you stuck thinking in circles and brings you down. It'd do wonders for that depressed self-consciousness of yours if you just let it all go. That's why I'm here for you. I'll always be right here. Thanks. But I'm afraid you'll have to step out every once in a while so I can crack open a porn site. I'll be right here. Were you listening to me? The only way to escape this mutual mass surveillance is through embracing tribalism. I'm talking about primitive relations like blood ties. Being siblings isn't the only form of human connection. There are all kinds of ways to connect with people, like friendships and romance and stuff. Maybe somewhere out there, but not for me. You say that most everyone is a frog in a well, but you're an author in your room. I'm not just holed up in here pretending to be an author. I've actually published something. I get royalties, enough to live on even. And it doesn't matter that you're not writing. You can be happy, if that's what you want. My only joy is in sublimating misery. Oh, come on! This is a great game! What are you talking about? We get to pet her head. Thanks, Lahana. You're welcome, Oni-chan. Till death do us part. Now how about we die right now? No, not yet. Wait. Oh, okay. Till death do us part. Then how about we die right now? No, not yet. You still have a lot left to write. Okay. Okay. Good night, Oni-chan. Night, Sahana. Hope you have sweet dreams. Already am. I like little parts of the mechanics or the interface. Ever since I was a child, I've always been one step removed from the rest of the world. I couldn't stand its rotten stench. I unconsciously trained myself to take a bird's eye view of the universe, as though I wasn't part of it. And how did I see my parents? A pig and a kappa. Two bundles of vanity wrapped up in the stereotypical trappings of middle age. My father, a pudgy white-collar worker who throws his weight around to hide the fact he's got nothing going for him beyond his position at the company. My mother, a nympho who drains her husband's meager earnings, still desperately seeking flattery from men despite being old and washed up. Damn! She doesn't look bad, actually. She's got a nice rack, nice face. I'm squinting a little bit. I'm like, wait, do I look like her? Maybe I'm just desperate. She is 35. Oh no. Even as they rip each other's to shreds day in and day out, they stay together for the sake of appearances, leaving my sister and I caught in the middle of their disputes. Well, to be clear, they don't try to drag us into their shit. They're just constantly at one another's throats. Still, neither ever found the courage to take the kids and leave. The endless, repetitive routine of it bores me. I'm wondering why they're even alive. What are they living for? For Dad, the list seems to be working, drinking, and betting on the ponies. Oh my god, Uma Musume fan. Mom hoards trinkets and sleeps around. But a designer bag or a winning ticket isn't going to fill the emptiness inside. That's a process, something you work at your whole life, not something you can achieve one day. Fortunately, they're the kind of people who want to save face in front of the kids, and it only creeps them out when I say such things to them. So pathetic. Winning ticket! I think that life is about finding meaning. I mean, anyone can simply exist. That's not what I'm talking about. There's no inherent meaning there. Being here on... Wow, wall of text, okay. Being here on Earth just means your parents followed their base biological instinct. The urge to reproduce. God's commandment, be fruitful and multiply. I highly doubt God imbues each sexual encounter with divine meaning. Being born is a coincidence. Some people attempt to find meaning in their existence, however, and those are the ones, like me, who end up with a pseudo-intellectual bent and a career to match. The people who go around saying they want to be a writer while never doing anything to make it a reality aren't actually interested in finding their purpose. Those people are content with their lives, such as there are. They get used to the daily grind at a job they told themselves was only going to be a stopgap and figure, hey, they're making a living. It's not so bad after all, following the same old routine of interacting with co-workers and killing time online after work. If you're truly hungry for meaning and purpose, you can seize them for yourself. Dreams do come true. I'm having an epiphany. Needy streamer overload was about like Menheather Delulu girl, yeah? Is this Menheather Delulu boy? And was the sister used as marketing because we live in a society that would not have grabbed for the Menheather Delulu guy? Because, okay, I'm thinking about this right now, and if we like swapped the genders and this was like a chick bitching at me, would this have like flown off the shelves? It sounds a lot like me in my late teens. Does this sound like, okay, like, because I feel like I relate a little bit. Maybe the games are related. Maybe. I don't know. This guy is basically needy streamer girl. Maybe this is like needy writer boy. Needy writer boy. You know? But he only wants his sister. I don't know. I'd be lynched if I said that at my club there. I'm a member of my not overly impressive university's literature club. I figured it was a place where things would be a little quieter for me. Let's take a peek into the minds of the wannabes in the club room. I spent so much time thinking about people's reasons for living that I can pretty much read the mind of anyone I've had a few interactions with. In fact, I can practically hear their inner monologues as they're spoken aloud. Alright. Member D. Member B, A, and C. But we... Oh, is this us? This is us? Alright, let's start with member A. A window shopper. Plain and simple. He has no intention of becoming a writer, but he likes to think he's smarter than his peers who spend their time gaming or reading manga, and he's got to maintain that self-image. So he shows up at the club room, and very occasionally he writes some critique to stroke his own ego. It's not even at the level of a high school book report, and even so he mostly just copies it from essays he's found online. He hasn't been reading as much recently, instead spending more time on mobile gaming and webcomics. He kind of wants to become one of those insufferable film guys, but his problem is that he immediately gets distracted by his phone whenever he starts watching a movie at home, so he doesn't really absorb the content. I can relate to member A. I'm just gonna be brutally honest about like everything I read right now. I can actually relate to this. I can relate to member A. I can relate to member A. Being like, ooh, I'm young and reading all these cool books, but then really all I wanted to do was read manga. And then I'm like, oh, but what if I like got into this instead, but then I'd get distracted. No, I think it's important to read this and be honest, Canon. Like, I feel like it is. There's no point in lying and saying like, oh, I don't relate to any of this. I'd rather actually just come out and say, wow, actually, I've been this before. Fuck, I think I've been this recently. I also think, man, it would be nice to like be able to actually read classics and watch classics and be able to talk about classics, because then that would be something intelligent to do. And then I'm like, why do I want to do that? And it's because I would like to have people think of me as intelligent and cultured. But then what I really want to do is I just want to read Shokugeki no Show. I just want to watch ecchi. Like, I spend my time how I want to spend it. But I do, like, I still want to. It's still something, and like, I don't think that that's a part of me I'm gonna cut off. I'm still gonna try. But you'd be surprised how many people think this way. And I think, you know, we do kind of demonize that a little bit, you know? Maybe demonize is a strong word. You know, we look down on that. You actively scroll your phone while watching a movie. If I don't like the movie, I will, Canon. The trick is to start waxing philosophical about ecchi. Oh, we should absolutely do that. We should absolutely do that. Okay. This type is pretty good at navigating life, and he might even land a job at a small publisher before graduating. Yeah, he'll tell young authors that he runs into, I just couldn't hack it as a writer, like he's passing on his dreams to the next generation, when in reality, he's just passing the buck. You know what? Like, fine. Like, I understand member A, but I also understand the criticism of member A. Like, fair enough. I have absolutely been like, wow, this person's a poser, when I myself am also a poser. So that's fine. Member B! What's up? A girl who loves literature, but loves being a literature girly even more. Oh, okay. I've known these. Let's see. In high school, she was one of those forgettable girls with a few prospects. But on entering college, oh, you lost me. She found her niche as a reader and suddenly shot up in popularity. If you can really get into it with her over whatever the club is reading this week, you'll be seen as the popular guy. So the guys spend their dull days trying to impress her, with more than a few falling for her along the way. But she's a little anxious. She knows that her value is extremely localized. She's got to seize the next opportunity as soon as it presents itself, and she's here with the aim of using her current popularity as a springboard to find a man and lock down her life. Still, she's not a bad person. This is just what people do. Wow. Gotta get a hubby. Gotta get somebody in the relationship pregnant. Lock it down. Okay. That is what some people do. That is maybe not an active thought that people have, but it is a path some people take in life, definitely. Okay, Schopenhauer, chill. I don't know what Schopenhauer is. Member C! She has an aversion to men, like a germaphobe to germs. Thus, she reads books that have gender as a central theme. She takes pleasure in the consistency and routine of the club meetings, sharing her insights into these works, as well as her own thoughts on her pet theme. Her identity now revolves around delivering her insights on how a work depicts women, whether they want to hear it or not. She loathes toxic masculinity and is highly critical of any perceived vulgar talk from club members or people online. People neither respect nor fear her, though. They've simply started avoiding her because she's a pain in the ass. Once someone responded that gender wasn't the only theme of a particular work, she angrily shot back that they clearly hadn't understood the author's intent. Being overly conscious of the differences between men and women only narrows one's worldview. Follower count is just a number, but she feels beholden to the people whose attention she has garnered with her provocative rhetoric. She has a Twitter! Her success is modest, but it is success nonetheless. At the root of it all is a lack of self-esteem as a woman who doesn't get much attention from the opposite sex. Oh, and she's terrified that people will see through that to that truth. The men and women in the club exist far more harmoniously than she'd have you believe. Okay, I'm not saying this woman doesn't exist. I'm sure she does. But I also am like, I don't think all the people who talk about gender online are after the dick. These are some... But I believe he's just talking about this character. I don't believe generalizations are being made. But in her shouted rants about liberation and independence, she reveals a heart bound in visible chains. Okay. Member D. Are we ever gonna talk to any of these members ever again? Hashtag not all women, guys. He likes literature, writing, criticism, and hanging out with the group, and he participates in it all up to a point, but his heart isn't in it. His critiques are fine. Literature grads aren't exactly in high demand, but I expect he has a decent chance of finding employment. He's pretty much got things figured out, but he's not driven, and he has a complex about that. Sure, he wants to be a writer, but he doesn't have the passion to devote himself entirely to the craft. Given the chance, he'd much rather go out with his friends. Okay. He's passing the days. I don't think that's the worst. When we're making a zine, he might pull an all-nighter for it. He skates by on this level of commitment. The other club members generally like his writing, but we all, including him, know he's not good enough to be published. Vaguely, he had hoped that even so, maybe he could become a writer, that with his natural ability to get by, he might unexpectedly slip through that gate. But little by little, precisely because he is perceptive, he realizes that the drive possessed by the real ones is nothing like this. And so, despite thinking of himself as the kind of guy who can do anything he puts his mind to, he's given up on the idea, knowing that he'll never be able to dedicate himself to something the exclusion of all else. I've met people like this too, and I don't hate anybody here. I don't hate anybody here. People like this have existed. He'll graduate with a mixed bag of happiness and unhappiness, topped with a heaping helping of existential dread about a life filled with mediocre accomplishments and the rare fluke of a solid showing, yet with no clear game plan. I suppose that's about all you can expect from the average university student anyway. Yes, I am qualified to judge. Don't forget that I made it past the gatekeepers. I am a published author. Oh my god! I alone sit on top of the throne. Oh my fucking god! That's comedy. Wow, what a guy. Last but not least, there's the guy. He's a writer's story, if at least partially you think this way. Okay. A guy at the back of the room cultivating a gloomy aura. The one with the unsettling look in his eyes. He's a real character, but the truth is, he's just your average wannabe. Another young guy dreaming of being an author and a critic. Whenever I'm successful, he directs his oppressive envy at me like a laser, and it burns. Okay. Hiyakawa actually gets a name! His name is Hiyakawa, written with the characters for Cold River. Okay, I'm just gonna say this, Hiyakawa can get it. Guy's icy as his namesake. People used to ironically call him sensei because he pompously criticizes others despite not having achieved anything himself. That all ended when my book was published. Now I'm sensei. I'm like covering my face with my hand. Oh my god. Now I'm sensei. Get on the floor. It's hard to tell whether he's glad the nickname is gone or whether he liked having superiority acknowledged, even if in jest. He burns with envy towards anyone he thinks has gotten ahead of him in life. Every day he compliments me on my work. It's so obnoxious. I'm the sensei now. I want to quit the club, but now that I'm an author, it feels awkward. That's the only reason I'm still here. Kara Seamart. By the way, I do have a friend I sometimes hang out with on the weekends. But things are awkward with him now, too. He's the most normal normie to whoever normed. We were never joined at the hip or anything, but I've known him since elementary school. Sometimes we don't hang out for a few years, but we always seem to come back together. You know the kind of relationship, right? He seems to be working hard to line up a job after graduation. That's the kind of thing that makes him a normie, you see. A normal person walks around wearing clothes because normal people don't get naked in public. What? Should he get naked? What? What? We plan to meet up soon to celebrate my book's publication. Hey guys, if you wear clothes outside, you're a normie. You're a normie. Aren't you a normie? Why aren't you naked, normie? Well, it won't be much of a celebration. We're just gonna hang out in town, and he'll probably treat me to dinner. It'll be pure normalcy. And I mean that in a good way. I'm grateful for it. But as someone who can read minds, I'm also a bit nervous for it. Beneath his outward celebration for my success, frustration buzzes. He's desperately trying to suppress the fear of being surpassed by his friends. He doesn't know how to feel about the fact that I'm here getting money and recognition while he's dealing with the stress of job hunting. But what can you do? It's yet another interpersonal struggle, albeit of a different kind from what I have with Hiyakawa. Ooh, there are some things that would make people like this envious. That's what makes it so difficult. Beyond a deep shadow lies a bright light, and vice versa. Readers reply to my posts with positive messages of encouragement. Of course, people discuss my work on review sites and message boards, but the people who contact me directly are usually fans with an interest in rising authors. Though I suppose the fact that I don't have enough exposure to have haters yet probably isn't a good thing. But the next volume sells enough for me to get publicly slammed. Anyway, I do get plenty of DMs. From girls too, you know. The people who secretly send me direct messages in the hopes of using me somehow for their own advantage. Mostly women. They all want to get pregnant. By me. This in turn fuels the jealousy of their peers who have nothing special going for them. If I show any interest in return, I'll be lambasted as only being in it for the women. But the true grades turn their messy romantic troubles into literature, right? Osamu Dazai and Sakaguchi Ango were womanizers. Not that they would listen to reason. I've got game too, though. I got a DM from a girl who wants to meet up. Going by her account, she seems to be a fairly cute university student and model who has aspirations of becoming a VTuber. VTuber mention. She looks average enough to me, but her selfies get plenty of likes. She has around 3,000 followers. She's into alternative stuff. She messaged me because she emotionally connected with my work. Well, I'll be damned. Could be interesting to take a peek inside her head and use it as an inspiration for my work. I haven't responded yet. Finally, to play the part of the broke student, I have a part-time job. Okay, so he's not a hikikomori. He has a job on top of a job. He is a published author and has a job and goes to university. I retract what I said before. He's not a hikikomori. So him saying touch grass is coming from the perspective of someone who touches grass. Okay. I have the part-time job working the night shift at a convenience store. That's all I felt up to. The store is surprisingly quiet at night. Though it's a comparatively good time of day, the work itself is strenuous. Every day I find myself wanting to punch the manager in the face. The only reason convenience store managers across the nation are still alive is because night shift pay is slightly higher. That's why I haven't killed him. You know what? I have absolutely no argument with this. I have no argument with this. Everybody I've talked to who does night shift is... They deserve that pay. They deserve that pay. Let's take a peek inside the customers, shall we? I like observing them from behind the register. There can be something almost childishly innocent about the patrons who come here at night. Oh, like I mentioned before, my ability isn't something so convenient as telepathy. It's more like a form of synesthesia, and I do need a certain amount of information for it to work. While I can hazard a decent guess from observing their actions and body language, it's only after a few conversations that I start to see deeper. That's why I don't like to get close to people. I can't help it though. I'm already in their minds. Alright, we have old man, flashily dressed hostess, and high schooler looking customer. Let's look at the old man. He's closest. This old guy is a regular. He's always pissed off about something. If the cashier is too slow bagging his purchases, he'll curse them out. Despite that, he buys a ton of candy. Both his work life and his home life are falling apart, and after his night shift ends, he fills his basket with carbs so he can eat his stress away. His body's expanded with his sedentary lifestyle, and he's transforming into a lump of flesh that disgusts his co-workers and family. My dad's the same. Gluttony is the most convenient sin. Even a complete idiot can stuff themselves. And that's what idiots do. It's the lack of self-control. To be human is to restrain one's desires. That's rationality. We aren't beasts to be controlled by our instincts. Okay, wow, he really just was like, old man is fat, I hate him, and then ended it there. Okay. I want to save lady for last. High schooler. I'd bet he's a runaway. Curfew ends at 4 a.m., so until then, he evades the eyes of the law by drifting around the stores that are open into the early hours. He could pass for 18, but it's always better to err on the side of caution. Not that I have any intention of turning him in. I bear him no ill will. It's not like he's shoplifting or anything. There's a dumbass dropout who often works the same shift as me, and I don't want this kid to head toward the same future. I'm happy to let him browse a while. It'll liven things up a bit. Okay. She's clearly a hostess. I mean, you can tell from how she's dressed. Maybe she doesn't work at a hostess bar specifically, but she definitely works the red light district. There's a delicate soul wrapped in those flashy clothes. I guess she's here for condoms or cigarettes. She flits in on her break, then disappears again into the neon world. There you go. She's picked up a pack of condoms. Well, at least she's not one of those chicks who's obsessed with hosts. How do I know that? Hosts always have condoms on them. They look out for number one. This is all just speculation, of course. A man has to entertain himself when he works the night shift. Okay. The streets are so deserted this late at night that I can feel a certain closeness with the stranger's glimpse from the corner of my eye. You know how it is. But even as I hold myself apart, I am like these people. Like that dropout coworker I mentioned before. One's surroundings reflect one's own nature. I, too, am a character in this setting. I'll be making my exit shortly, though, now that I have my prize money and royalties. Sadly, I shall be tendering my resignation, leaving this liminal space where, at an hourly rate of 1,450 yen, a teenager can work a 10-hour shift and earn more money than they ever imagined. This place is like life's waiting room, but it's time to leave. I don't mind that. Good line. I'm determined to move forward to my future. Serves you all right. And that's how I spend my days. I hate humanity, and I hate this world. Especially since my sickly little sister was born. She went through a lot before she stabilized, and now we siblings are in a world of our own. Sahana was born 1,000 times smarter than the average person. She's a genius. She was far too advanced for her elementary school, so she stopped going. Since my elementary school days, I've always thought deeply on questions such as, why are people so cruel? And what determines what's right or wrong? The more I thought, the more distant I grew from other people, until I started to see inside their heads. Once my mother asked me, why don't you like school? When I asked her if the other moms thought less of her because her kid was a loner, she screwed up her face in disgust and called me a little demon. But I'd asked the question in good faith. I'd heard the concern buzzing behind her words, and I'd simply wanted to help. Okay. You're still awake, Oni-chan? At the sound of my sister's voice, I finally become aware of the time. Nighttime is for sleeping, you know. It's the middle of the night. The witching hour, when the whole world slumbers, except for me. I feel bad for keeping Sahana up too, but I don't think she minds. Since neither of us goes to school, the time kept by those in the outside world doesn't really apply to us. There's no point in forcing ourselves to adhere to the logic of a world for which we are not part. Sahana only mentioned the time as a conversation starter. She wants me to pay attention to her. Twisted as we may be, she still wants us to play at being a happy family. Plus, kids find it fun to be up late while everyone else their age is tucked in bed, getting good night's sleep before school the next day. They follow their parents' and teachers' orders, going to school even though they'd rather not, already being conditioned into wage slavery as they learn to wake with the dawn. It's idiotic. They have no idea how much quieter and more enjoyable the world is at night. I'm so proud of my sister when I compare her to those drones. She'll happily point out her brother's unhealthy habits while having no intention of going to school herself. Oni-chan, you're mocking people in your head again, aren't you? No, I'm not, actually. I'm thinking how proud I am of you. It's okay. You justify yourself by looking down on people who live normal lives. No, I don't. And even if I do think along those lines, I'm not looking down on people. I'm just stating facts. The sister's a metaphor, isn't she? You'd be lost without me. It goes both ways. We're both shut-ins together. If one of us left, that's the whole world gone. Or I don't know who's saying what. I'm sorry. You can't really say you're living if there's no one else around. But we can say we're alive in a world with only each other. I don't know. But we're living more than we would be if we were completely alone, I think. Though only barely. But I'm okay with that. I'm fine with that too. I'll always be here. My sister is always cynical, yet also always earnest. She's such a weird girl, but that's fine. If she were normal, she'd probably hate her older brother. Plus she'd be up in the daytime and going to school. She'd set some awful alarm and it'd wake me up too. But because she'd be the good girl doing what she was supposed to, my complaints would be irrelevant. That's how neurotypicals exclude people like us before they even notice us. Those cruel, cruel people. We're just committing slow suicide together, aren't we, Oni-chan? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I can't read this. Daka. Okay. The truth at the foundation of the Buddha's teachings. It means that life is suffering. Oh. I'm a fan of Buddhism. Oh shit, where's Nemo? I see it as a religion of resignation. Okay, cool. It's like, this is the way the world is. Get used to it. Things are never going to go how you want them to. Suffering is the core of life. Any moment without pain is a bonus. You live with the assumption that nothing will go as planned, finding happiness in the rare occasions when it does. But I hate the kind of people who spout nonsense about living without expecting anything from other people. They're liars. Can see it in the color of their emotions. They just want to show off, acting like they know all about suffering and truth, but deep in their eyes you can see it. They still believe in other people. I mean, if your average person could achieve enlightenment that easily, there'd be no need for Buddhism, would there? So long as you're alive, you'll always be suffering. That's just the way it is. I read a book by a famous psychiatrist. After delving into so many minds, the doctor apparently concluded that moments of peace or joy were rare and fleeting among the harsh realities of life. Really gives you hope, right? Everyone is suffering. Now, I'd really rather not, but it's time I made some human connections in this shitty world. Living is inextricably tied to relationships, so I'm going to power forward while I have even a little motivation. As much as it pains me, experience is necessary sustenance for creative work. To live is to suffer. Now, where shall we go? Want to go see the VTuber lady that you said that you'd meet up with, maybe? Oh. Oh, hello. Cool. What's this? Monkey? Caterpillar? Bat? Diamond ring? And a fox. I'm gonna pick monkey. You don't need to understand, but tell me, am I all that bad? Lullaby, lullaby, it's time to part. Lullaby, lullaby, my jagged heart. The checkers. For the Vives. Thank you, Akuma. I do appreciate it. Thank you. I guess I should head out for my part-time job. The mere thought makes me roll my eyes. I'd rather forego such menial labor and focus on my writing, but having just the one book published doesn't exactly pay my bills. I'd be a fool to quit my job. I'd blow through my royalties in no time, and then where would I be? The same place as an old hooker youth squandered from selling their butt. Wait, what the heck? Wait. Huh? But you're living off your royalties. I can imagine saying that maybe about, like, regular work, maybe? But, like, that's a very harsh way to look at that. There's no greater humiliation in modern Japan than working a part-time job. You trade in your humanity 1 hour at a time for a measly 1,000 yen and change. Your boss is inevitably a high-handed tyrant. Your pay is abysmal. No one wants to work a part-time job. We do it because we have no other recourse. Doubly so if you're a night shift convenience store clerk like I am. The balding manager is always breathing down our necks, suspecting every underpaid peon of slacking off. I probably should have saved before I made that choice, but we can skip ahead if we have to. Can't believe we're allowed to labor under such conditions. It's madness. Just the other day, a co-worker of mine, 30-something, looked to be a decent enough guy, was caught stealing sheets of postage stamps and given the boot. A single postage stamp is worth no more than 110 yen, but a whole sheet could sell for tens of thousands. Those stamps really add up. I'm almost impressed with his resourcefulness. It helps that we barely talked, and I don't care when a near stranger steals a handful of stamps. He's nobody to me, and they weren't my stamps. And aren't we all living paycheck to paycheck, just trying to make ends meet anyway? We're all lunatics underneath the thin veneer of social acceptability. Look at me, I'm nothing but a downtrodden, cynical college student. I work nights because I hate interacting with people. My shift lasts from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. Night shifts pay extra. Of course, extra is peanuts compared to the vast riches of the esteemed office worker that is raking in every month. My pay comes at the cost of no longer waking with the salubrious rays of the rising sun, yet there's no end of people desperate to snap up a little extra cash. Thus, they fall into the working nights pipeline. First you skip classes, then you repeat a year, and pretty soon, you're dropping out. Am I on the road to being a college dropout? I'm sure other people think so. They look at me and think, he's throwing his whole life away. And they're right. I don't give a damn about college credits anymore. If I'm gonna fail all the classes anyway, I might as well drop out and focus on my writing career. It's cheaper than repeating a year. Don't I sound fancy? Writing career. I'm a regular starving artist. A bohemian. Yet, to describe myself as a bohemian implies planning, intention. The truth is, I'm simply wandering my way through life. People who plot out their futures aren't equipped to be writers. Or so I tell myself. I'm still writing the sob story in my mind when I arrive at the store where I work. The customers... Sorry, I just had to move my chair a little bit. The customers' brains have long since atrophied for lack of use. All that runs through the decaying grey matter is convenience, 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 convenience. Of course, the workers are the same. All they think of is money, 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 money. Welcome to the alternate dimension, where all that matters is clocking out the second your shift is over. Yeah. I probably didn't need to voice act that bit. An engine's purr cuts through the stillness of the night. Unfortunately for me, it heralds the arrival of my illustrious colleague, the gentleman with whom I have the pleasure of sharing this evening. He's a prick. That's the most real thing he said. Ooh. What's up, buddy? The picture of the troglodytic biker bro. He's got an awful shock of tacky blonde hair. He has the intelligence of a monkey and a lack of any other redeeming qualities. Granted, he isn't unattractive. That's probably how he's managed to get by. His handsome looks and amiable attitude mask the dearth of brain activity? What's dearth mean? Dearth meaning... Dearth means lack, shortage, or scarcity of something. Okay. Okay, lack. I've never heard dearth. I've actually never heard of the term dearth. We're learning. We're learning things, guys. I know his type. He'll get a girl pregnant when they're both much too young, realize he's got to provide for his growing family somehow, and run out to get a real job. Next thing you know, he's bought a giant car to take his happy family on camping outings and road trips. And here comes baby number 2. Here comes baby number 3. Oh well, what can he do? Better hop on down to the furniture store and buy a new crib. Is he jealous that... He sounds jealous. He sounds kind of jealous, like a little bit. I don't know. Something about that didn't come off as like pity or disdain. It came off as like, ugh, this guy's got to get out there and have all these babies. He was big into motorbikes as a teen. Now he transforms his passion into a career in the auto industry. It helps that he's always been the active type. He does good work. He gets paid a decent wage. He yells at his kids when they screw up. He blubbers with pride at their school plays. He never thinks a complex thought, and he lives a happy life surrounded by wife, kids, and similarly boneheaded bros. Okay. Cool for him. All hypothetical. Of course. Don't you think it's strange how backwards it all is? Why is society set up to reward the morons and punish the thinking men? I've never seen this cretin look unhappy once. It's just not... He is jealous! He made a whole story in his head and got mad about it. Dude. Have babies with him then. Jeez. By the way, just so you guys know, I'm having fun. We're about an hour and a half in, and I don't hate this. I'm having fun reading it to you. I don't know if you're enjoying having it read to you, but I'm having fun. And that's what this channel is about. Oh, look at that wink. Hey, man, don't be jealous of me. What are you talking about? I'm not jealous of you. You sure? You look like you are. Either way, happy to be working with you. Biker bros are a society of animals. It's no wonder they have such sharp instincts. They rely on them to survive. That explains why my coworker's so good at reading people. Kind of like me. He hones his survival instincts because that's the only thing standing between him and disqualification from this rat race we're unequipped to run. Our shift begins now. I step out into the shop at 10, taking over for the high school kid who's been here since 6. The glint of energy in the kid's eyes sickens me. I can't stand high schoolers and their enthusiasm for working. They don't know what the night shift means, the despondency, the black ooze that seeps from the checkout counter after 10 p.m. This is the witching hour, the time for us undead to creep from our crypts unmolested by the light of the sun. This is vitality and love for work reversed. You mind manning the register, dude? I'm gonna restock the shelves. Night is the time to replenish goods and pull food off the shelves that's reached its expiration date. I know, I played inconveni. We must do all we can to send off the hardworking adults and cheerful young college students to their happy, fulfilling days. Silently smiling, we work, a labor of love for the living. I ring up the handful of shoppers that trickle in throughout the night, in between cleaning the deep fat fryers. The stench is horrendous, a product of the buckets of oil we feed these machines to pump out the buckets of food to feed us. Every uneaten piece of junk food I toss in the trash makes me curse this culture of mass consumption further. Hello, old man. An overweight shopper decides he's overweighting. He yells out the number of his preferred brand of cigarettes. 514. That one. Can I give him a different one? I'll give him his one. 514, you said? One moment. Hurry it up, kid. I hate the people who come in to buy cigarettes. They're the worst. Who do they think they are, ordering me around with their numbers? I'm not a convict. An ugly floozy is curt with me. Give me a 417. Is this the game? Oh god, the number system would be great. Maybe she reverses her smile for the patrons who stuff 10,000 yen bills into her bra. 616. Boop. Sure is cold out there, huh? This one's a small talker. I don't mind the chatty types, but something about them breaks my heart. Not in a big way, and not in a way I can put into words, but my heart is nonetheless broken. Say it's gonna rain tomorrow. That right? A shame. Exchange words of little substance and time drags on. It's better when there are customers. Having someone else around almost makes the agony bearable. The thing is, a night shift is a battle against time. The goal is to not look at the clock. Its sluggish hands only inspire rage, which is why it's better when there are customers. An interaction can make the minutes fly by. You know what? I relate to this. I relate to this last one. I've never done night shift, but this whole don't look at the clock because it's just gonna make you mad, or it's just gonna make you sad because it's going so fucking slow and customers make you go by faster is true. That is true. The true ritual begins after midnight. Once the trains stop running, the customers drop off to nothing. There's no one to talk to but your co-worker. There is nothing to be done but slowly, laboriously, excruciatingly prepare for the morning rush. It's ennui elevated to an extreme. Alright, that's good enough. Let's sit back and kick it. You got it, Dokudami. Sitting back and kicking it is. The guy's got a hell of a surname. Dokudami. It means chameleon plant. I've heard tales of convenience store workers using fake names to put off mean customers, but this man would never need a fake name to deter would-be complainers. Between his name and his punk appearance, he was born to work the night shift. A lot of bento boxes to throw out today. You want one? It's fried chicken. We switch into slow mode once the customers are gone. We have a list of things to finish by morning, but they'll get done eventually. Mopping the floors, cleaning the bathrooms, restocking the bottled drinks, that sort of thing. No more than 2 or 3 hours of work. Even if we chat while we work, we take our sweet time with it. If we're slow enough, we can make the work last until the morning rush. Then the commuters fill the store and tie me up at the cash register until 8 o'clock rolls around and my shift ends. I collect my paycheck, 10,000 yen, or near enough, and head home. I'm gonna hit the sluts after work tomorrow morning. They got a promo going on. You should come with me and help me enter the lotto. I'll buy your ticket off of you if you get a good number. Convenience store night shift is, therefore, a matter of waiting out the clock for the co-worker. The nature of the co-worker determines the difficulty of this exercise. Okay. I am relating to this. I didn't work convenience, but yes. Yes, the convenience of your shift was entirely dependent on who you were with. Yeah, okay, that is true. That is true. Okay. Also, his theme, Dokudami's theme is pretty good. I do like this one. Prior to Dokudami, my last fellow inmate was a fatso in his 40s. He peaked in high school and wouldn't let me forget it. I saw him drooling over internet escorts during breaks, and every word out of his mouth was about sex. Sex, sex, sex. It was pure torture. He's gone now, and good riddance. You know a lot about computers, right? Know anything about crypto? I hear it's a good investment. If you're interested in it, try it. I know a crypto app you could download. I do not, but Google will remedy that. I don't know, I tried it once, but I got confused when it came to making the wallet thing. I didn't see the point in putting in a bunch of work if it won't pay off in the end, you know? That's why I was asking if you knew how it worked. Okay, so he doesn't know and he doesn't. Neither of them know. Neither of them know, he just wants money. If it was easy enough to make money through crypto, everyone would be doing it. Yeah, figures. Guess I'll stick to Pachinko. Why don't you put money in a government investment account? It's called an NISA. You could build up a decent amount over time. A what now? A Nissan? You're telling me the government goes around giving people cars? It's wild, bro. Hook me up. I gave you the chicken bento. You owe me. Hi, Melka. Get real. If the government handed out cars, I wouldn't be working this crummy part-time job. Yeah, figures. It's decent of him to ignore the way I treat him like shit. He annoys me, but at least he's mildly entertaining. I can't be bored with him. Certainly never enough to try reading his mind. Still, I don't want to get too chummy. Biker bros are petty crime, recidivists. It's better to keep a careful distance. I compartmentalize. He's a guy I talk with until morning comes, and then we both go our separate ways. What made you start working here, Dokudami-san? The money, man. They don't care if I dye my hair either. All the math's done at the cash register, so I don't have to use my head or nothing. And who can pass up free bento boxes, am I right? Well, like bento boxes you're sneaking out of the trash can, but okay. That said, there's a tacit agreement that we can take whatever expired food we want, provided we keep it on the down low. The manager would chew me out if I got caught, but I'd quit on the spot if he tried to yell at me, and he knows this. To keep the peace, he makes sure we fulfill our bare minimum obligations and otherwise leaves us to our own devices. You know what we're treated like? Brownies, helpful fairies who tidy up the store for next to nothing and vanish at dawn. We're barely human in his eyes. Do you need drugs, Hasuyachi? What are you, a cop? No, sorry, I'm just curious. I'm not trying to push nothing. I pop a sleeping med now and then, or the odd mind-altering substance. Never enough. Really? Really? Wasn't expecting that from protagonist. Okay. Getting high off sleeping meds. What's that like? Nah, not that kind. Newer sleeping meds don't have the weird amnesia effects. They're safer that way. You're thinking of older medications. Am I? Well, I don't know much about sleeping meds. I conk out the minute I hit the sack. Is that all they do? Make you sleep? Don't need that. Yeah, that's all they do. Which is why they're called sleeping meds. I'm talking to a man with an IQ of 5. That said, it's nice to hold a conversation that doesn't require peeping into my interlocutors. Locutor or locutor? I'm assuming cuter. Mind. There's a feeling of safety almost. I don't have to think before I speak. This rare degree of spontaneity whenever we shoot the shit represents, to me, the platonic ideal of a casual conversation. The whole point of life is enjoying it. If you're not having a good time, you're doing it wrong. I know some people really disagree with this, but my dad kind of espoused this to me a little bit. He's also kind of walked it back here and there. He peppers in, like, you know, it's also about being nice to people, you know? But it's also this. It's about enjoying it and being nice to people. Depression is a thing. It is a thing. But basically, it's more about hedonism than anything else, you know? One of those, don't spend your life doing shit you hate type deals. Which is what my dad would talk about in terms of him not wanting to go to, like, university. Here for a good time, not a long time. Yeah, I would often say that. You got the meaning of life all figured out, huh, Dokudami-san? Sure I do. We're here, so might as well make the most of it. I don't get all of your cynicism, Hasuyachi. Feels like a waste of time. You can think what you like, man, but if you ever want to live a little, you know who to call. By live a little, you mean never think about anything? You say that, but you're just as dumb as me. Me? Dumb? Sure. Neither of us knows shit, and that's why we live like a couple of dumbasses. Overthinking is a waste of our time. Leave the thinking for the eggheads, that's my motto. The brainiacs can dream up a world for us, and punks like me can sit back and nibble on the fruits of their labor. It's that way for everything, even pachinko. You only gotta play on promo days when they rig the machines in your favor. I put serious effort into never thinking seriously, and it pays off big time. It's unfair how quickly he and his ilk can see right to the heart of the matter. No wonder we overthinkers, we nihilistic nerds, never stop bashing these animalistic punks. We're incompatible as oil and water. Thailand, right? Fucking love that place. Cute girls everywhere. Cute guys, too. You think they're hot chicks and wham, they pull out their dicks. 2 for the price of 1, you know what I'm saying? You get to play hella loud music all night long, grab someone for a lay, and fall asleep right there. It's awesome. Thai people, they got this saying they love, right? My penai. It means do whatever, man. It'll all work out. Those guys are pure optimists, so no matter what happens, they're happy. Yeah, mentality is everything. You have to put things into perspective. For example, just being a Japanese citizen grants you greater privileges than most of the globe. Exactly. Doesn't matter if you're jobless and poor. My penai, man. My penai. But while the Thai are doing their My Penai thing, a bunch of white dudes are coming in and turning the country into a tourist attraction. Next thing you know, tourism powers the whole damn economy and locals get priced out of their homes. Now there's no stopping it. The whole country's a drug den and fuck palace for white tourists. Let me tell you something, Hasuyachi. You can't care too much. You also can't let people walk all over you. You can't let people beat you, because they'll take everything. You're saying there's someone you want to beat? God, I guess. Whoever is irresponsible enough to make this world so damn unequal. If I can make some money for doing so little, have some fun, live the good life, then I figure that makes me the winner of this stupid game. Make a little cash at this job, win more at gambling, get rich, I'm set for life. I'll die and wake up to a big "you win" screen. Assuming you do win more at gambling. Assuming shit. Even if I lose, I'll just keep going. Actually, it's important to lose a little. You gotta have something to aim for. Something to keep you hungry. That's why I aim to win and take a little loss on the side. What matters is having a winning mindset. You never want to lose on purpose. I told you already. You gotta keep fighting with everything you have, keep losing, and keep taking it easy. That's dumbass life philosophy right there. You've put some real thought into this. Sure, being a punk's all about the mindset. The aesthetic. Okay. Anyway, there's a vape. Here's a vape with a little something extra in it. Got it in Thailand. See, here comes the petty crime. Not that I care. Morality can fuck off. I got some time to kill. You want to light up with me? You just said you weren't going to push anything. Dude, don't be such a buzzkill. Smoking alone is no fun, but hey, if you don't want to, that's cool too. Never hurts to try something new, I guess. Here, your turn. Also, it's not even illegal. I mean, the government doesn't know about it yet, so it's pre-regulated. I don't care what the law says. It doesn't really matter, because regardless, we'll get fined if we get caught. Man, who's gonna care? If they see us on security cams, they'll just think that we're vaping. Fair. Bye, Oya! There's a kind of wisdom that comes with being a punk. Part of the feral lifestyle, I guess. Well, why not? If he gets caught, I'm fired anyway. I might as well join him. I take the pen he offers me and raise it to my mouth. I'm not sure what to do, to be honest. I've never smoked a cigarette before. Dokudami has the gall to snicker at me, but I try not to let it get to me. I'm too creeped out by the thought of my lips touching something he had. Oh my god, boy cooties. You gotta inhale. Make it go down into your lungs. Didn't like that. You get better with practice. What's supposed to happen now? Dunno. We just gotta relax and enjoy it. Some people have a bad time in their first trip, but hey, my pen and I. I feel kind of woozy. Ooh, the screen's doing things. That's how you know it's working. Honestly, thank God for getting high. Only thing that makes these damn night shifts bearable. His braying laughter rings inside my skull. Meanwhile, the clunk of the air conditioner falls into a rhythm that's oddly soothing to my ears. Now I understand what people mean when they talk about auditory stimulus bringing pleasure to the brain. Hey, Hasiyachi, how you liking this? I don't know, it feels weird. Man, you're stupid. You're weird for slumping over and muttering to yourself. You gotta enjoy it. Laugh it up. We're both being weird. Even thinking is becoming too much of a bother. Some part of me wants to give in to this lethargy and let myself relax. Is this what it means? To turn your brain off? Maybe Dokudami is onto something. If we're both weird, then his no-brain approach is by far the easier way to live. You'll be okay. This isn't even that strong, man. Right. Let's get back out there and restock some shelves. Is this man gonna get roofied? Yes, Tristan. Yes, he is. You might be able to, but you shouldn't. Your eyes are too red. No one's gonna notice. People who come in this late are all crazy anyway. I mean, fair. Are we home? I managed barely to wobble through the rest of my shift at a snail's pace. I've never seen the sun stabbing bright, and I hate it. Dokudami, on the other hand, is waltzing off to the pachinko parlor. I was going to yell at him for getting me high, but when he claps me on the shoulder with a big grin and says, "That was fun," I just don't have the heart to tell him off. It was only for a few hours anyway. I can go home, sleep it off, and return to my old, gloomy self. But until then, my pen and I. My pen rye. Okay. Ponytail! You stayed out all night, Oni-chan. And you're still awake, Sahana. It's not healthy to be up so late. It's healthy to be awake at 9 a.m. That's school time. You're not going to school, are you? Nope. You should go every now and then. Even I go out for work. What a good boy you are. Oni-chan, your eyes are kind of red. Oh. Yeah. Society is cruel, but you can't give in to it. You're not allowed to cry. I'm not giving in, and I'm not crying. Screw society. You can't conform to it either. You fight it, and you interrogate it. Never forget that. The world is a cold place, and you don't need to adapt yourself to it. I talk to people at work, you know. There's this dumb dropout kid, though he's actually got more going on between his ears than you'd think. Is he your friend? No, we're not friends. I talk to him because he's there. That's all. There are some things you can learn from watching from afar. Sahana knows. What do you know? Come on, I'm off to bed. Find a book and read or something. I'll stay beside you until you fall asleep. Sure, if you want to. I do. Good night. While everyone else is at school, I'll sit here and read. I'll read lots and lots of books and learn about the world through their pages. Yeah? I'll keep borrowing more from the library then. Thanks. In this world, he who finds happiness wins, Oni-chan. Sleep well, Oni-chan. Good night, Oni-chan. Good night. It's okay, Oni-chan. It's okay. You'll be okay. Okay. Cute. I was like, are the credits gonna roll? Alright, so that was when we picked the monkey. Let's pick the worm. I'm a cat. Oh, it's a caterpillar. I'm a caterpillar, always hungering. I'm a caterpillar, always feeding. The human chair, the caterpillar. Okay. Yo, Hasia. Still haven't fixed your posture, huh? You look like a hunchback. I'm seeing my buddy for the first time in a while. If I described us as bros, it would give the impression that we're closer than we really are. It'd be more accurate to say we use each other. Two weirdos together get to pretend to be normal. I think each of these is a different character, yes. Every now and then, we get together to hit up the otaku stores. It's been our thing since middle school, but now that we're at different universities, our interests have drifted apart, and we only hang out every few months or so. Still, our connection has proved resilient, so I suppose, in the end, we really are bros. Nice to see you haven't changed, Igusa. From my perspective, he's matured with shocking ease into a nerdy student with no particular special qualities. He plays the latest mobile games, occasionally buys merch, talks about the anime du jour, sometimes does a little gaming. There was a time where he was more passionate about this stuff, but with the pressure of completing his dissertation and job hunting, he's started to talk more about real-life stuff than fiction. Basically, he's hiding out in his college chrysalis, soon to emerge a corporate drone. From his point of view, he'll have his fair share of struggles, but from an outside perspective, I'm sure it'll be smooth sailing. He'll manage to find a job, he'll start working, and while grappling with the tension between personal fulfillment and the daily grind, he'll earn a decent salary and get into a decent relationship. The next natural step will be marriage, and then he'll do his best to raise the kids in a somewhat stable home, ultimately passing his hopes and dreams to the next generation. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but to a creative person, normality is the enemy. This guy really does not seem to look on the men in his life, even in the peripherals of his life, having children as a good thing. Like, he views it with negativity. I'm finding that interesting. It sort of gives me the same vibe as when people are like, oh man. Then, like, I've done this before as well, where it's like, all my friends have babies and we have nothing to talk about anymore. That is like a thing that can happen in your life, but it's interesting reading it. It's interesting reading it, especially from like a male perspective as well, because usually I hear it from like the female perspective, because it's usually tied in with, oh, they have babies and now all they talk about are babies and they only want to hang out with their husband and they're only gonna go as a couple, because like most of like my friends were like female, like towards the end of high school. So it is interesting hearing this. They have a happy family now. Yeah, it's interesting. Okay, though there's no malice to them, the banal words and gestures of these normal people chip away at the creative heart. When I joined my university's lit club with a serious focus on writing, I couldn't hide my scorn at the way they acted like writers with a capital W. Most people have a fleeting dream of being an author at some point in my lives, but 99% of them will never achieve it. Igusa, of course, was silently betting I'd give it up to pursue a real career. This also is written from a very young perspective, I think. Because if you are an older person getting into writing, the majority of other writers also have children. Like, a lot of authors, surprise, surprise, have kids. So I do think that this is a very young Opinion? Can I actually look up how old is Nyala? I do want to see if this is Nyala age. How old are you? You're young. You're 32. You were born 2 years younger than me. Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah, this is a very young voice. This is a very young voice. Okay. Alrighty. Blah, 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 blah. When he wished me good luck, there was no sneer hidden behind the words. He did, though, expect to make jokes at my expense later, whenever I grew bored of the creative life. Pretty typical mindset. How did that turn out for him? There's something awkward about him today. While he leers at an anime girl keychain in a otaku shop, he's surreptitiously gauging my reaction. In my presence, his actions resemble a caterpillar's, crawling, wriggling grotesquely along the ground. Oh, this is a young person. A little baby. Absolute child. Yes. Well, also, I consider myself a young person. Excuse me. Do you not think that I am also young? Do you not also think that I am baby? Excuse me. Do you really? Are you going to take that away from me? I am only 33, turning 34. I can call him young. I regard myself as young. So therefore, he's young. Okay? He's younger than me. I am young. He's even younger. There you go. His mind is overcast. The average person is easily swayed by power and authority. To a regular college guy with a job hunting worries on his mind, a published author who won a debut prize is, in terms of hierarchy, up in the stratosphere. Inferiority, jealousy, envy, it all blends together in a confusion of murky emotion. A sludgy, dirty gray, like when you mix together all the paints on your palette. He's fallen into this stagnant murk. You'd think, upon seeing his friend again after so long, he'd greet me with a congratulations on my achievement. But he couldn't do it. His blended pride and guilt tormented him over his inability to celebrate his friend's new start. The disparity between his emotional turmoil and his attempts to act natural remind me of a caterpillar's wiggling, twisting walk. What anime have you been watching lately, Igusa? Anime? Oh, you know, this and that. He's being vague. Vague! His emotions are shifting into fear. Desperate to protect his own self-esteem, he breaks into a cold sweat. He's afraid to voice his thoughts on anime and manga, to reveal his preferences to an author. He dreads coming across as shallow or leaving a vulgar impression. Is he nervous because his friend's now in the industry, and if he goes, oh, I like this one, that like the main guy is gonna be like, oh yeah, that guy's a dick. Actually, I hate this one. Alrighty. Okay. Sorry, I just had to clear some notifications real quick. Cool. Alright. Genuine worry I have. Oh, you like that one? It's garbage. Alright. How about you, Hasia? I'm more about books these days. Yeah, I figured. You're an author now, after all. The sense of invincibility felt by university students is a complex thing. You've graduated high school and officially become an adult. You're tasting freedom for the first time. The web of your relationship grows. You can stay out past 10 without getting yelled at. You can drink and smoke at your own discretion. It's like that feeling you get in an RPG where you finally finish the long-ass tutorial when the map opens up and there's an entire world to explore. He must have felt like he could do anything. And he must have been deeply wounded to discover the vast gulf between that sense of power and freedom and the realities of life. Freedom breeds inequality. The popular kids breeze through life. The gap between him and his peers widens. He goes on social media and he finds some guy he remembers as a fellow outcast who's gone viral with his shorts. All the while, his insecurities and biases relentlessly hollow out his still developing soul. Igusa is desperately trying to prevent his pride from taking a beating. I just remember that my friend is a published author, way more successful than this wannabe, and we mostly just talk about Uma Musume. I have quite a few friends who are very, very successful. You may watch some of them. You just kind of, like, you just be happy for them, you know? I don't know. I think it is, like, this must probably be... insecure people exist, you know? Who? Oh, so many. So many. You know them. God, insecurity does hit though. It does. But I feel like this is wider about the world, if that makes sense, rather than it being in the sphere of like being in the same like workspace, if that makes sense, you know? Anyway, up until now, he's had the upper hand between us, being the one looking for a real job. In comparison, I was the wannabe writer working the night shift at a convenience store. If my books never went anywhere, I'd be cast out into the world and left to rot in dead-end part-time jobs. By then, Igusa would be moving forward as a gainfully employed member of society. I chose this path, so I didn't care, but my chancy lifestyle put his mind at ease. Igusa's not all that clever. I expect his university life is at best mediocre. I rarely read any hint of self-confidence from him. There's anxiety, like he's trying to convince himself his own validity. That's what it's like to be a waste of space. And at the same time, a sense of relief. At least I'm doing better than Hasuya, damned to be in part-time hell forever. In the hierarchy of fellow failures, being able to scrape by as an office pleb comes as a form of identity. Basically, he's freaking out because the tables have been turned and he's no longer the one looking down on me from his safe space up above. Once our excruciating hike through the otaku shops is over, we head to a cafe. Igusa starts conspicuously vaping, and everybody's vaping in this. And his confidence increases slightly. Seems like he wanted to show off that, yeah, he's a student, and he can do this kind of thing. A grey haze, fainter than the chaotic brain fog of his emotions, clouds my vision. Perhaps feeling that he has the edge now, he finally broaches the main topic. So, how does it feel being a big shot author? He's still not fully over it. Adding that snarky big shot is him trying to make himself feel better by taking a dig at me, acting like I don't have the talent to warrant real respect. He's still trying to convince himself that my prize win was a fluke. He might even be right. After all, I haven't published a follow-up yet, so I could end up a one-hit wonder. I'm still a newcomer, a baby who's taken one small step. I am wondering if this is autobiographical in any way, and there are any friends of Nyala's who have acted this way. Is this directed towards them? And are they going to read this? Because, wow. I would either be like, yo, is this meant to be me? Dog, are we good? Or do you want to stop talking? Or still, from the perspective of your average otaku, it's more like a giant leap to the moon. It's pretty rough, to be honest. I don't know what I'm gonna do about the sequel. Pretty sure winning the debut prize was just a fluke. Nah, man, you got this. You've got that special something, you know? When I play it down, he's obviously relieved. At least in terms of our interactions, when he gets to play the good friend, calming the nervous newbie, he feels like he's one step above me. Is life the constant repetition of these charades? Hey, you're the one who writes those long, passionate posts where you get all philosophical about the realitat of moe anime. Actually, that reminds me, my lit club's putting out a zine soon. Why don't you contribute something? Are you serious? No way, I can't submit something like that. I just write whatever pops into my head in the moment. He's right about that. His posts are slapdash trash, not even worthy of polite praise. Still, people online are probably impressed by their sheer length. People like to go herring off after new pursuits, and this dabbling shoves their face into their own limitations. None of that made sense to me. What the fuck? They go herring? Herring? What does herring mean? I'm so sorry, but you have to be aware of what I don't understand. Herring is most commonly the present particle of the verb hare, meaning to run or move very quickly or wildly. Okay, go dashing off after new pursuits. This dabbling shoves their own face into their own limitations. Okay, so it's hurrying. Hurry. Through this process, they transform. His posts are cobbled together from the provocative opinions found on clickbait news sites. Whether you're gushing over something or tearing it apart, any extreme position garners reactions. And some people did respond to his essays, giving him a tiny taste of success. This is true. This is true, by the way. At least from what I've seen. Like, I feel like you guys have seen this. Like, if you absolutely love something or you absolutely hate something, that gets more of a reaction of, this was okay, I guess. Like, the second you take, like, a middle stance, then people are like, this tells me nothing. The good thing about Igusa is that he's content with that. He won't get delusions of grandeur and start writing more biased pieces, seeking praise from people who already agree with him. He's nothing if not a coward. He chose a college degree and a workaday life so as not to stray from the societal herd. You're a lucky guy, Hasia. Girls are gonna be throwing themselves at you at Lit Club. Depressingly, a university student's every passion seems to always boil down to sex. Part of why we are here, exactly, because I saw 2 people be like, nah, this game not worth it. And seeing that kind of distaste for something, I'm like, I want to check it out. I would like to see what's going on. I definitely can see why people who wanted the sister are disappointed. It seems to be more... It's definitely more of a monologue. And it definitely does seem to be... I'm seeing more like male interactions. But that's interesting. Because I don't really see a lot of visual novels about this. A lot of visual novels that I've read are like moage or edoge. So it's typically men and women. And it's usually, you know, running towards like the good end or a bad end or something trashy. But yeah, when are they going to get to the incest? But this is more of like actual relationships, I suppose. But it does seem autobiographical. Reminds me of Mojika? Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. They should have advertised it better. Rexus, I argue that they advertised it as well as they could, but it was false advertising. It was great false advertising, but it was false advertising. Because that sister, her design sells very well. People do really want the sister. They love the sister. I feel like the sister is more the mascot of this visual novel. I feel like the advertising was definitely intentional because if you go from needy streamer overload, where you've got, oh my god, I've forgotten her name. I've forgotten the main girl's name. And I liked that game too, but I've totally... Ame! Her name's Ame, isn't it? Yeah, there's Ame, and then she's, what's her, streamer name? She has a streamer name too. K-Angel! K-Angel! K-Angel, yes. Yes, yes, yes. I feel like following up Needy Streamer Overload with how much people loved her design... Going to, like, a visual novel with no cute girl to advertise it, would people buy it? Imagine that he hasn't had any of the conversations with his sister so far. It's just been him talking with, like, these guys in his life and being kind of, like, mad and bitter at the world. Do you see people talking and buying this visual novel, or do you see it falling to the bottom of the pile? It would be a much tougher sell. So the thing is, I want to read through this and I want to see what it's like. And then I want to surgically remove the sister from the reading experience when I'm done and see if she does lift right out. If that makes sense. Also, hello, Mahitash. Hello. He wants to see whether I'll steal a march on him and be the first of us to get a girlfriend. Steal a march on him. What's steal a march meaning? I mean, that's got to mean like get ahead, but gain advantage over a rival or competitor by acting quietly, secretly, or earlier than they do. It has military roots. The idiom comes from 18th century warfare. A march was the distance an army moved in a day. Oh, and it's if you do it at night secretly to steal a march. Okay, so that's a military thing. Okay, cool. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's true canon. That's very true. That's very true. All right. It's one thing for him to accept that my talent has been rewarded, but it's another, more terrifying prospect for his friend to taste that delicious fruit before him. To a horny college guy, realizing that your friend is more attractive to the opposite sex is a crushing defeat. He's praying that I at least won't be a hit with the ladies. Maybe it's okay for me to send him home with a little taste of that bitterness. Might light a fire under his arse to push him to change. I don't know. I haven't really gotten any of that off the club, but I've had some DMs from e-girls and cosplayers and stuff. Wait, for real? What girls? Are they hot? How many? Wow, he devoured that bait. At least try to hide your thirst. I'm not really interested in them, but I can see why they're confident enough to slide into people's DMs. They've got the looks. Seriously, dude? He's genuinely shocked by this revelation. Yeah, he's a complete fool, but it's kind of endearing. He fits the dumb but pure stereotype. But people don't like being pinned on the wall. They wriggle. Hey, why don't we meet up with one of them together? Have you seen the shit filters can do these days? We can see how they compare in reality. How sleazy. How vulgar. It's all just pathetic, down to the way he casually offers a rationalization for him to meet these girls as though I can't see right through him. He's still hanging his meager hopes on the belief that he'll have more luck with women than me, thanks to his prospects of stable employment, that I'll come off as a misanthrope. You absolutely come off as a misanthrope. Come on, you're all about hating people. You are so coming off that way. And he'll glow by comparison. Deep down, though, lies the even more frivolous wish that he might get to meet a cute girl. Every reaction is exactly as expected. He feels at ease when he can look down on someone else. He becomes slavish when he knows he's been outstripped. A caterpillar, swimming along exactly as programmed. A vile, pathetic caterpillar. I like caterpillars. I've always thought caterpillars are really cute. I thought that the whole, like, I don't know, Pokemon kind of propagandized me into thinking Caterpie is, like, super cute. So, like, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get hating caterpillars. Still, here in Japan, there's a reasonable chance that if you put in a reasonable amount of effort, you can be reasonably happy. We all start with a huge advantage simply by virtue of being born in this country. Count your blessings, Igusa. Oh, we had the spiny, venomous kinds as pets when I was younger. They were cute. Like, you just don't touch them. They're still very, like, squishy. And they have cute little faces. As you start your new life and your new career and metamorphose into a functioning adult, you'll forget all about me. We're headed down different paths. The only thing I'm sure of is that we need to put a healthy amount of distance between us before we can hurt one another and grow disillusioned. Damn, a literary master's life sure is a lonely one. Oh, we're back home again. Ooh, twin tails! Okay. So every time we do a route, she gets a different hairstyle? You've got an even stranger look on your face today, Oni-chan. Really? I can't tell. What do I look like to you? Kinda like you have a guilty conscience. What's that supposed to mean? Be more concrete. You've met up with your friend today, didn't you? Yeah. I'm guessing he was weird about you becoming a published author. Kinda, yeah. Takes a lot for someone in his position to offer sincere congratulations. Did it make you feel good? To see him squirm? Can you read minds now? I'm playing at being you. You're the one who enjoys deciding what other people are feeling. Can't really call myself an author. I guess not, but your book is published and available nationwide, and that's proof of some level of recognition. Stop giving us the cute girl too late. I think she is just to cut it up, and then I want to see how it ends. And I'm not really getting the idea that she's real. Not enough for a second printing. I'm in the red right now. I'm just a burden on the publisher. Still, your talent is being recognized, and that's amazing. It's nice while it lasts. Adults sure have it rough. I'm sure the time will come when it's your turn to feel inferior to your friend. You never know where life will take us. I don't care about other people. I suppose that's relatively true. Talk about loaded phrasing. Well, for as long as we're alive, we'll always be fighting against other people in our heads. Are you thinking she's like a figment of his imagination? I think as a concept, she just exists for him to talk to. Oni-chan. Oh? Aw, cute. Okay. Bat. We'll do this one, and then I need a pee, and then we'll do the other two. Critics are men who watch a battle from a high place, then come down and shoot the survivors. Ernest Hemingway. Go piss, girl. It is on the hour. I'm kind of wondering if I should do it now. Would you mind very much if I go piss now? No? Thank you so much. You're so kind to me and my bladder. I will go pee now. Enjoy cigarettes after sex. That's what I'm putting on. All right. See you soon. All right. I'm back. Let's get back to it. Hello. All right. All pissed out? Let's go. All right. Return. All right. I'm thinking this one's probably going to be about the guy in the club, in the literature club. I can't adequately express how much I don't want to go to lit club, but I can't stay away forever. I have connections to maintain here at uni, few and far between as they are. As a member of this pack of petty-minded pedants, I'm expected to show up and submit pieces to their anthologies. Being a published light novel author, I have a reputation to think of. The last thing I want is people going online to snipe at me. Look at Mr. Bigwig over there. He dropped the lit club like a hot potato the minute he got published. Participating in events is part and parcel of being in a lit club, but it doesn't mean I have to like it. The one currently giving me grief is called the Bungway Favima, the literary flea market. It's the bookworm version of a nerd convention. People show off their novels and their essay collections. It's about as interesting as watching paint dry. But it has its fair share of fans, and the attendance keeps growing year after year. You'd be surprised how packed the place can get. Again, it's not like the average nerd convention. There's a feeling in the air that's difficult to capture in words. Thank you, Akama. But it's what makes the place a treasure trove of rare niche pieces of literature. The only problem is the people. Large groups of people are subject to the complexities of human relationships, especially between the sexes, the lust, the need for validation. I hesitate to call it a subculture. A literature nerd lacks the straightforward simplicity of his anime counterpart, so a gathering of them becomes a royal of turbulent emotions. Litflea is little more than a popularity contest for the big-name authors anyway, and in that respect, I guess it's no different from any other nerd convention. I'm sure some attendees have genuine literary ambitions. My club, though, pardon my bluntness, but we're simply playing pretend. We hack together a shabby short story collection and try to pass off this hodgepodge of words as literature. Why? Because we can. I don't know who would even want to read this crap. Take that money and go buy a volume of the latest hit manga. Don't waste it on a patchwork of scribbling and wannabe amateurs barely out of high school. It's just a mean to hype ourselves up or put each other down. We tried, and trying is half the battle. That almost makes us real authors, we tell ourselves, coddling our collective wounded pride as we press copies into the hands of our close friends and family. We keep hoping that maybe, just maybe, a brilliant editor will stumble upon one of us and lift us up out of the gutter. There's less than a 0.1% chance of that happening, but maybe, we say. Maybe. This time, however, the power dynamic is all askew. See, I'm a published author now. Of a single book, yes, but so what? That's enough to draw out a handful of my fans, curious to see what this rising star has put out next, which should move some product. Doesn't mean much ultimately, but when you have numbers and a publishing contract on your side, you're the king of the literature club. A shame. I've never liked being king. It'd be one thing if my clubmates were supportive, if they could tolerate anyone but them having a scrap of talent. I just hate it. Yeah, I uploaded 2 emotes. I'll make more some other time. I just make them when I'm bored. Hate it, hate it, hate it. I hate their envy. The most noxious of all human emotions. Hey, there's zero energy in the club room, but what else is new? We're all here because we have nowhere else to go. The only time we pretend to be a proper literature club is when we have an event looming over our heads. The rest of the time we sit around drawing away in the name of literary criticism. At first we function like a book club, all of us reading the same books and convening to discuss them. Before long though, we separate into 2 camps. Those who give a shit and those who don't. It's hardly surprising. Literature clubs are a haven for people who don't want to be alone but can't be asked to be social. I wouldn't bellyache so hard if the others would put in the effort. But they don't. They wouldn't know effort if it bit them. Scholar, thank you. I do appreciate it. You don't have to, by the way, guys. You don't have to. I just did that because sometimes people want to, and I am not to say no. I am doing okay financially now, though, so don't worry too much. Okay? Thank you, F-Steak. Thank you. There's this one guy who actually cares. One upperclassman who possesses something like a spine. Ooh, look at him. Well, look who the cat dragged in. Hasuya-kun. Hello, Hiyakawa-senpai. How's the new light novel going? It's going. That's Hiyakawa-san. He's in the year ahead of me, a third year. Check out the death glare. What an ugly son of a gun. He's got the personality to match, too. Not that I have room to talk, or on either count. Hope that means you're making progress. Wouldn't do to keep your readers waiting while you finish your Lit Flea submission. Sarcastic bastard. Again, not that I have room to talk. You know why he brought that up? He's scoping me out. He's eager to hear that I've failed. He wants to reassure himself that my first success was just a fluke, a flash in the pan. He's clinging to his position at the top of this little hierarchy by whispering doubt in every ear. So what if he won a Rookie Author Award? He's a one-hit wonder. Things weren't so bad before my book came out, and I sure didn't ask him to feel threatened by me, but here we are. Until I came along and ruined everything, our club was all people who stood a snowball's chance in hell of getting published. Once he could base his ego on the supposition that he understood literature better than the rest. Now there's me hanging around, my mere existence thumbing at his nose and nose at him and asking, "Where's your Rookie Author Award?" You'd never actually hear me say that, of course. That would be next level pathetic. Publishing a single book is small potatoes anyway, but to the average enterprising 20-something wannabe, the distinction between being published and unpublished is night and day. Senpai tries to hide how much it bothers him, but he feels it in his bones. He's a failure. I feel bad for him, but I'm not some bleeding heart. He's obnoxious. Plain and simple. It'd be one thing if he could write worth a damn, but all he does is skulk around the club room and internet message boards playing pundit. He latches onto whatever is in the limelight and nitpicks it apart. Good critique is easy to spot. If it engages with the text, it's good critique. Most morons go hunting for what's not in the text, and at that point, it's quibbling for the sake of quibbling. Anyone with a keyboard can say, "It lacked something," or "I didn't get what they were going for." Real critique addresses the text for what it is. Why did the author write XYZ? How does it connect to ABC? You'll never get that from people like Hiyakawa-senpai, obsessed with elements that aren't there. The literary value of critique is born from the critic's understanding of the text. He doesn't even form one. He's terrified that someone will blow the whole thing wide open, reveal that he can't critique to save his life. He's read my debut novel and took it upon himself to offer me heaps of criticism, as any good senpai should. Was he wrong about any of it? No. And that's the frustrating part. Wait, so he's good at critique? He's good at critique, is he? That's funny. I like that, that's funny. Yeah, I left a lot of awkward constructs in the text. Yeah, my over-reliance on metaphor ruined several key tenets of the work. The emotional arcs were too abrupt, and my purple prose was a dead giveaway that I'm a first-time author. Even I blushed over that during a reread. He wasn't wrong. Wait a minute. Can I move this thing or not? I just realized the bookmark moved a little bit. A big part of me wanted to ask, fine, then how come I won the debut award? But I already know what he'd say. I'm good at catering to the illiterate masses. We literary elites know my novel isn't worth the paper it was printed on. It's no wonder this talentless hack can't pump out a sequel. You're not wrong. Things are slow going right now. I'm looking forward to taking a break with this short story for Lit Flea. Short stories make for a perfect refresher between longer works. Remember, people will seek us out just to read your story. Try not to let Club down, will you? I'll do my best, but you should give yourself more credit. I, for one, can't wait to see what you produce. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't write for a light novel audience. Not like you. He says as though he doesn't care for light novels. Thing is, this guy, he collects waifus. I think the snobbery about light novels being substandard lit is a new thing for him. Okay, that is kind of funny. He's just doing everything in his power to hold together his crumbling pride. He's directing the film of his own life, and I'm cast as the cocky upstart, privileged with the power to churn out LN slop. He's starring as a literary genius, awaiting discovery by the masses, and he won't let a little thing like reality get in the way. That's the funny thing about people. We're capable of convincing ourselves of the most ridiculous things to safeguard our egos, and over time, the lies become foundational to our identity. It starts off as a self-defense mechanism, anything to avoid the harsh wake-up call that is reality, and eventually transforms into pure conceit. Someday, I'll be one of the literary greats. It just hasn't happened yet. I'm not saying it's bad to have a competitive streak. I wouldn't complain half as hard if Hiyakawa-senpai wrote anything with any impact, or even if those critiques he litters the internet with had a gram of insight in them. Alas for us all, he doesn't. And they don't. He may be a competent reader, but he goes on to make it his whole identity. It must be torture to go through life as an utter snob. He's also a philosophy major. Need I say more? He digs deep into his bag of tricks to convince his fellow members in the inner posse that he's so much more erudite than they are, through a Heideggerian lens. Though that's not exactly Lacanian. You'd understand if you read the Critique of Pure Reason. Wrap up with a random rant bashing out Adlerian psychology, and to the uninformed masses, you know everything. You can see why I had to cut him down to size. Okay. Yeah, I get it. He's too fucking annoying. Like I said, I'm looking forward to seeing what you come up with. Right back at you. Don't go tarnishing your industry credentials now. Industry credentials? My god, man, we're in college. But enough wasting oxygen on him. I actually do need to lock in and make headway on my Lit Flea submission. Like Hiyakawa-senpai, I hope to cultivate a reader base that won't knock a short story just for its length. Plus oh my god, is this the short story? Are we in the short story right now? I think we're in the short story right now, guys, because this is the shorter work. Apparently this has like a 4-hour runtime. I'm seeing a lot of parallels between this visual novel and everything that the protagonist is doing. Okay. Ah, shit. You have to tell me if you're a short story. You gotta tell me. Oh my god. Okay. A smidge. Okay. I hope to cultivate a reader base that won't knock a short story just for its length. Plus, I figure a published author's piece in a university writing club anthology could be a cool collectible someday. Probably fetch a premium if I make it big someday, with anime studios lining up to adapt my work and all. We're in a metatextual nightmare! Look at me getting ahead of myself. I'm acting like a kid. Perhaps I'll look into Hiyakawa-senpai's mind, see just how much I've riled him up. Oh? Damn it, Hasia. He thinks I couldn't make it in the publishing industry. What does he know? I don't write light novels. I write real literature. The standard for getting published is much higher in my field. I win over readers with my rhythmic, Hemingway-esque laconicism. Genuine talent wins every time. Anyone can lower themselves to winning a rookie author LN prize. All that takes is following the trends. Write your dream girl and ta-da! Instant bestseller. Now, if I were to write my dream girl, she'd be a demon girl. One of those misanthropic types. Give her the face of a fallen angel and the body of a preteen girl. Which she'll have a complex about, of course. The slightest brush against her by a mere mortal makes her shudder in horror, unless it's the protagonist. She doesn't mind him. In fact, she... Oh my god. Okay. I need to stop. Hell hath no cringe like the inner monologue of a wannabe author. Props though. He's at least thinking about writing. What's your favorite work of Desai's, Hiyakawa-senpai? Heed my plea. And Akutagawa? The nose. Hi, Neko-Kaneki-kan. Oh, I'm thinking about it. Need streamer Overlord got an anime. It did! Sakagachi Yango? The idiot. How about Kambayashi Chohei? More sci-fi than literary classics, but you know. I'm partial to Tonight I Sip from the Milky Way. Huh. I see. You see? You see what? Nothing. I'm not surprised to hear any of it is all. I love messing with him. It almost makes him bearable. What about you? Me? What's your favorite Desai story? If I had to pick one, I guess Schoolgirl. The music has been atrocious this entire time. There's been some tracks I haven't minded, but there are some choices that I don't super get. Like the weird whiny noise in the back of this track. What's that about? Huh, interesting choice. He's clearly never read it. I kind of wish there was more of that. I liked the animosity they had. So, what are you going to write for your short story, Oni-chan? Good question. Whatever fills 10,000 characters, I guess. You should write a romance. Hard pass. How come? I don't like romance, and I don't write what I don't like. You really don't like romance? Not even in a literary sense? Nope. That's funny, when you're such a romanticist. Why do you think that? Because you're always writing yourself into the story of your life. Nyarla. Nyarla. Oni-chan, you don't need to get a proper job, but you should at least get your motorcycle license. Then when the time comes, we can go wherever we want. Maybe we can drive to the seaside first. Deal? Deal. Okay, we get this animation again. She cute. Okay. Ba-ba-ba-bum. All right, we've done everything on this side. So there's the ring and the fox. I don't remember there being any other characters he talked about. I remember him talking about the coworker he had. I remember him talking about his, like, friend from college. I remember him talking about the literary guy, but I don't know who these two are. All right. We'll go with the ring. Oh, parents! Oh, that's probably what it is. You're right. Will you take me out dancing even when I'm old? No miniskirt for me, outshone by the youth. Will you take me for a drive even when I'm old? Cruising along with the top down, wind blowing in our hair. Chisato Moritaka, even when I'm old. All right. Show me the parents. My sister and I are so weird that you must be wondering what the hell our parents are like. Well, they're perfectly normal. Genetics are complicated, and yes, very rarely something happens that reminds me that we really are blood related. But I turned out darkly twisted, while Sahana is pale, sickly, incredibly smart. And now, well, here we all are. I'm sorry, I'm darkly twisted. Ooh, CG. We weren't born into a particularly happy household. How come only her chopsticks are blue? Why were the chopsticks blue, chat? Why were the curtains blue? What did they mean by this? How come he and his mother have black chopsticks, but she has blue chopsticks? I swear to God, Vivi. Yeah? You swear what? It implies depression. Sometimes the chopsticks are just blue. Fuck. I'm having way too much fun with this. We need more short visual novels. I like reading these. We weren't born to a particularly happy household. Then again, it's not the worst. Our parents are fine with Sahana skipping school, and now that I'm in college, they don't really interfere with my life. They're arguably kind of neglectful, which isn't great, but on the other hand, at least they're not like those tiger parents you hear about. At night, our father wolfs down his dinner and disappears into his room. We linger at the table, eating slowly. My parents have their own worries, but for better or worse, they share a pretty typical outlook on life. They just ignore stuff and hope time will magically fix their problems. I know, because I can see their thoughts. The problem is that their relationship has grown cold and has begun to warp them. As they age, they're walking down the classic path of middle-aged sleaziness. Our mother is in some weird battle of one-upmanship with her mom friends, while our father constantly cheats on her. They barely even... I thought that she was the cheater. He called her an info. But now the father's cheating? So they're both cheating. Huh. What are your thoughts on the phrase, it's not that deep? Sometimes it's not that deep. Sometimes it is. 67 is in your name, Centaurus. Lovely to have you. They barely even speak anymore, but they stay together for appearances. They have some affection for Sahana, but since she's such a gifted child, they're hoping that she'll bring in the big bucks one day. Has a disdain for the tradition of lacquer working. Oh my god, Nemo. Nemo, you should have been here earlier. They were talking about Buddhism. And how it's like the religion of giving up. The religion of resignation. They seem to care about me too, in their way. I'd say we're an average household, albeit one where family comes second to the mom petition and the whoring. On the surface, things look fine, but open the lid and you'll see that our bonds are as flimsy as a sheet of paper, flapping in the wind. Oh my god. Eat it. Eat it. Eat it. Okay. Alright, so we have to make a choice. Do we eat our rice? Do we eat our hamburger steak thing? Or do we... Is this our soup? Is this our miso soup? Eat some rice. Have some rice. Mom's pretty proud that her son won a prize for his light novel. She was resigned to me being a deadbeat for life, and she seems relieved that I've finally got some prospects. Plus, it's something for her to brag about to her mom friends. I guess there's nothing wrong with boasting about your kids. Still, I'm kind of sick of the way she brings up her novelist son and child prodigy daughter. But I'm just grateful that she leaves us to our own devices, so I don't plan on voicing my petty irritation. Oh, sorry, I clicked up there. Still, I could sense her annoyance when it was almost revealed that her son writes light novels of all things. Someone asked what kind of books I write. She didn't know how to respond. It's not like I'm writing anything weird, but my parents don't even read. Even if they tried to read my novel, they wouldn't get it. Mom freaked out when another parent, who happened to be a reader, said that they'd check it out. That's incredibly pessimistic and kind of flies in the face of the origin manifestation of the Zen and Shingon traditions. Ooh, interesting. Okay, so he's definitely just super nihilistic. He's just like super nihilistic and hates people. To interpret Buddhism as that. Interesting. Thank you for your insight, Nemo. I appreciate it. She brags about her kids while she herself is empty inside. That seemed to be the first time she became aware that there existed novels that weren't considered high literature or whatever. You should read my book, Mom. Give me one book's worth of housewife's leisurely afternoons. Have your soup. Wait. No, soup is last. I've decided. Soup is last. How can you survive on so little food? And when you're so tall, I envy you. Mom speaks. All her worries revolve around her weight. She has like nothing. She's so thin. She has huge breasts and is so thin. What the hell? Their abdominal muscles are starting to atrophy, and Mom and Dad have developed muffin tops. Oh, horror. Oh, horror. A slightly chubby mommy. Okay. The more middle-aged they both start to look, the less they interact with one another, both escaping into the bottle. Of course, alcohol is only more empty calories. Mom started talking about Monjado's skinny jab she heard about online. It made her puke till her stomach was empty and she lost her appetite for a few days. She did lose a little weight, but it sapped her energy and she started to panic until she ultimately rebounded and ended up heavier than before. Call it karma. What's muffin tops? Muffin tops is when a little bit of your stomach or your hips or just the stuff above your pants kind of bulges out a little bit and it looks like a muffin top. So you know like the top of a muffin, how there's like that little paper bit of the muffin? Yeah, it's like a little bit of squish that hangs over like the waist of your pants or your skirt or whatever you're wearing on the bottom. It's a fairly common thing. It happens if you gain weight. It happens if you're wearing slightly ill-fitted stuff, but it can also just happen. Oh, you mean she's hot now? You're gonna make someone very happy someday. Not that my father's any better. Apparently being middle-aged means you've got nothing to do but panic and run around in circles day after day. They're both having prototypical midlife crises. It's like a second adolescence where, now that the kids are growing up and getting ready to leave the nest, you start to question your own identity. There's no time to think about anything else when you're focused on raising kids. While I can't claim to have a career, it at least looks like I'll be able to financially support myself with my writing. And now their wrinkles deepen as they wonder what they're going to do with their lives from here on. All right, finish it up with... I really want to eat her steak. Oh, we're sweating. We're sweating a lot. Oh. Can you get rich off a book? Mom is engaging in slightly off-kilter fantasies as usual. Sorry, Mom. There's no chance of getting rich without at least an anime adaptation. And even then, the kind of money you're thinking is a dream within a dream. It's gonna take a while for me to get to a place where you two can lean back and kick your feet up. My son's so skinny. My daughter's so fair-skinned. It's not fair. Don't go getting jealous of your own kids. There's half of you in each of us. If you dedicated yourself to embracing good exercise and skincare habits, you'd be halfway there. But dedication is extremely difficult to muster when you're dealing with the encroaching indolence peculiar to middle age. I'm sorry to go on about this, but Buddhism is about giving up makes less sense when you realize a lot of Japanese Zen originated from the samurai warrior culture and the need to effectively console an entire class of people against the fact that they were, 1, required to potentially commit an infinite murder, and 2, could be asked to die voluntarily at a moment's notice, even for the infractions of another person. Okay. Thank you. Genuinely, good wall of text. I know very little about Buddhism. Thank you for your insights. I appreciate it, Nemo. Thank you. She's fed up in every sense, so she chose the easy route. But see, people find no fulfillment in a life without effort. Thus, she ended up having a midlife crisis. In her second adolescence, though, she's more late-blooming Sakura than fresh spring bud. Rexus, what it means is Buddhism is not about giving up, like at all. Like, because it originated from samurai warrior culture, which was very much not about giving up. Anyway. A piglet blossom, swollen and bloated on all the blood she's suckled. He's off sleeping around while I'm here struggling. All a man needs to snag some dumb bitch's money. It's not fair. Everything is a target of her envy. Don't worry, Mom. Love for sale is meaningless. There's nothing to worry about. She can't forget how she used to shimmer and shine. She wastes her days trying to get back to a time when she still glittered. I need to stop snacking between meals. Maybe I should try Monjaro again. But if I could get rich filming my gifted girl and showing her off online. Wait, I probably have to get her on a regular TV first if I want videos to sell. If I wanted her to have a good time, I'd have to empty my bank account at a host bar while he gets full service for 30,000 yen. It's not fair. Maybe I could go to a brothel that caters to women. What if I got saddled with a real uggo? And again, anyone would be better than that bald old fart. How do all the other women married to old losers get their rocks off? Maybe everyone's going to brothels? Sure doesn't seem like a sign that you're living the good life. Ugh, I wish I was rich. His mom is... Ah, oh my god. See? On and on the days trudge. I wish I wasn't able to read people's emotions. But I was born this way. Buy a vibrator, lady. Right? If either of them does anything to Sahana, they'll taste my wrath. But so far, there's no sign of anything so dramatic happening. All of humanity lies stranded in the doldrums, carried slowly on the current towards death, idling through fruitless, pointless days, listless, always listless. I'm sorry, but the mom looks pretty hot. I'm just saying, like, if this is the honest idea of fat, like, I can see they've tried to make her jaw like a little wider. Mama looks pretty good. I like her mouth. I can't talk. I'm biased. She's a little plain. Yeah, same. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Thanks for dinner, Mom. Thanks for dinner, Mom. Mom, Oni-chan. Thanks, Mom. I mean, it's only instant noodles. I put more effort into cooking if you two ate more. Appetite control is directly linked to our base instincts. In middle age, people seem to become more and more faithful to said instincts. Vivi, she was a bitchy mom. I should do a bitchy mom ASMR roleplay. I should totally do a bitchy mom ASMR roleplay. I should do like a super bitchy mom ASMR. Okay, I need to do it. I'm writing this down. I'm writing it down. Give me a second. Right underneath ASMR girl wakes up to tell you she's vegan. Bitchy mom ASMR. Okay, cool. 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 Awesome. I love that. I love that. Let's do that. Okay, cool. Okay. Parents are caught between fighting their base instincts and giving in to them entirely. What will happen if they do give in? I plan to take Sahana and leave once she's a bit older. Until then, I'll keep watching for the conclusion to this midlife drama. No dad? No dad? Is the last one dad? I'll always love you, even if the whole world feels you. Oh, she walking. She walking. Oh, she smiling. She talking. Okay. Alright, we have one left. I wonder if it's gonna be the dad or if it's gonna be somebody else. Why is the sister in a school uniform if she doesn't go to school? Ooh, the mystery deepens. One little poppy, burning bright. Watch me, come a light. There, my first star, shining in the night. Collected poems of Shuji Terayama. Did he write that in English or did it just get translated so it rhymed? Would it rhyme in the original Japanese? I'm curious. I'm curious about the localization of Shuji Terayama. You've got to be careful when it comes to relationships with the opposite sex. It's going to be the girl he's meeting up with. It's going to be the wannabe VTuber. Let's go. All right. Especially in today's mutual surveillance society, treat every bit of personal information and correspondence as though it's public knowledge. In this twisted panopticon, you never know who's watching or what'll get leaked. The direct messaging feature on most social media platforms is a particularly temperamental beast. Young men and women are engaged in a perpetual struggle. Their objective is to find and couple with the best possible specimen of the opposite sex, all while dodging the pitfalls of our surveillance society. In this invisible war, DMs are a powerful tool to steal a march on the... You've used that phrase twice now, that's interesting. On the competition. As long as messages stay private, they let you interact out of sight of prying eyes. Move the conversation to Line or Discord and you've cleared the first hurdle. Screw it up though, and your head's on a blog. Now, any degree of success attracts some amount of attention online. As I mentioned, even my inbox sees its share of traffic. Opportunists looking to stake their claim on an up-and-coming light novel author pour in by the dozens. Well, at least by 2s and 3s. I wonder how many people tried to dap up needy streamer overload writer. How many girls tried to get with him? But it was this girl who caught my eye. As I've said before, I got a DM from a small account saying she loved my work and wanted to meet. I clicked through to the profile of a typical university-aged e-girl. Classic literature, famous paintings, gender issues, retro anime, and classy cafes, shallowly invoked between a smattering of her best moody selfies. She flattered authors who looked on the verge of going viral, no doubt sliding into their DMs the moment they let the attention go to their dicks and responded. Now she'd set her sights on me. I figured I'd humor her. I was in the mood for it, I guess. To tread on an exposed bear trap, to step into the life of a woman like this, and yes, to bask in a little adoration. If I could use it in my work, all the better. To be clear, I wasn't planning on fucking her or anything. He did hit the Jiraiya K community like crack in the 80s. Really? I couldn't have mustered the interest if I'd tried. Being able to read people's minds make romance and sex into tedious endeavors, like taking an endlessly long test you'd already know the answers to. Even mere attraction is a distant dream. Once I realized life is suffering, I lost that appetite entirely. Well, I guess I'll go say hi. Bye, Sahana. I'll be back soon. I'm the first to arrive at our meeting spot. I'd expected as much. Usually it's the guys who have to take the initiative. The girls are the valuable commodity, the ones who can afford to be discriminating, and their schedules reflect that imbalance. Or maybe I'm just stereotyping. Hey, Sensei. Sorry I'm late. Oh, she's pretty. She is pretty. I really like this artist's style. It is very nice. Her chestnut-hued pigtails bounce brightly. White and blue ribbons flutter with the hair they bind. Touching... What is this song? Do it again. What? What was that? There was like a dog noise. Like a... Do you hear it? What the fuck is this song? Oh my god. sorry, but I will say that the music of this visual novel is not good. It's not good. What? Is that a recorder? Is it meant to be like making fun of her for dressing young or something? What is this? Not good is too generous. Yeah, it sounds like Doggy in the window a little bit. That's so weird. This is so weird. Is the music trying to insult her? Maybe. Okay, I need to move past it. I need to move past it and just keep reading. Her chestnut-hued pigtails bounce brightly. White and blue ribbons flutter with the hair they bind, touching her Lolita dress, its skirt drooping like a weeping willow. Passing old-timers gawk at the bosom emphasizing cut and the way her short skirt catches the wind. It's like she was designed in a lab to turn men on. I find sexual desire an exhausting notion. Sex is the need most people are the keenest to hide, much more than its cousins, food and sleep, and they're quick to lie and hide behind pretense whenever it rears its head. I mean, I can't really argue with that. People do kind of hide that a little bit compared to food and sleep. Food and sleep are socially acceptable for, like, everybody, you know? As soon as you notice it's lurking under the surface, society becomes hell. Everyone's trying so hard to act like they're not secretly horny pieces of shit. We're all animals, I guess. It makes sense to want to procreate, but I've never quite gotten over my youthful disgust at the idea. Maybe that's why I'm here. I want to prove to myself that I'm above all that I'm better than the rest. Hello there, you must be Tenjiku Botan. That's me. Just call me Botan. You remembered my name, Sensei. I'm so happy. Being called Sensei feels weirdly nice. Alright, I'm just gonna allow that real quick. Okay, there we go. Female attention might do nothing for me, but apparently I do like being recognized for my work. How well do you know Ikebukuro? I was thinking I could show you around. Not at all. I don't go outside much, honestly. My family's out in the sticks, and I try to stay away from crowds. Then I'll be your guide. Thanks. Like, she's cute. I think she's cute. Here we are, the beating heart of Ikebukuro. It's really taken over as Tokyo's otaku hub, hasn't it? Akiba is a thing of the past. It so has. It's a total Fujoshi heaven. It's got all the stores and the collab cafes have great merch lineups. It's developing its own community and culture. Right. Sorry, it's developing its own. Physical spaces where young people can share their hobbies have only gotten more important in the age of social media. Not that I use them myself, of course. I'm the lone wolf kind of otaku. I mean, okay, that's the way to describe it, I guess. It sounds funny. It sounds funny. But there's nothing wrong with that line, technically. Like, that, I suppose that's how you describe being solitary. I've never felt the need to advertise my interests. I like what I like, but I keep it to myself. I'm not compelled to share my thoughts or impressions with the people around me. Look, they've even got an arcade. Gotta milk those gamblers. Oh, Sensei, you don't have to be so sarcastic. It's busy here, though. Let's go somewhere quieter. Book. This old bookshop is one of my favorite spots. What do you think? I have to admit, the place has atmosphere. A selfie with all these books would do numbers on social media and cast her as an intellectual bookworm to boot. Girls like her love seeking out places that play into their image. Maybe I'm being unfairly cynical. There's a simple pleasure in being surrounded by rare books. What kind of books do you like? You want to know about me? That's so sweet of you. Right now I'm hunting for a rare art book. You're into art? Interesting. But usually I come to places like this to go through old school fashion mags. It's so much fun to see what kind of clothes were cool in the 80s and 90s. What do art and fashion mean to you? They let you live rather than just exist. It's an interesting answer. I'll take note of that. I hate this music. This music is completely ruining anything here. Like, I feel like we're just meant to be making fun of her. This music fucking sucks. This is the worst track. This is the worst track of all of them. Maybe I haven't been giving her enough credit. I guess someone who puts so much effort into her appearance probably would have well-developed opinions about art. Her colors don't seem muddled. Let's take a peek into her heart. Oh, is she gonna be evil? Is she evil? Peer into her thoughts. I close off my 5 mundane senses and look with my 6th, an eye that only sees emotions. I feel its focus sharpening, and slowly, the colors of her thoughts and feelings come into view. The true Tenjiku Botan, the girl behind the mask, behind the username, the real face beneath her meticulous makeup. He's actually pretty handsome. Not in an obvious way, but he has a real writerly gloominess to him. And look at those sickly eyes. If I walked around with him, everyone would think I'd netted myself a one-of-a-kind catch. Sure, he's a bit on the misanthropic side, but so are all the college guys. All that cynicism is just a shield they protect themselves with while they look for a way to stand out. A guy like him has an erogenous zone even more sensitive than his tip or his prostate. His ego. Stroke him there and he's sure to look my way. So that's her deal. She's not trying to use men to raise her profile necessarily. She's just out for validation. A relationship with a budding light novel author would be a potent weapon in the ego community, but she isn't necessarily lying about being into me or about wanting me to like her. Human emotions are a complex color gradient. Even what I see is only one point of view of her heart. Her belittling of me and her reverence, her appreciation for my work, and her judgment of my appearance, they're all wrapped up together. No one's feelings are a monolith. He's sure to look my way, though. That does pique my interest. Does he like what he sees, I wonder? Anyone his age would want me, even an otaku trying to act like romance is beneath him. Something tells me Sensei won't be that easy. He's still keeping me at arm's length. He's playing the aloof genius a little too hard, I think. Just because he writes light novels, he thinks he can ham it up. Are all writers this way? It's like he's wary of me. He looks at me like he's sizing me up. I wonder if he's planning to use me in his writing. That's kind of hard. He is, though! He is, though! What the fuck? He is, though! He literally said that! He literally was like, oh, Dazai does that. I could do this, too. Okay. So she's clocked him, too. She's clocked him, too, then. I wonder what he'd do if I put sex appeal on full blast. How's the VN? I have mixed thoughts. I don't think it's the worst thing I've read. I actually, I tried not to go into this with terrible expectations because the mutuals that I saw who read it said that it was pretty bad. He's definitely very, he hates humanity. He's a misanthrope, right? He's misanthropic. And he's very cynical and kind of egotistical in odd ways. And he has, a weird animosity towards, everybody. But it's not without empathy. Yeah, this is in his head of her head. Yeah, this is what he's thinking she's thinking. He doesn't actually have mind-reading abilities. This is not what I expect. No, it's not what I expected either. I don't hate it. I actually did kind of expect that at this point I would be, rolling my eyes laughing. But I'm sort of yeah, he's, there's stuff in this that I think is kind of douchey, but it's also kind of, it's honest in an ugly way and also in a slightly embarrassing way. But I'm also somewhat I don't envy anyone who is in this, mindset. I feel like there are bits and pieces of this that I definitely felt when I was younger. Yeah, there's a degree of self-awareness to it. Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to figure out my thoughts here. I do think that it's got to be, there's so much in it that's smattered that makes it seem autobiographical. Because there's too many parallels between this and Nyarla. The second work, it being a little bit shorter, the anime adaptation. So I do kind of wonder how much of this is sort of a letter to his life, or maybe it's sort of a purging of all his negative feelings, or maybe this is how he is feeling, or maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. I don't know. But there's enough that it feels like it's something that he's getting out. And I can see why people don't like it, because one, these aren't attractive feelings. He's not, does the story itself understand what it sounds like? What story? This doesn't, okay, to me, there's not really a story. This is a collection of interactions. This is a collection of interactions. There is no overarching story, okay? Like, the story that exists is that he has published a book. He has not written the second yet. He wants to, but he hasn't gotten there yet. But when he writes down one word, he'll write the whole thing. Like, it's going to be easy. He can easily do the second. And then interacting with the people around him as they react to him being published, being a published person, like being a published writer, you know? Yeah, it's more of a character study than a story. I'd agree. I think that you've nailed it, Canon. Like, it doesn't really feel like a narrative. It feels more like we're just watching interactions than anything. And yeah, I feel like the sections with his sister, yeah, because the sister doesn't feel like a real character. And I think that's something that people were disappointed because she is very cute. She's very cute. And so people were kind of hoping for a little siscon action. And like, I'm not judging. I said at the start, I enjoy brother sister stuff in anime. I don't shy away from that. If you haven't picked up on that from my regular streams, I know we don't talk about it a lot, but yes, it is something that I do enjoy in anime. But I don't think that this ever intended to be siscon. I think that the stuff that he wants to say is around that, and she is more the, I don't want to say it this way, but it's sort of like the bait, the lure to get you into reading it, because him, Oraimo, I call it Oraimo still, I'm so sorry. Imo was great. I fucking loved it. I feel like without the sister, I don't know how you would sell this, you know? Is the VN aware of the protagonist's personality in a way it's not trying to excuse his mindset? Maybe? I don't know. Sorry. I don't think I understand the question. I think that's a me problem. I'm sorry. But yeah, I believe that the sister was kind of an advertisement. Kind of feels like the author might be doing a what if of his past life. Maybe. That could be true. That could be true. I don't know enough about Nyalo to make any calls, obviously. I played Needy Streamer Overload, but that's it. So like that's as much as I know. And I didn't even like look into anything further than that, and I didn't even get all the endings. So what do I know? But no, this is it's something. Like, I'm not giving this a 10 out of 10, but I'm also not giving this a 0 out of 10. I'm not giving it a 1 out of 10. I don't know what I'd give this right now. Right now, it's just sort of like a murky. There's an amorphous number that is going to form when I am done. When I am done. But we're not there yet. We're not yet there yet. So we'll figure it out. Yeah, the dialogue with his sister frames his. You're right. You are right, Canon. Damn it. See, Canon gets it. Meanwhile, I'm here like, I don't know. But the music is bad. I will say this much. The music is not good. Like, I do feel guilty saying that because I don't like trashing stuff too much, but like the music is really bad. It's just not good. Anyway. Continuing. Could give him a glimpse of these lacy panties. Maybe once we've had a few drinks, I could wrap myself around his arm and lace my fingers through his. But he'd loosen up a bit once we got back to a hotel. Everyone does. Would he grab my boobs, I wonder? Stare a hole through my panties, give in to his urges and ravish me? Well, she's a regular girl in some ways. She's indulging her own sexuality under the guise of imagining mine, picturing me ravishing her to fantasize about being used as an outlet for male desire, desperate for an opportunity to affirm her body's worth. You know what? I'm gonna agree with this because it alleviates kind of like a. I've talked about this before because I'm into the ravishment fantasy, and I have told you guys before about the history of ravishment fantasies throughout like history and also like. And that is kind of a way to imagine sex guilt-free. At least in the past. For me, I've definitely experienced that. Yeah. Because there's a societal guilt, like, still, to be a woman who wants sex. There is still that. Because society's like, oh, you're a whore because you want to have sex. So your mind comes up with, like, little ways to be like, oh, I'll imagine it, like, that he really wants to, and I'll be okay with it. And that way I'm not as much of a slut then. It's He's not necessarily wrong. Like, this is something that, like, I've definitely, yeah. There's a lot of literature about this. Way to go, Nyarla. Me clapping, looking over. That's right, Nyarla. Yeah. That's right, Nyarla. Hidden under the demure dress is a body burning with passion, but I won't be the one to feel her heat. The fantasy only lasts a moment. By itself, it isn't enough to make her succumb to desire, and if it did, I think revulsion would still win out. She'd be disgusted that she got so carried away over just another man. She rates her own body too highly for that. Nodding my head so the VOD knows I agree. Her youthful hunger for pleasure clashes with reluctance to sell herself short. In that sense, she's very much her age. I'm gonna get this one, Sensei. Okay. Here's our last stop, Botan's number 2 favorite Ikebukuro stop. We only went to 2 places, and that's our last stop. What a terrible date. What a terrible date. The fucking dog bugs. Oh, God. Sexual Golf Clap sounds like a fun band name. It does. Also, hi, Resho. Isn't it adorable? I hear it's a replica of a real Czech hotel. It's very fancy. You know, you look right at home in all this European decor. Yay, thanks. Bye, Jazzy. She beams. When I pay thoughtful attention to her, she turns surprisingly genuine. Let me pour a Sensei. She looks very cute here. She does look very cute. I like this art. I like it a lot. She picks up the teapot, looking fully at peace. Daylight streams through the window, glittering off the fine china and her thin layer of eyeshadow. It's chilly outside today, so this should be just the thing. You'll relax so much better when you're all warmed up. Thanks. You succeeded so young that I bet you're struggling in ways the rest of us can't imagine. If easing those burdens will help your writing, it's the least I can do, as your fan, to try. Did my book really make that much of an impression? Honestly, I thought it was embarrassingly amateur. When you are considerate of a woman's interest, they tend to like you. When you're considerate of a person's interest, I believe they tend to like you. I know these are just a random girl's thoughts, but it just felt so desperate, you know? Like, there's all this cynicism everywhere, but when you read between the lines, it's like crying out for affection. Just a random girl's thoughts. Just felt so desperate. You're talking about this, aren't you, Narla? Except it's not a random girl, it's a random guy. Aww. You're talking about yourself, aren't you, Nyarla? Aren't you, Nyarla? Is that what this is? You're talking about yourself? You crying out for affection? All the cynicism everywhere, but between the lines? I just wanted to pick it up and hug it. I've never felt like that about a book before. That's gratifying to hear. Of course that's how it reads. I'm trapped in an unending hell. My ability to see people's thoughts will bring me pain until the day I die. I wish someone could make it stop. But I won't find relief in others. People can never truly understand each other. The usual compromise is coexisting in ignorance, but my condition means that isn't an option. The only exception, perhaps, is family. Sahana. I'm cheering for you, Sensei. I'll always be cheering for you. Below the waist, above the waist, hair. I can't look at hands. Alright, let's go down then up. Down then up, below the waist. Beneath the innocent guise, she burns with desire. That's nothing to be ashamed of. Everyone feels desire, men and women alike. Once you recognize that, sexuality starts to feel less like a part of you and more like a detached thing happening on some meta level. I'm sorry, hearing the word metagaming sexuality. At her age, those impulses are bound to lead her into misadventure. Sooner or later, she'll end up crying into a pillow after someone's urges exploit her. And after many loves and many abuses, she'll grow into a proper lady with her head held high. Perhaps. I might boast that I can read people's feelings, but only God knows what the future holds. Above the waist. A cutesy Lolita dress. Its tasteful curves suggest a soft body and slender figure. Someday, some other guy will come along who loves that body deeply, who will take her flesh and soul in his arms, looking at her and only her forevermore. I hope she meets that faithful man someday, someone who makes her porcelain skin blush ruddy pink. From beneath my sunless rock, I'll watch the happy couple skip off into the distance. Oh, I'll cry in my anguish. How sweet it must be to be human. That feels like a reference that I don't get. That feels like how sweet it must be to be human. Sometimes I wish there were like little asterisks being like, this is a reference to this novel by this writer. All right, hair. Say a girl's hair is an expression of her soul. If so, the ribbons in Botan's hair must symbolize the veneer of innocence she girds herself in. Her soul rustles as hot tea fills the teacup. It's a reference to depression, probably, at least. At least, definitely. This reasons I want to be a woman so bad. Interesting interpretation, Nemo. I don't know if I can, like, pick that up as a woman. I don't know. I don't know if I've ever been able to pick that up in, like, writing before. But that is interesting as an interpretation. Every ribbon adds a dash of girlishness to its sheen. Do we get any more? Oh, shit, we can look at her face? Oh, wait, eyes, lips. Oh, crap, is there more? Elbow? No elbow. Okay, fine. I'm gonna look at her mouth, and I'm gonna look at her eyes. They say people are subconsciously drawn to water because it makes up more than half the human body. I don't know how true that is, but her dewy lips and eyes like dark pools are certainly appealing. Good night, Nefertits. Animals tend to express affection through mouth contact, or so I hear. Dogs like to lick their owners, for example. On first examination, kissing is pointless. It's not even a sex act. But in its pointlessness, it lets partners affirm their actions on a level beyond sexuality. What flavors of male affection have those pale pink lips affirmed, I wonder? Eyes. Her eyeshadow is distinctive, an appealing red with a touch of sultry pink at the edges. I'm sure her naturally lidded gaze has stolen plenty of hearts without even trying. Eye contact is at the heart of communication. Eyes touch, a mood sparks, and we mistake that instantaneous feeling for attraction, for love, for friendship. That goes for more than just people. Dogs and cats make eye contact with their owners, too. Gazing into someone's eyes is a sign of trust, an invisible coin humans have traded since time immemorial. Oh yeah, this BGM is terrible. It's so bad. Yes. It's gonna get mentioned if I mention this anywhere. Hi, something. Botan's distinctive eyes surely give her an edge in that crucial establishing moment. Sensei. See how impactful they are when you look at them directly? She knows how powerful her gaze is. That's why she wears such striking eyeshadow. I like that I can see the brush strokes. It's very nice art, but it's also very simple. Oh, we zoomed right out. Let's do this again sometime, Sensei. I'll message you, okay? Every time the world hurts you, come back and warm yourself. Oh, every time the world hurts you, come and warm yourself back up. Take all the good and bad it could do to a delicate man, all those sights and memories and smells and emotions, and pour them into writing a wonderful book. You have that skill. You can experience sadness, experience suffering, and turn those dark, twisted feelings into words. You were born with that curse, with that blessing. So let's get tea again sometime. I'll pour a cup for you whenever you want. I really, really loved your book. Okay. Thank God the music's over. You met up with a girl, Oni-chan. That's new. You know, it's kind of spooky that you sussed that out so quick. You smell a bit different tonight, I think. I don't mind, though. I'm glad you're still like other boys in some ways. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. It wasn't some hookup. I was just gathering reference material, that's all. That, too, is something other boys do. Getting flustered and trying to deflect. Hey, there's no good way to talk about the opposite sex, is there? No matter what you say, everyone will interpret it romantically. It's such a pain in the ass. How did you meet her, then? She DM'd me. She said she liked my work and wanted to chat face-to-face, and I figured I could get some material out of it. Plus, I was curious. That's all. I promise. Oni-chan. What? I realize this is unusually boring advice for me to give. You're a published author now. And that means you need to be more careful about meeting fans. Especially girls. I guess. That's a fair point. Ugh. Talking about women is a goddamn minefield. All human interactions are littered with misunderstandings waiting to happen, but this is the worst kind so by far. I'll never get why so many people endure this torment just for the privilege of giving half their life to someone else. It's just like other boys, Oni-chan. Yeah, and I wish I wasn't. Okay, well, we've seen it all. I am a sick man. I'm a spiteful man. I'm an unpleasant man. Fyodor Dostoevsky, Notes from Underground. We've seen it all. Do we have to click one again? Do we get to go again? And if so, what happens? Part 2! Alrighty. Let's go back to the monkey. The road of seduction leads straight to hell. Who are we? Adam and Eve, cast out of Eden. Crazed summer lust bears its keen fangs, madness and sanity, together in heaven. Southern All-Stars, Erotica 7. Ew, what's he frowning for? Come on, guy. Can't you smile? You stupid. I told you. Haseachi is always on that nihilist shit. It's cool, you just don't get it. I didn't ask for your opinion. Look, I gotta head to work anyway. Catch you boys later? Where you working? The massage parlor? Dope. I'll drop by and see you sometime. You'd better. See ya! Why did I agree to come with Dokudami and meet this hooker? Each section has multiple parts. Let's go! I actually was worried that we'd only get like one each. So I'm actually happy about this. Because he texted me, quote, "Yo, Haseachi, I found a chick who agreed to fuck you. Come meet us at this fast food place." And I thought, well, why not? Getting high with him was an adventure in its own right, and this seemed like another one. Could be good fodder for a novel, I thought. Clearly, I was still high. The girl took umbrage in my attitude, apparently. Being a pessimist isn't in, and bounced. So what? I wouldn't have slept with her anyway. She reeked of nicotine. I don't get the point of broadcasting, "I'm a dumbass who'll do anything to look cool," but to each their own. Miguel, oh my god, that's funny. I at least call cigarettes what they are. Nicotine. Real smokers get all cute about it. I gotta grab another pack of smokes. Can't go anywhere without my cancer sticks. The only people who talk this way are uneducated and coarse. Those without so much as a shred of appreciation for beauty. Worst of all are those who walk and smoke. I just don't get it. The visuals, okay, yes, I get it. There's an aesthetic to it, like muted gray you see somewhere in Showa-era TV. But come on, commit. If you're going to smoke, dress up like a gentleman or a sexy svelte fox, for God's sake. I don't have a bone to pick with cigarettes themselves. It's the smokers, the hookers, the hosts, the rough men slouching towards middle age. It's like they're rebelling against their tawdry selves by embracing a new identity. The smoker. They'll never understand my perspective. They'll carry right on spouting those cute little euphemisms, getting their fix, and smoking like a chimney all the way to the grave and on to hell. Dokudami doesn't even seem to care that his hooker friend is gone. Sure you don't want to go after her? Thought you wanted to introduce us. Too late. She's gone. Whatever, this lets us chill outside of work for a change. Are you sure she won't be mad at you? Nah, girls like her don't care. For hookers, it's not about forming relationships. If the guy starts talking some complex shit, she dips. When she misses having a warm body in her bed, she comes back. She'll leave you for another guy without a second thought, but eats up the idea of love and friendship. You know, sappy crap like that. She calls me up when she feels lonely, and if I want to fuck, I say sure. That's all there is to it. Maybe so, but I think you made her upset. Yeah, well, she'll live. That's how it goes with men and women. Women exist for men to get jazzed about, you know? They're there for guys like you and me to talk about, just like we're doing right now. I don't like it when a guy gets so down bad for a girl that he ignores his bros. Men belong with women, women with women. Wait, men belong with men, women with women. They probably bitch about us among themselves just like we're doing. Wow. Men belong with men. Women belong with women. How'd you meet her anyway? The girl who was here just now. One of those massage parlors. What do you mean those? Sex parlor. They're everywhere these days. On paper, the girls stop just short of fucking you, so dumb young chicks are like, hey, that's not so bad. I can get in on this. And that's why they're everywhere now. Because the world is full of dumb young chicks. And they're all hot up. Don't know about that. Being a woman's about projecting an image, see? She's gotta have the right accessories and catch the right guys, and that takes cash, cash, cash. They gotta keep their fit fresh, keep their choice in boys fresh, because they're competing with each other. Their lives are a cutthroat competition with other women. I've actually seen a Sex and the City episode about this. This is not a new thought, and this is not just said about... Just say that was written by a woman. This is not new. This is not new. I like this guy. That girl who was just here, she doesn't want to pay $1,000 a month for a music subscription, so she pirates all her tunes, even though it's a pain in the ass. Turns around and drops 200,000 yen on a handbag. Zero hesitation. That's how all girls in the business think. That's pretty philosophical for a guy who works nights in a convenience store. Yeah, well, I'm getting tired of running wild. You know what I mean? I'm getting old. Good fuck here and there, a hit of something now and again, a ride on my motorbike. That's all I need. You're barely older than me. This is our co-worker something. This is our co-worker. Haha, yep. I love my bike. Fell in love with her and never looked back. Because when I'm riding her, nothing else matters. The girls and the drugs, just a break from the bike. And once I realized that, a light bulb went on. Now when I'm not working, I'm out on the road. There's something romantic about that. Romantic my ass. It's all I've got going for me. You do that writing stuff, right? With your books and shit? You're someone who could be somebody. I'm not. I don't know. I think there's kind of a romance in having nothing going for you. Nothing going for me? You little... Well, you're right. I've always been a good-looking son of a gun, and that's been enough for me. Never cared about school or a career, and the only thing I ever loved was going out with my bros for a ride. My first fuck was alright, in a way, but I learned before long that I'd rather have a bike under me than a chick. Doesn't stop you from hookups, it seems. Case in point, the girl who was just here. You get how it is, though. Dudes are dumb. We go around saying all this tough shit, but we can't quit girls or the nicotine. We're animals, yeah? We live to reproduce. That's in the Bible, I think. Be fruitful and multiply with some shit. Oh my god, he's saying it too! Oh my god. Because the other guy, the protagonist said that too. It fucking feels too damn good to resist. Some guys try to be tougher than that, try to fight the urge to fuck. It's kind of tough in and of itself, don't you think? I'm sort of jealous of you, actually. You've got a, what would you call it, a biological instinct? You've got one too. But you try to fight it, and I kind of fuck with that. It's important to fight it, I think. Is that how you see it? Isn't that how it is? What else are you writing with your dumb books for, huh? Maybe you're right. Hey, Hasiyachi, you're gonna quit this job soon, aren't you? Is it that obvious? Yeah, I could sense it. You weren't born to live like me, man. You weren't meant to work nights in a convenience store. You don't belong here. You're not supposed to fall for those tramps at massage parlors and maid cafes. You gotta stay strong. Easier said than done when you're introducing them to me. I had to get you out of your room somehow. You wouldn't have shown up without her. You got me there. I would very likely have said no if he'd asked me to come grab a bite with him outside of work. His intuition is, again, spot on. I wonder if it just comes naturally to punks and other near-animal creatures. Although, if you follow that line of reasoning to its logical conclusion, perhaps I, the mind reader, am the most animalistic of all. Actually, I'm almost certain that's true. I am, any way you slice it, a coward. A coward who longs for simple, unpretentious life, like the one led by the man in front of me. You're an honest guy, Hasiyachi. You think so? Yeah, I've never looked at you and thought, this guy's got something he's not telling me. You wear your heart on your sleeve. His powers of intuition legitimately impress me. Favorite character so far? I can't tell you yet. I really can't, because I've seen them all. But I do like, fuck, I'm already forgetting names. This is Hasiyachi, right? Or are we Hasiyachi? I'm so sorry. Names I'm really bad with. I do like the co-worker a lot, and I do really like the bitterness between him and the book guy that he talks to. Those two, I feel like, are the most interesting. They're the most interesting so far. Okay, this is Dokudami. Okay, I like Dokudami, and I like the book club guy who absolutely hates him. Okay. All right. Blah, 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 blah. Money's more important than all that. Money makes the world go round. You look like one of those egghead computer types, so I bet you know all sorts of ways to make quick cash. I take it all back. I think he may just be a dumbass, plain and simple. Hey, we still down to hang out after you quit your job? I'll consider it, but why do you want to hang out with me? You moron, we spent too many nights together. That's gotta count for something. Aww, Tokodami. I like Tokodami. Like, I know, like, maybe some people don't fuck with him too much, but I kind of like him. No one knows where humanity is headed, Oni-chan. But that doesn't stop people from assuming we're all following some sort of shared trajectory. Oh, but that doesn't... Capitalism is nothing more than a collective delusion. But even as people delude themselves into believing it's real, they just strongly pretend that money isn't an end-all be-all. They pretend that things like love and friendship actually matter. Maybe that's the right thing to do. After all, pretending that love is real leads to having more children. Yet at the same time, the birth rates keep falling in developed countries. The smarter we become, the more marriage looks like a fool's exercise and separation seems like the more intelligent option. But isn't that backward? I don't think people believe in forever anymore. No more until death do us part. Rather, more and more people are reaching the conclusion that it's more logical to pour energy into a single night of fun than a lifetime of drudgery. Those are the same people who stay out all night drinking or roar down the highway on their souped-up motorbikes. Maybe having been a rebel at some point in your life is just more fun than the alternative. That goes against everything society dictates, doesn't it? What is society when it comes down to it? What is love? No one knows. Maybe that's why we rebel. Okay, yeah, like, these are thoughts that are being put out there. Okay. Leave me alone. Why do you insult me? Nikolai Gogol, The Overcoat. I read a book about a guy called Gogol. I believe it was called The Namesake. I did not like it. So if we just keep clicking monkey, do we get, like, the ending for the co-worker? I wonder if there are endings. I'm not sure. Anyway, I want to see the book club guy again. We need to save at some point. Okay. After the war, we were permitted every freedom, but one might say that when people are permitted every freedom, they become aware of their own inexplicable limits and needs. It is impossible for humans to ever be free. This is because humans live and thus must die, and because they think. Political reforms are made in a day, but human change cannot be effected so easily. It was long ago in distant Greece that humanity took its first step down a newly discovered path, yet how much change do we see in ourselves today? Ango Sakaguchi, Discourse on Decadence. I'm guessing these are the routes. I'm guessing. Okay. By the way, like, I'm fine to just sort of like tank this in one night. I'm enjoying it. I'm just gonna clear something real quick. Wait a minute. All right, I've got to explain Oshikatsu at some point. All right. Humans are obsessed with their positions in the social hierarchy. It comes of being social creatures. We're plagued with anxieties. Just so you know, you don't, if this does go too long, do not feel obligated, as always, to, sit and stay with me. There will be a VOD, okay? There will be a VOD for this, okay? I promise I won't change my mind and delete it. There will be a VOD, so you can watch this whenever you want, if you want. Or you can buy the visual novel and read it yourself, if you want. It's not that expensive. It was like $11 or something. Anyway, we're plagued with anxieties. How should I behave in this group? What attitude should I adopt towards its members? We never know when we'll be thrust out of said group, losing access to a desirable member of the opposite sex and the ability to pass down our genes. People live in perpetual, instinctive fear of severing of social ties. Some of us are more consumed by that anxiety than others, and those most consumed cling ever more obsessively to their position in the social hierarchy. Don't they, senpai? Yo, Hasuya. You listening to me, Hasuya-kun? Here, Kawaii-senpai. You're drunk. Someone's feeling friendly tonight. I'd mess with him if he wasn't so sloshed. In this state, he's liable to bite my head off. We're at what one might call a wrap-up party. Our literature club holds one every year in honor of the completion of another illustrious anthology. Everyone save yours truly submitted a load of hot garbage. But when you're a 20-something geek with nothing to show for yourself, completing anything is a noteworthy accomplishment. Why not ignore the quality of the finished product and revel in the high of being a creator? Inexperience, youth, if you will, is a feeling of invincibility powered by a lack of metacognition. To be blunt, were I an editor, I wouldn't publish a one of these so-called authors. What a rich selection of bad examples to select among. Do I admire this one for its rambling, incoherent plot? Relish that ego trip masquerading as fiction? Remark on all these ones' bravery and utterly ignoring that they write for an audience? No surprise that they all suck. I mean, no one but us and our closest friends and family would read any of this crap. The club is just happy to pantomime the act of writing, play up some phony sense of intra-club rivalry and huff their own farts. From the feeling in the room, you'd think they'd all just written the next Faust. Let's get one thing straight. The publishing industry is cutthroat. Sorry to say, senpai, but if you want to make it big, you need to hate the world more than you already do. You can't slide into complacency and accept a cushy college kid life. Cultivate your hate. You have to hate and hate and hate, and right when that hate grows so large it drives you out of your mind, you pick up a pen and let it spill out, slapdash across the page. And that's just the beginning of being a writer. You don't get to go out drinking with your friends unless you want to end up as college guy A, a forgettable background character in someone else's story who never wrote a damn thing. Then again, you're fine with that, aren't you? You don't mind settling for mediocrity. I wish I could be like you. Ignorance is bliss. I envy you, really. You seem so happy in your narrow little life. Don't they, senpai? You see there, Haseya-kun? You actually produce literature? Oh, see here? Do you? Do you have those nights where you're gripped by blood-chilling, paralyzing rage, forcing you to lift the pen and write and write and write? You don't know literature. You don't know anything. Oh, sorry, that was us talking apparently. I'm really bad at differentiating the characters' voices, so you're gonna have to do some work with that. You don't know literature. You don't know anything. There's more to literature than just the classics. There's literature in manga. You know that, Haseya-kun? That there's literature even in the trashiest cute girl comic strips? You mean Fall Coma? You're so right. Cute girls are rock and roll. You should totally go out of your way to write a story containing only young hotties. That's as rock and roll as it gets. Exactly. The problem with your work is that it's too pretentious. It reeks of immaturity. I'm flattered that you read it at all. I don't know how I'll ever thank you enough. You're not writing your actual dream, girl. That's your problem. Dishonesty. Your readers can tell. I can tell. What would I do without you, senpai? Maybe it was Kapow. Maybe. Hiyakawa senpai is tragically hung up on 2D girls. Sam Hiyakawa. He does not, as he puts it, have a philosophical interest in them. It's pure sex drive. He's a horny fucker, and he longs to ride in on a white horse, save the girl, and fulfill his messiah complex. He wants a girl straight out of a key game. He can't stop daydreaming about dozens of damsels in distress, all exactly the same. A little slip of a girl, none too bright, who he can chuckle paternally over before running to her rescue. She will, of course, fall madly in love with him. The devil's in the details. God is in the idiot. Sakaguchi Ango's eponymous idiot is a feeble-minded girl looked after by the male protagonist. Over the course of the story, he falls in love with the innocence imparted by her disability. It's a trope near and dear to the hearts of the modern nerd. What's there to love in a girl like that? Nerds fall to their knees before such women because they have already eliminated all the alternatives. Why not choose someone with as much life experience, relationship experience as them? A terrifying proposition. More experience? Perish the thought. The modern nerd is a protector in his own mind. His girl's go-to line is, "Please help my knight in shining armor." Now, it's important not to be too eager. You have to roll your eyes and say, "If I must," before girding your manly loins and riding to the rescue, thus proving your superiority over her. A good half of Hiyakawa Senpai's mental faculties are devoted to engaging these fantasies. Them and their graphic sequels. The remainder is devoted to pride. No wonder he wants to hide who he truly is. But people are walking contradictions. We want to share our interests with like-minded individuals. That's why Hiyakawa-senpai seeks me out to ramble about how moe anime is true rock and roll. It's true critique. It's the heart of literature itself. I know, he says. I know everything. He has to make his shaky claim to superiority precisely because that claim rests on such a very fragile foundation. It's a matter of survival. That, more or less, is the sum of this man's inner life. Everyone knows who he truly is, to some degree. Everyone sympathizes with who he truly is, to some degree. Everyone here in this club operates along similar lines of reasoning. Can't let anyone find out that I'm not even trying. That's why they unconsciously shun me. The person who dared to try and who became a published author into the bargain. They don't want me around, but they don't have the nerve to say so. The hierarchy dictates that the only way to balance on their rung of the social ladder is to jockey for the position with other authors of a similar age. Pitiful bunch. In every sense, they're a colony of bats bumbling around in the dark. They all give it up in a few years and land real jobs one way or another. Maybe, once in a blue moon, they'll post on a blog about the latest media sensation and win a modest readership that way. And they'll be happy. By then, the benefit of distance and hindsight might even allow them to properly appreciate my works. Spineless, all of them. But you're not quite like them, are you, Hiyakawa-senpai? No, there's something fundamentally twisted inside you. You're different from the rest. The others lust about real women alongside their 2D counterparts. Some will even pair off to slink away for an after-party of sorts, engaging in a squalid bit of fluid swapping. Look, everyone. Those two are so wasted they're not even bothering to hide their horniness. I haven't seen enough of this so far to be able to tell if the author or the fan is stating their own opinions through the characters or critiquing those opinions. I think it might be a bit of both. It might be a bit of both. I'm not sure. Some of it might be, some of it might be a character. The sister seems to critique it. Like, the sister character seems to critique it. In some ways, Hiyakawa-senpai is as real as it comes. He's the pinnacle of patheticness. I understand why he wants to rule atop this little hierarchy. He's not a poser like the rest of the group, people who jerk it to real living and breathing women. That's why I struggle to watch him behave like a typical college student, one steeped in societal norms. I have to give him credit for being a good senpai, though. He's the perfect role model. Here's how you live it up at a rap party. Here's how you blend in with the rest of the college-age crowd. That, or he's just lonely. He wants other people to understand the emotions pent up inside him, but he can't alchemize them into stories like I can. Instead, he crams his brain with snobbish art films and the kind of books that you read to look smart. He's a faker in every respect. So much so that there's kind of truth born from the fakery. I have faith in you, Hiyakawa-senpai. I really do. So what do you think of my short story, Haseo-kun? I'd love to have the opinion of a published author. Are you sure? Do you mind if I'm honest? Of course I don't mind. Give it to me straight. I put serious effort into my writing. I want a review that's just as serious. If he was serious, he'd be entering contests, not mucking around writing stories to post online. Well, if you say so. There were definitely some rough patches, but I could see your philosophical ideas at work. There were real moments of brilliance too. I was impressed with how well the work explored the essence of girlhood. The ending seemed a little rushed, but I imagine the deadline and the word count were to blame. Despite warning him I won't spare his feelings, I lard my criticism with praise. Right, I would have liked to delve deeper with a full novel, but you know how it is. Bullshit. He just ripped off a tearjerker visual novel and he knows it. Newsflash, moron, an editor wouldn't give this the time of day. They'd think, not more of this hackneyed crap, and toss it into the slush pile. Delve deeper this, essence that. Shut up! Hiyakawa-senpai's true talent is his sheer obsession with girls. He'd be better off admitting it and writing R-18 light novels filled with a harem of doe-eyed damsels. Not even the internet wants his philosophical ramblings. Has he even cracked open his copy of Tracticus, or is it gathering dust on his bookshelf? I'll have to work extra hard to catch up to you, but still, I really think I have a shot of getting picked up by an editor at this lit flea. Is that what you're fishing for? A shot of encouragement from a published author? Disgusting. Get real. Getting picked up by a publisher is just the beginning. You need to cultivate your hatred. You need to be pushed away from the herd and weather the monstrous form of mass ostracization that only Japanese society can provide. Push through all that and pick up the pen, and that's where your new life begins. You're still playing pretend critic senpai. You're no underdog. You're a cog in the ostracization machine. Oh well. Might as well enjoy the moment since we're both drunk. That sounds like you're gonna kiss him. Good luck to us both, huh, senpai? The others are alright in their own way, but only you and I really have what it takes. You think so, Hasiya-kun? His eyes narrow further. You're right. Good luck to both of us. Because your short story was, well, so very commercial, it was basically pop fiction. Fiction for the masses, primed for success in a capitalistic society. I suppose that's the sort of thing that wins awards these days. I should be more like you. Really, I should. But I'm too much of an anarchist at heart. Go die. I love them. What the fuck? I love them. What the fuck? Oh, I just saw this little Santa down here. It's a little Santa. I don't usually see you looking so upset, Oni-chan. I'm always upset. You always act upset, but tonight it's genuine. I get the feeling something sparked it. Are you reading auras now? I didn't know you were so sensitive. It's not like that. You get upset whenever someone touches a nerve. Spare me the therapy session. So what happened? The outside world can be an irritating place, huh? You're telling me. Knowing that someone's putting you down just to feel better about themselves doesn't make it any easier to stomach. You love calling yourself an author, but you know, you're not a real author yet. You just want to be one. Ugh. Touched a nerve indeed. Don't say it out loud. You'll be alright. I promise. There aren't many people like you out there. People who never stop hating. People who never stop hating, no matter how the world grinds them down. Promise that no one hates the world more than you do. And very, very few people have the talent to put that hatred on paper. Thanks. You're good at providing empty consolation. Good night, Mrs. Sourpuss Rider. Okay. Okay. Has she always been transparent? I don't think she was very transparent. You won't ever cry, will you, Oni-chan? You see, tears are proof that the world has beaten you. I won't cry either. Oh. Oh, she's cute. I do like these little animations we get of her, but I feel like it's like a little candy that was sort of hidden at the end. Whenever we like finish one, we get to have like a little bit of sister. And then it's back to talking to not the sister. I'm gonna talk to like everybody and then hopefully save in the last one. It's probably, I don't know how many chapters everybody gets. Not reading books is proof that one is not lonely. Is that why I'm not reading? I'll happily tell people that's why I haven't been reading, if that's the truth, that I haven't been lonely. Wow. Okay. Hey, Hasiya, what do you think you're gonna do in the future? I don't know. Go to high school? Yeah, but what about after high school? Haven't thought about it. You always have your nose in a book, so I bet you go to college and study literature. I really don't care what I do, honestly. Anything but get a job, am I right? I'm not gonna live to work, I can tell you that. You say that now, but you're gonna end up in some boring old company doing some boring old job. Everyone says they weren't, and then everyone does it anyway. That include you too? I guess so. Sucks. Iyasa messaged me to hang out again, even though it hasn't been that long since the last time. Sounds like he's having some luck with the job hunt. Made it to a final round interview or something. I really don't give a flying fuck. Put me in a foul mood. I am, at my core, a shitty person. Our friendship would run its course soon anyway. It'll happen naturally, without ill will or intent, once he starts working. A stable existence is given for those capable of leading a respectable life in society. Then, there's those of us consumed by petty irritation at their entire upright existence. I suppose I should prepare for a parting gift, something to see him off in his new life. We'll walk our separate paths that won't and shouldn't ever cross again. The easy route would be to accept the grand fiction that is capitalism. My knee-jerk reaction is to reject other people's religious beliefs. And that's what capitalism is, the blind faith in accumulation. All we unbelievers can do is repudiate with our stories. I can admit that we are the abnormal ones here. We are profoundly childish and arrogant. Sorry, man, it's not even about hatred. But I have to reject you, my friend, so that I can remain myself. After all, we're both just struggling to survive. Forgive me. Damn. You got a job, so we can't be friends anymore. Wow, for me, you've never gotten me a gift before. It's no biggie. You office guys live and die by your business cards, right? You've got to have something slick to pull it out of. I give him a brand name business card holder as a gift. Ugh, I have no idea how to talk to chicks like that. You see how eager they were when you said you were a writer? They don't want to hear about my book, though. It's better if you talk about your day-to-day gripes, that kind of stuff. I give him a few pickup tips. You sure? This book isn't out yet. This book isn't out yet, is it? Man, I've been looking forward to it. I sometimes get pre-release copies from my editor, and they said it's fine to give some away to fans. I can't hang out today, I'm too communist. I give him some of the exclusive items I'm able to get my hands on as an author. While I earn his gratitude, I sow seeds of guilt and inferiority. The act of giving is one that clearly delineates the haves from the have-nots. Once upon a time, two villagers got into a gift exchange, where each side felt compelled to give back something better than they had received in an ever-escalating competition. Each gift raised the bar for the next until both villages collapsed under the massive economic burden. By the end, they were no longer making gifts but sacrifices. Even the young people were handed over to the other village, all in service to reputation. What's the point in caring about social standing? I mean, I suppose the two villages have a political interest in standing at the top of their little village hierarchy. But this is between friends. It happens because we're obsessed with the object that is ourself. Right now, Igusa is simultaneously experiencing surface pleasure and internal inferiority. He's trying to work out what my goal is. Is it kindness or malice? He's trying to convince himself that it's kindness. Sorry, man. But I'm just a shitty guy. I'm 10 times worse than you ever imagined. I'm still bearing a grudge for that time you laughed at me and said I'd end up just another working stiff. Damn. Shit, man, you serious? Korean barbecue? Your treat? Sure, I've got the cash for it with my prize winnings and royalties. I can cover it. You can get me back with your first paycheck. It's a deal, Asia. Not that I even have the job yet. A farce. And many more await him. So many more. With his bosses, his parents, his partners, his co-workers. Trading empty pleasantries, foisting coded expressions of favorability upon one another whilst keeping one's true feelings hidden, all while mistaking financial relationships and the pecking order for genuine trust. Even as we comprehend the reality of it, our collective devotion to capitalism leads us to turn a blind eye to the niceties, helpless before its blessing, the salary. You all keep maintaining the lie. Eat as much as you like. Igusa chugs his beers. The meat sizzles on the grill. Alcohol, that poison, eats away at his judgment, gradually erodes his inhibitions. So, do you have your own business cards, Hasia? Nah, I don't need them. I suppose my book is my card. But it'd be a pain in the ass to carry them around, huh? Huh, I guess I can't imagine you bowing exchanging business cards. You're not built for that. I don't know, actually. I have a bunch of corporate experience from meetings and stuff. More than most university students, anyway. Oh, right. Yeah. Have a long face. Come on, you're about to launch your career. You're only going to be heading up from here. Yeah, moving up by bowing down and browning my nose. That's corporate life for you. Not that I'd know. I know you've always looked down on that stuff. I mean, I think it's shit too. I hate it, but it's just how it is. Seriously, man, what's up with you? Sure, it might seem pointless to me, but you gotta do what you gotta do. And unless my books do well, I'll be trash as far as society's concerned. I got that. Don't get all sad drunk on me. We're pre-celebrating you getting a job. Yeah. You're right. Yeah. can see it in your eyes, you know. The way you fear people at the same time as you look down on them. Yeah, I know, the resting bitch face. So sue me. That's not what I mean. I can't do what you do. I can't stare the world down like that. I can't tell if that's a compliment or an insult. Bit of both, I guess. Do you think I can hack it in life? I don't know. But you're getting by in college and you're doing okay with the job hunt, so I figure you'll muddle through. Yeah, I guess that's just my life. Muddling through. Could you stop giving me that look? Nope. This is the face I was born with. Thanks for dinner. No need to thank me. It was a celebration. It was really special for me. I mean that. Like, I was grateful, but also, it wasn't all good feelings, you know. I was uneasy, too. I don't know what I'm saying. I bet you'd be able to put these feelings into words. Everyone's scared of change. That's all it is. No, you don't know everything, Hasia. Honestly, it scares me that I've stayed the same all this time. I mean, it was a cocoon. He's not being a caterpillar. There's a cocoon happening. You ate meat for dinner, Oni-chan. Yeah, I took a friend out. You did? Yep. See? I can be nice. I did good, right? But you don't really believe that gifts and dinners can make a person happy. After all, that wouldn't work on you. That's because if I want something, I can buy it myself. I'm satisfied with the random food I usually eat, and I get a kick out of doing people a favor and making them feel like they owe me. But that's me we're talking about. Normies enjoy normal stuff. You aren't even aware of the biggest gift you can give, Oni-chan. What, you think I have something more to offer? Opening your heart. Even just a tiny bit. In the same way you hurt other people, you can share your own pain with others. People aren't all as bad as you think they are. There's no need for that. I know I called him a friend, but we're not as close as you seem to think. That's not true, Oni-chan. I'm sure that the people around you are more interested in being friends with you than you realize. That's all a distraction. I have you to talk to. I don't need anyone else. What if I go away someday? Then I'll go with you. We've come this far together. Till death do us part. Okay. Till death do us part. Poor Oni-chan. I'll be with you for the rest of your life. Don't you forget that. Good night. I don't think she's a real person. I don't think she's a real person. My creative work is motivated by spite. I write as an oblique criticism of everyone who is able to get through life without resorting to such foolishness. All right. 2 more. I want to save when we get back to the girl with the terrible music. So let's do the parent one again. I wonder if it'll be mom or dad this time. Or both. You say I'm talking nonsense, and yet you said a woman's in her prime at 19. Chisato Moritaka, even when I'm old. Our family bonds are as fragile as sugar glass. The slightest sudden impact could shatter the ground beneath our feet. When I come down to the living room, Mom is glaring at her household expenses app. I already have a bad feeling about it before she murmurs, I barely have any savings, loud enough for her son to hear. I've been able to contribute a little towards the household bills since I started working part-time, and I added a chunk when I got my prize money. I'm covering my own tuitions through loans and a scholarship. Dad has a stable income. She's barely staying in the black. There's gotta be something going on with her. I need a new outfit to outshine the other moms. He's gonna be at the next PTA meeting. He's handsome, and he's a single father. I've gotta doll myself up for when I use my special move to get close to him. Oh, my daughter won't go to school, and things are so difficult. Okay, so she's just like super terrible mom. Oh my god. Figures. I don't really get it, but apparently there's this amazing guy who's been attending the PTA meetings recently, and all the moms have their eyes on him. Sure enough, Mom's a late-blooming Sakura. Seems like her goal isn't to get him in bed. It's like she hasn't matured since high school, setting her sights on the most popular guy. Oh, seems like her goal is to get him in bed. Okay, never mind. I put an isn't. My daughter is like a closed book. Can you help me get through to her? Yeah, that's it. Something like, I've been waiting for someone like you would be way too much. Ugh, I really need a new outfit. How to come up with a pretext to talk to him. How to get her hands on a flashy new dress to catch his eye. From her thoughts alone, you'd think she was some fresh young girl, when in reality, these are self-interested calculations of a middle-aged skank. The majority of those calculations revolve around getting laid. Yikes. It's hard to accept that your parents have sex drives. I still really like her design. Like, sensing that her husband is about to walk through the door, the middle-aged woman disappears from the dinner table to avoid him. Do we get to see him? Oh, we do! The surly middle-aged man enters in her wake. We rarely see him these days, and it's been a long time since all three of us were in the same room. Looks like it's just me and him now. Hasia, how are things going with that light novel or whatever it is? Oh, you know, it's coming along. This anime stuff is all Greek to me. The women's eyes are too big. It's tasteless. As if you have any taste in women. Don't get smart with me. My father sleeps with sex workers. I expect that's common enough for men his age. From reading his mind, it seems like he and his co-workers hit up the cat houses to have a little fun. I suppose there are worse ways to blow off steam. Instead of falling for one of the girls and he can't work out whether the affection she shows him is all business or if he has a shot at something real with her. He has terrible taste in women. Any objective observer could tell him that he's just a mark. Still, he wavers between midlife crisis praying maybe this girl is for real, and the self-restraint telling him there's no way. Each of our parents is harboring feelings for someone other than their partner, like they're experiencing high school crushes all over again. To be frank, it makes me sick. But what can you do? Both of them are angling for divorce, but importantly, they both want to come out on top afterward. Each is waiting for the other to slip up and leave definitive proof of their cheating. That's why it's gotten to the point where even being in the same room inevitably devolves into a fight. My mother provokes the husband she's supposed to love, hoping that he'll finally snap and hit her because it'll help her with the divorce proceedings. Playing the abused wife card would give her the upper hand. For his part, my father finds a certain release in logicking his shrill harpy of a wife into submission. Their fervent arguments get their middle-aged adrenaline pumping, transforming them into raging beasts. Deep down, both of them get a sick thrill from embracing their base instincts. Actually, they might be perfect for each other. Shit, I've gone and fallen for a damn prostitute. My kid doesn't even seem to know that women exist. Maybe he's secretly a real player. Damn, I envy him. I've never played the field. Don't I deserve a little reward for raising two kids? Maybe my girl from the cat house is looking for a daddy. Clearly I have superior genes. One of my kids is a writer and the other's a goddamn child prodigy. If I knock up my sweetie, I'll step up. Won't I? I'm sure the gods would be on my side after all I've done for that fat pig. You're young, Hasia. Get out there and play the field. Or let me take your place, if only. Time for a post-work beer. Another reward for a life of hard work. I'm the best. What the fuck? I feel sick. Though, I suppose I only have myself to blame for snooping around in someone's mind. Let's head back to my room, my oasis. I feel like the weakest written characters are the parents. Personally. I feel like the characters he's writing that are around, like, his age, I can see them as actual characters, even when they are, like, being played up to, like, sort of like a caricature. But his parents are way too much of a caricature. It's like, oh my god, I just want to fuck the guy at PTA. I just want to fuck the woman at the cat house. Like, I don't know. They feel a little bit too cartoony. Maybe it's intentional. What, that only the young people play off as real and the older people stop being human? Maybe. There definitely does seem to be a bit of a fear of the future here and a bit of a fear of growing up. So maybe I could see that. Because the only adults being portrayed in this are his parents, and they're both douchebags. So I guess that could track. Because everybody else definitely seems to be, like, trying to plan for the future and not very well. The shrieking carries to the second floor sanctuary, spurring my thoughts onward. I get in my head reading stuff like this and not knowing something is bad writing if I'm missing the point. When I first started, I was a little bit like, what? But I think I'm getting it a little bit. It's not pleasant. How do I put it? This is not a feel-good visual novel. It's not. I don't think it's meant to be. I don't think it is, anyway. What? But it's not as badly written as I thought it would be. Because the people that I saw talking about it were like, oh my god, I did not like this. But yeah, I think I'm getting what it's going for too. And I think that reading it with you guys actually is helping in that way as well. But, oh, well, Valen, I can kind of see the needy streamer stuff. There is, like, a lot of critique in this. Like, there is a critique about, like, drugs and alcohol and sex in this, too. And also, again, fear for the future. Definitely. I also want to be, like, there's also a strong thing on, like, the self as well. But then everything has that, you know? Sounds like my nephew describes people older than him. Both of his parents cheated on one another. He just assumes it's normal to be cheated on. I expect baby mama's name to cheat on me. I yearn for it. Wow. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I am enjoying this more than I thought I would. And not in the way that I thought I would. I can definitely... Nyala has an interesting voice. He definitely does have an interesting voice. I don't know if I'm gonna write a review or not. Because I do want to be like, hey, I also thought the sister was cute. And I also was totally keen for it to be a siscon visual novel where they hook up. But I'm also okay that it's not. I kind of get that the sister is not really there to hook up with, you know? Like, I think she really is just meant to be, like... Is she representative of hope? Is she representative of... I don't know, the... What's the word I want to use here? Like, the opposite of his belief. The antithesis? The... whatever? Because she seems to be... And he reveres her as, like, a genius, so, like, everything she's saying, he's not putting it down. Yeah, she's optimistic. She's purity? Maybe? Maybe? Okay. Yeah, if we want to play a siscon thing, we can play the rest of that hemorrhoid game on our player. Anyway. So, Hana, what would you do? And this is all totally hypothetical. What would you do if mom and dad divorced? I'd go wherever you go. How'd you arrive at that conclusion? Because I want to be with the person who'd be the most lonely. You wouldn't want to be on your own either, would you? Nope. That's why we'll always be together. You're right. Then I guess it wouldn't matter which parent we were with. I like it being just the two of us. You're the one I worry about. And I worry about you. Yep, I know. That's why we'll always be together. All right. One more, and we've seen 2 from each of the characters. I kind of feel like it's going to be in 3s, but I have nothing to base that off of. Imagine how your life would be if your head was filled with white noise day in and day out, and sometimes that noise speaks in a human voice. Just die already. All you are is a burden to other people. Your life has no value. That'd suck, right? You can't block it out. You hear it, even through your headphones. You'd get sick of it, wouldn't you? Last one. Until there's another round. The inspiration that turns nothing into something does not come idly. It requires rummaging through stacks of notes, pacing about with arms crossed, sighing deeply, fretting over wasted time, fighting the temptation to rehash, jotting down ideas as they come and then rejecting them all, drinking coffee, despairing that your talent has dried up, taking eye drops, washing your hands with soap, reading back over your notes yet again. You must hold firm through all of this. Hoshi Shinichi. No, the parents have had dialogue mentioning the sister. They have. Okay. This is the one we'll have if this is like... Actually, no, it would be later. Never mind. I'm just saving as we go. Even Hoshi Shinichi will tell you, ideas don't come easily. When the words aren't flowing, the words aren't flowing. I stare at my notes app, trying to think of a good idea for a light novel. But the page stays stubbornly blank. Eventually, I give up the act and tab over to my browser. Before I know it, I'm scrolling a fellow writer's feed, muttering, "Go on. Tell us all how much your editor loves you, you son of a bitch." Wait, no, maybe it was mind reading. Oh, Effie, you're right! Because they have not said anything about the sister out loud. That is true. It's all been mind reading. It's all been mind reading. We do not have any out loud confirmation of the sister from the parents, no. I don't really have any strategies for dealing with writer's block. Oh, Kapow said it first. Kapow! Smart. Smart. Don't credit me. Okay, dummy. You get nothing. At this point... What? Oh, Smarty. Hi, Smarty! At this point, it might even be worth going outside. I hate going outside. There's no reason having an unpleasant... Oh, God, we're gonna have to hear that stupid fucking music again. The fucking penis music. Should summon inspiration, but where I am, no proposed source is too illogical. Get me a witch, a palm reader. For an author, writer's block is the ultimate torture. Life must be so easy when you can go out under the sun. Daylight makes the brain release a mood-regulating neurotransmitter called serotonin. These guys get happy just walking around, while we authors are out here writing about characters being driven to homicide because the sun was too bright. The whole damn city pisses me off. I mean, look at this shit. See that couple coming this way straight from a glitzy hotel? There's gotta be 20 years between them. The man's the older one, of course, a balding old geezer and a young lady in a chic dress walking by side, like... Hold up, I know that girl. Oh my god! That's Senshi Kubotan, the one who took me out to tea in Ikebukuro the other day. Huh. Well, I guess that's the way of the world. Cuteness and feminine appeal don't come free. She trades her priceless youth for cold, hard yen. Middle-aged men are flush with cash but starved for love, so it's a win-win. She'll use that money to make herself prettier, go to Korea for a liposuction or jaw surgery, and use her ideal face to get more out of her brief youth. It's materialistic, but there's a logic to it. She fawns over the man all the way down the street until they go their separate ways. Does he have somewhere to be? I wonder what he does. I bet he blows money on girls, then works back more than the difference, drowning out his stress with love for sale. His cash is better off bolstering young people's finances than rotting in his savings, I guess. Then again, she might just spend it all on men herself. There's a reason they say hosts are top of the food chain. I guess sugar babying isn't uncommon, but it's still a rush to see a girl I know getting in on the action. Look at her there. She's plastered on that fake smile all the way down the street. But she seemed real down when they parted ways. Maybe she really likes him. I guess he's paying her, and they're sleeping together. Better for her if she does. She turns toward me. I haven't exactly been trying to hide myself, so our eyes meet right away. I wonder if she'll react badly, but she just trots up to me with the same smile as when we first met. Talk about nerves of steel. Fancy meeting... the fucking... Fancy meeting you here, Sensei. You're not stalking me, are you? She sounds totally unconcerned. Is she hoping to brute force her way out of a compromising situation? I could read her mind if I wanted, but I don't feel like it. It's more fun not to know. You can't just skip to the answer page every time. Just passing by, I hit a wall with my book, so I headed out to clear my head. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of guy to get on your case about that kind of stuff. Are you even slightly curious why I'm doing it, Sensei? A little, I guess, but whatever's going on, I'm not going to think less of you. That's kind of you. And cruel, too. I strive to be a realist. Her breathing is uniform. If she's hiding her embarrassment, she's a damn good actress. More likely, she's comfortable with what she's doing. Maybe I've misjudged her. A bit. It's not what you think, Sensei. I know there's a hotel back the way we came, but it's not like that. I lent an ear and smiled at him, and he paid me for my time. That's all. Maybe you only grabbed lunch, but I'm guessing the app you met on usually caters to more. Sensei, that's mean. She lets wealthy older men take her out to meals and earns money flattering them, while her clients feel validated by the compliments they buy. As long as they're both on the up and up, it's not my business. I do wonder how they both feel, deep down, but I can only speculate. Oh yeah, the recorder is awful. This entire track is absolutely fucking foul, just so you know. It's really bad. Would you like to go somewhere together, Sensei? This is a funny way to meet again. But it still feels like fate. Is getting paid to date old men fate too? No, that's survival strategy. Being alive is a constant battle, you know. Huh. Interesting answer. Alright, where were you thinking? How about I take you on a tour of my college? I was just heading in for club. Sugar babying before college, huh? I wonder how many girls in classes did the same thing back when I was going. Wouldn't be surprised if some of them were taking discreet shifts at the soapland, straddling men's backs for money in their free time. 1 hour of tantalizing almost contact pays out tens of thousands of yen, so there's always takers. Wonder how much Botan made in the lunch break. Does it disgust her to think that fancy dress was paid for by old men's spare change and libido? Then again, clothes are clothes. I just don't want to regret my life. Everyone wants to shine, don't they? I could never make it as an idol or an influencer, but I'm still young and pretty enough to stand out in the alt crowd. The world doesn't reward doing things the right way, so it's smarter to use what I have, don't you think? All the boys my age have empty pockets anyway. All they have to offer is love, and love doesn't buy nice clothes or more ribbons in my hair. Oh, sorry, she's still talking. I thought he started talking. All the boys my age. Ribbons in my hair. Not everyone can live their dreams like you can, Sensei. The rest of us have to make up the most of now. Where did all that come from? You're going to write about this, aren't you, Sensei? I can see it on your face. You got me. I do understand, though. As much as a guy can. I'm sure I'd do some sugar babying or concept cafe work if I was your age. I can sympathize with wanting to make money off yourself while you're still worth something. Right now, I can upload a photo shoot in pretty clothes and the whole world will come to see. I don't want to miss the only chance I'll get for unconditional adoration. Funny. It's the other way around for guys. You get out of school, you start slaving away, banking cash so you can throw their weight around. Sell your youth to buy middle-aged sex. I guess it's a question of whether you want your debauchery early or late. We are different. I don't know if she said that. She might have said that previous line. I'm sorry if I mix them up. There is no way to tell who says what. Like, there is no she said this or he said that. Like, you have to try and figure out whose voice it is. And one thing I will say a negative about Nyala, quite a few of his characters sound the same. Like, in terms of the words they use. Now, this could have been, somebody pointed this out earlier, this might have been easier in Japanese. Maybe they spoke with, like, a slightly different accent. Or they used, like, different, like, kanji or something. Maybe there was something that sort of, like, tells them apart a bit better. But this would be a complaint that I have. That I don't know who's speaking. I'm doing my best. I usually figure out afterwards. Or if somebody says sensei or like Hayasa, you know. Okay. Yeah. You're different, sensei. So anyway, funny it's the other way around for guys. Blah, 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 blah. You became a writer. I'm sure a lot of people are jealous of you. And I don't think you're bad in the looks department either. Thanks, I guess. But contrarians like me aren't part of the equation. We get to live unusual lives, but we'll never be happy. The way I was born, I don't get to be happy. That's exactly why I can't find it in me to scoff at people like her who are chasing it with all they've got. Everyone should be happy if they can manage it. It was good, Red. It was good. It went well. I crashed afterwards for many hours. I was very tired, apparently. This is my club, the Manga Research Society. You're in the manga club, huh? I know what you're thinking, Sensei. No one here really cares about manga. This is just a place for losers who want to be part of something but don't want to commit, and I'm a dumb bimbo who loves being their queen. I didn't say that. I was in the literature club myself back in the day. Although it's true, most people at these places don't really care about being creative. If If you say so, Sensei. All right, my loyal drone's awaiting. Time to muster all the sparkle of my youth and live the best life of luxury an ordinary girl could hope for. I'll use my ill-gotten looks and indulge in the desire and validation of penniless students and wallow in the fleeting ecstasy. You make it sound so wonderful. Botan is a strange girl. She's a temptress, sure, but she keeps her sights set low. Online, she barely stands out, and in real life, she's sticking to old men on dating apps and the insecure losers at her club. Her cunning is oddly self-aware. Frail, even. Admirable, though, somehow. It's always nice to see someone living true to themselves. Maybe there's a novel in this. Is it wrong to pawn your innocence to make the most of your fleeting youth? He said this about his co-worker, too, I think. I vaguely remember something about... no, not his co-worker. Somebody who dyed their hair a bright color. I think that was about his co-worker. I can't remember now. That could be that could fly as a central theme. It's contemporary. Don't know if it would work as a light novel, but it seems worth exploring. Call it taking a swing or a young author's gamble. Some things you just can't write convincingly unless you're around the right age. Master Hoshi. Maybe I can't delight the world with outlandish science fiction like you can, but by putting the curious subtleties of the human experience to words, I can illustrate the lives of people fighting to defy reality's cruelties. Her eyes, though, they have a foxy gleam. It's hard to look away. Did you find an idea for your book yet, Oni-chan? I did, and I finally got... I'm gonna save again real quick. There we go. Finally got some sunlight, too. I'm feeling a little better today. I don't like the sun. The moon's much nicer. The sun makes everything all muggy and hot, but the moon just watches over us gently. I see why you'd like it. Your skin's so pale and your hair's so white. You're much more made for nighttime. Writers are made for nighttime, too. What will you write under the moon's faint light, Oni-chan? I'm thinking maybe about female strength. You're going to write about strength? About a kind of strength that knows its own limitations, its own weakness. Do you think you're weak, Oni-chan? I wonder. I still produce serotonin, like everyone else, when I walk around in the afternoon sun. I act all misanthropic, but I'm just an animal, really. So maybe that's weakness. But there's an honesty to it that I find appealing, too. Do you think that honesty is strength? Do you think that honesty is strength or weakness? I don't think it's strength to speak without thinking. But defying social expectations to stay true to yourself? That's a kind of strength. Maybe. I find it hard to see the difference. Maybe I should ask the moon. Good idea. I'll ask it for you. Whether the two of us are weak. I don't think the moon will tell you. It's too kind. That's what makes it so strong. You should go to sleep while it's still looking down on us, Oni-chan. All right. Sweet dreams, Sahana. What does Sahana mean? I'm getting my phone out. Sahana. Sahana, meaning. Okay, well, if it's Sanskrit, it can mean patience, endurance, or tolerance. Interesting. But in Japanese, it still means patience. Okay. Okay. Oh, wait. Japanese meanings of the name. Small flower and to bloom. Okay, there you go. Okay. Japanese means something else. Japanese means something else. Getting your phone out quite a bit this stream. Yeah, to look things up. Yeah, definitely. Oni-chan. 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 Oh, there she is again. All right. Is this the last one? All right. I'm gonna go for the monkey again. Not smart enough? Steal a bit of wisdom. We don't need lies to make it all match up. Won't be long, won't be long. Won't be long now till I reach you. Won't be long, won't be long. Everything I do is all for you. The Bubblegum Brothers, won't be long. I don't know that song, I'm sorry. Man, I'm just wandering through life. I didn't really get school. I didn't really get much of anything. Sex and violence both feel pretty good in their way, but I see the faces people pull when I fuck something or someone up in front of them, so I've toned it down. I figured everything will be alright once I— Oh, we're reading from the other guy's perspective. Okay. Figure everything will be alright once I make it rich. It's just a matter of time. There'll be some big fun promo or whatever, and I'll happen to be along for the ride. I'll make a killing that way. I'll have one of those whatchamacallits. A business partner? I'll have a business partner. Someone who'll do all the thinking, and I'll run around and get things done. It's gotta work out that way. How else am I gonna make things ends meet in this fucked up society? Since you asked about it, I've been thinking. I might have come across a way to make some easy money. This bozo would be the perfect character in a story. He acts first and asks questions later. He gets quick results. There isn't a thing going on upstairs. Manipulating him is a breeze. Wasn't this what he wanted? Quick cash? There's no harm in me telling him. Oh, okay, so we're saying this. I'm just saying words. It's a real song? I thought so. Turns out there's a small-time Yakuza group who has an office in a nearby apartment complex. I saw it in some dumb YouTube video about local secrets. Yeah, I know the one you're talking about. It's right around the corner. The video guy got right up next to the building, but didn't go inside. It seems pretty well hidden, unlike those places downtown. It doesn't seem to have much in the way of security. You could jump the outer wall if you really tried. And what, walk right on in like they'd let me? There were a fair number of people going in and out of the video, and the door didn't seem to be locked. I think you just have to time it right. I'm sure they keep most of their money in a safe, but you could slip in and pocket some quick cash. Just go get fucking killed by the Yakuza, okay? Dude, this is terrible advice. Why are you trying to get your ex-coworker killed? Bet they got stacks of bills just lying around. That could definitely work, just no one has the balls to try. Do you have the balls? Sure, I'll do it. No! You will? I didn't think you'd say yes. Yeah, why not? You're my buddy. You say it's a good— No, I'll do it. I'm not your buddy. Look, I don't want to be involved. It'll be fine. You keep a lookout and I'll take care of the rest. You serious? This is awful. I'm incredulous, but I still agree to go through with it. Partly that's simply simple curiosity, but it's also partly guilty conscience. I read Dokudami's mind, and he's thinking the same crap he told me at work. I can make it work, I just gotta cry, and Hasiachi's finally warming up to me. It's good to be bros. I feel ashamed. We're not friends, and we're certainly not bros. I mean, he's a straight-up criminal at this point. You're goading him into it! Which isn't a deal breaker for me, but still. I stand outside to keep watch on the front door, waiting for all the Yakuza to leave. They're a small operation, just 3 guys, I think, who tend to wander in and out at night. I doubt it's even on their radar that someone would sneak in and rob them when they're gone. They're simply too small time for that to be an issue. They're still Yakuza. Dokudami's got long legs, and they boost him over the wall with little trouble. He's in and out in 5 minutes. On the way, he even rides the elevator down like he lives there. I'll be damned, it worked. I'll be damned too. He purloined a watch, a handful of precious gems, and a small wad of cash. He clearly grabbed everything that looked valuable, but not valuable enough to be nailed down. What are they gonna do, call the police? Not for this small a theft. We did it, Hasiachi. We scored big time. Let's take it to the pachinko parlor. Risk losing it? I think not. Gamblers grow addicted to the sensation of success. Thus, beginner's luck is, contrary to popular perception, a form of bad luck. My dad said this! Oh my god. It's so funny to hear this being said by like a Japanese writer my age, when this is one of the first things my dad ever told me about gambling. He said the worst thing that can ever happen to you is winning on the first go. Because then you'll blow it all for the rest of your life. Because constantly losing means avoiding addiction. Casino owners depend on this. They want players, everyone but the sorry marks who place the big bets, going home happy with a win under their belt, because those people return the next day with a friend. Now that Dokudami has tasted sweet success, I feel he'll never be able to return to his old life. You did this to him. What the fuck? Now go think of how we're gonna get our next payday. He hands me 1 million yen. I'm impressed despite myself. This is bigger than my royalty check. Here's your share. I got 3 mil for the watch. I can't share this. I can't take this. I'll be implicated as a conspirator. All I did was share a hypothetical scenario with you. Man, shut up. Here's a hypothetical scenario of my own. I'm gonna give you a present of 1 mil, because I feel like it. He really is quite good looking. I'm sorry, but this one and the book club friend are the most gay. There's been, like, I didn't want to be one of these people who goes like, oh my god, make the boys kiss. Like, I'm not a Fujo, but like, am I crazy? I sense something here. Am I crazy? I am a Yume Joshi. I mean, I'm not a charmer in a way. To him and his small-time criminal buddies, earning cash illegally is a little more high-stakes adventure. I doubt he recognizes he's done anything wrong. Well, we have 2 million in seed money now. We could sneak someone with inside knowledge into a pachinko promo to clean out the parlor, or we could stop filming amateur porn and sell it. Shouldn't need more than 200k to get a girl off the street for that. Upload it to an overseas server that allows uncensored genitalia, and we're golden. Yeah, because it has to be censored in Japan. It has to be. Like, that. Okay. You are crazy. Not because of this, but still. How dare you, Ornstein? I'm just spitballing now. I have no intention of doing any of these things, but they're the sorts of things I would do if I didn't have any scruples. We all fantasize about what we might do if we were criminals. There's nothing wrong with speaking such Is that normal? I've never thought about that. I've never had that thought. Like, I've had, like, Call of the Void type shit. Like, what if I jumped in front of this? Or, like, what if I pushed that person or something? But, like, it's... And then you have, like, the thought of, but I wouldn't do that because that's awful and I wouldn't do that. This is, like... What if we did this criminal thing? You know? Oh my god. And, like, detailed, too. Sure, I could reach out to the chick from the massage parlor. I bet she'd agree to be in a porno if we let her wear a mask. You film Miss Hasayachi. You keep coming up with ideas, and I'll keep turning them into gold. You gotta quit that job at the convenience store anyway, so come on. You and me, we're moving on to bigger and better things. Are we? That's not what most people would define as moving up in the world. Takodami displays an impressive capacity and zeal for executing my plans. He and the hooker go at it like a couple of animals. We get it on tape and we sell several million copies online. Once again, the idea guy, me, gets a cut of the profits. So does the girl who put everything but the lower half of her face on the internet for the whole world to see. She's happy with her 200,000 yen. Takodami is happy too. His face is blurred out in most shots, but the camera leaves nothing else to the imagination. It doesn't bother him at all. He's proud to have his bits on display. Just look at me. I'm hung like a horse, been huge since 2nd grade. You know what, Hasayachi? I've been thinking. I've got the cash, so I'm thinking I've got some work done on me, then try to become an idol. Punk idols are huge these days after all those Netflix shows. And I mean, I've always been good looking. What do you think? Do I have a shot? See, he reminds me of the girl. He reminds me of the girl. But different. And also he's gone way further down a path. Sure, why not? He is good looking. And as much as I hate to admit it, he has the jawline, and his face isn't half bad. He's conventionally attractive. Maybe that's all he has going for him, but at least he's got that. You should come with me. You'd clean up good if you just stopped slouching all the time. Come on, what do you say? You and me, bro, idols. I'm not your bro. Business partner, then. We've shared enough misadventures to fill a novel. Keep it up, and I might actually start to care for the guy. It's a frightening thought. Even if everything save for the first break-in and robbery exists in a legal gray area, I don't know when this will blow up in my face. Might be wisest to back out now. Sorry, Takodami-san. It's been fun. But now that I've left the convenience store job, I've got to buckle down and focus on my writing. You understand how it is. We'll get lunch sometime. Sure, man. Don't worry, I'll text you. Every day. Prepare to be left unread. Later, bro. To the roar of the engine, he shoots off into the night, blonde hair flying in the wind. His bike is so black it gleams against the darkness. Hurry, Dokodami. Hurry, hurry, squeeze that throttle. I wonder when he'll have to hit the brakes. I wonder if he ever will. It's true what they say. Crime never pays. Except when it does. Maybe that's just what he needs. As odd as it sounds, maybe men just like him rule the entertainment world. Hey kid, that guy you were talking to, he a friend of yours? Sorry, what? I'm stopped by a rough-looking guy in his 40s or 50s. Actually, rough-looking is an understatement. This man's trouble. Man, my boys have been looking for him. You know him? Me and my boys. That'd be the Yakuza whose office we broke into. Quick peek inside his head shows that he doesn't know I was part of it. Maybe I can still talk my way out of this. Only kinda. We used to work night shifts together, but I just quit that job. I was saying goodbye. Sorry, I don't know him well outside of work. That's so. You don't know of his address, nothing? No, sorry. Like I said, we don't hang out outside of work. I don't even know his first name. Yeah, that's all right. We know where he hangs around. You stay out of trouble now, night shift kid. Don't go befriending the likes of him. Old, mean, and ugly turns and is soon swallowed up by the darkness. Dokodami's days are numbered. Are you gonna text him at least? Or call him? He's not a... Oh, I can't click this one. He's not a bad guy. I just misguided. With a change of heart now, he might just live through this. This is what he gets for being a dumb punk. I can only click this one. Can I say? Oh, I can save. Okay. Thank you. All right. Is this what he gets? The price he'll pay for what he's done? Whatever. It's not my business. I don't care what happens to him. I'm going home. I plan to write about the criminal underworld in my next book. My scenes will display a shocking degree of realism. Light novel readers will eat it up. They're just immature enough for that edgy stuff. There was a manga-like surrealism to running with Dokodami. Honestly, it wasn't so bad. How many times did I stare at his asshole and junk from the other side of a video camera? I think I've lost count. Okay. Oh, it's broken. It's broken. Are they all gonna be broken and then I have to go again? Okay. Okay. I'm sorry for being a human being, Osamu Dazai. For the first time ever, our literature club sold out of Lit Fleet anthologies. All 50 copies gone. 50 floppy volumes are rattling around out there in the big, wide world. It's amazing in a way. It's amazing that 50 people shelled out hard-earned cash for the work of a bunch of rank amateurs. Regrettably, I am the sole source of our newfound success. Many of the people who came up to our booth said they liked my work or asked which one of us was Hasiya-sensei, prompting an eyebrow twitch from Hiyakawa-senpai every time. I'm sorry, senpai. The world is a cruel place, as is the industry. Look, senpai, we sold out. Thanks to your fans. I'm not gonna lie, I don't like your tone. Well, it is what it is. How's the game? It's interesting. It's interesting. It's not really what I assumed. And I don't dislike it. I don't love it, but I don't dislike it, which is more than I expected when I got into it. Okay. Okay. Cool. Sorry, I was just checking some notifications real quick. All right. Yeah, the VOD will be good when it's uploaded. I think. I feel like the first, 10, 20 minutes, I sort of wondered where it was going. But I do feel like the writing and the tone is not what I expected, but it is unique. I do kind of wonder if maybe some people read it and... Is that thunder? I can hear thunder. know if you guys heard that or not. It was very loud. Very loud. Huh. Storm. That's okay. If the worst comes to worst, we can still continue it, but I don't dislike it, but I can see how some people would. This is definitely not fun, and also if people bought this for the sister, who was, you know, the reason why people wanted this, like, wanted to read it originally, I can see them being disappointed. There's a game by the... So, yeah, it's by the writer of Needy Streamer Overload. A game that people who knew about content in it got really mad at because you can't direct focus that specific content. I feel like people wanted the girl. I think people wanted the girl. People were expecting the girl. People wanted a follow-up to Ame-chan or K-Angel, and instead they got this guy. And this guy has a lot to say, and he is not saying pleasant things. I don't think it's all terrible. He does complain a lot, but that is the majority of his voice. So some people aren't gonna vibe with it. Some people aren't gonna like it. I don't know. At first, I was very sort of like, I think I had my guard up when I started this stream, and now I'm sort of like, okay, I'm getting it. I'm getting it. Anyway, we continue. Here's what it is. I looked into getting published, and hey, this means you're getting more eyes on your work. Could be they'll like your story better than mine. It's just like you said, it probably would have sold more if the MC was female. I think so too. I do think that. I doubt it. People are biased. They'll gravitate to the work of a pro of some dumb college student. What did you think of the other short stories in the collection? I'd value your opinion. Amateur hour. Few were written with any serious care, and even fewer were worth the paper they were printed on. It's impressive in a way. You put in serious care. You make it sound like an insult. You're reading too much into it. You think everything I say is an insult. Because that's because 90% of it is. But hey, that's how it works between us. He wants to stand on some sanctified stage I occupy. He wants to duke it out with me in the ring. Bring it on, senpai. Let's brawl in the stage of society, where writing is judged purely by its entertainment value. I can't be the only one taking all the hits. I'll wind up punch drunk. I can't do it all alone. You and I will beat Joe Yabuki and Carlos Rivera, both down for the count. That's what you want, isn't it, senpai? Isn't that the world you dream of? We have to keep writing, senpai. We have to write more. You have what it takes to break into the publishing scene. Who cares about getting published? I don't write for mass appeal. The intellectuals, then? They're totally insulting me now. I learned from the best, senpai. I'm still working on my core thesis. It hasn't come together yet. It's hard, you know, conveying philosophical truth. Whose philosophies are you writing? Are you writing based on? I feel like that's not super well written, but okay. I'd say, but the names would mean nothing to you. Try me. If you can't tell me, how will you ever be able to communicate it to the average reader? What? You think name-dropping Foucault or Lacan would get my point across better? Maybe. I know a little Foucault. Alright then. I could pursue the point, but even he doesn't know what he's saying. His brow is a perpetual furrow of wrinkles. I'll have you know there's lots of important literature that never saw commercial success. Or are we saying this? I don't know. Whatever you say, senpai. That's what stops me. Supposing someone did offer to publish your work, though? That's a big supposition. Until that happens, I'll just write what I like. I wrote whatever I wanted to let flee, didn't I? I don't like people imposing constraints on my art. Sure, it's hard to keep track of all the pedantic rambling with an editor breathing down your neck. Well, yes, I suppose. You ever talked with an editor, senpai? Not exactly. The plow carves fresh rows of wrinkles into his face with every sentence. Listen, you really ought to keep improving. One day, you'll be ashamed you ever debuted with such a shoddy book. You think it's shoddy? I do. It's just barely publishable. It's basically a gimmick with no hope of a sequel. Clearly, you didn't know how to write anything better. Noted, for future reference. You little son of a... What does the publishing industry mean to you anyway, senpai? A goddess, the object of his affections to be yearned over night after sleepless night. Or a devil, the object of a burning hatred so strong it consumes the hater. A trap that snares those willing to compromise their vision. Although I admit that a handful of truly talented people do come along once in a blue moon. Like who? You have to ask. Obviously, well, Kyogoku Natsuhiko for one, Mori Hiroshi for another, and everyone else is a cheap hack. I wouldn't go that far, but, well, what do you think about the commercial aspect of your work, or the industry itself? It's a conglomeration. What? Relationships, values, money, time, distribution patterns, love, hatred. It's a conglomeration of all those things. Stop pretending to be some kind of author. I am quite literally an author. By the way, senpai, I read the story you posted online. That old thing. You really like cute girls, don't you? Female lead is an important fixture in any story. Meanwhile, your stuff has no eye candy worth mentioning. The way you're constantly complaining protagonist drones on and on. I feel like I'm reading your order. Oh my god. He knew what the complaints were going to be about this. He knew what the complaints were going to be about this visual novel before it came out. He knew exactly. He knew exactly. Oh my god. Self-aware. So self-aware. Yes, he did. All the way down to not a girl. He really did. Interesting. He called it. I'm really fascinated now by people not liking this. Because he's very aware of it. He knew exactly what he was doing with this. I wish I had 3D right now, because I've got like my hand under my chin and I'm like doing the thinking pose real hard. Yes, like the like the comfy emote. Okay. You want to be one of the genuine talents you spoke of, don't you? After this one, before we read another route, I think I need to go pee again. Okay. Of course I do. That's why I'm here in the club. Good luck to both of us, I guess. Yeah. I guess. We have to write. We have to write. Write what? Words. And what are words? Put enough words together and you get sentences. Put enough sentences together and you get a book. Right? Print lots of copies of a book. Load them into trucks and ship them to bookstores around the nation. Right? Convince a bunch of random strangers around the country to exchange their hard-earned wages for said books. Right? Being aware of it does not mean it's not still bad, though. You can draw attention to the fact you're doing it on purpose, but that doesn't give you a pass if it's not actually working. But I feel like it is. So, I don't know. I don't know something. I don't know. But, like, I feel like my opinion has changed since 4 hours ago. I feel like I did go into this being like, wow, he really marketed hard with the little sister. But now I'm like, I don't think that he could get people to read this otherwise. And I feel like he knew that. I can kind of see where he's going with it. And yeah, this is really complainy and it's really like, I don't have the right words for it. I wasn't saying it is bad. Pointing out that you're self-aware isn't a magic. Oh, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. But in this time, it is really funny to see that. It is really like, because I wasn't expecting that to that level, but it has sort of been peppered in throughout it. So I guess seeing it in so blatantly just said was sort of like, oh, wow, okay. He knows his own audience, which makes me think maybe that's not the audience he wants. Because, you know, okay, so this is something that gets talked about a lot with, like, VTubers and streamers. But you know how, like, streamers will sometimes get into, like, a category that they don't necessarily want to be stuck in? A very common one is, in fact, ASMR streamers. Like, a lot of ASMR streamers will start ASMR streamers, but then want to become variety streamers. It's that sort of thing. Like, maybe he did start with, like, because his first work is Needy Streamer Overload. And that was hugely successful. And it's attracted a lot of people. And I don't think that he just wants to churn out Needy Streamer Overload again and again. I don't know. I think he wants to do other stuff. I mean, that's fair. That's fair, Rexes. Again. I'm doing like a little shrug with my shoulder here. I'm kind of getting it. I don't know. I guess, like, I have... all I have written is fan fiction. I have never published a book. But I do kind of see some of the writey stuff, but I also see the content creative stuff as well. Yeah. Anyway. Boop. So that all writing is stringing sentences together, assembling a bunch of words that someone else made up in the first place. Okay. I want to know, what is the point of purposely being off-putting and where does it go? It's interesting. Senpai, having genuine talent is the most isolating thing there is. Tragedy is a writer's ink. Isn't that right, senpai? Making literature is a simple matter of experiencing great tragedy and regurgitating it onto the page exactly as it happened. Who gives a damn about style or structure? I sure don't. That's not real literature. That's phony stuff. The ones who've been disenfranchised since birth are the ones with the competitive edge. They're the ones with true talent. Isn't that right, senpai? But it's not enough to have personal tragedy. Anyone can die unloved and unmissed without becoming a literary giant. Throw it all away, senpai. Abandon it. Abandon everything. The entire world. You have to. Otherwise, you'll never truly write. Those phonies you were talking about, they're the ones who don't abandon everything. They're the ones who write to meet popular demand. I agree with you, senpai. I really, truly do. But at least I'm in the ring. You're the coward heckling from the sidelines, a far more pathetic role. Listen, senpai, I'm tired. I'm tired of standing here all alone. Hasn't even been a year since I stepped into the ring. And yet I've spent a full 20 years mired in phonies and fakes. Please, senpai, don't be like them. Come be genuine with me. Okay? Please, 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 senpai. Come save me. Come save me, Hirokawa senpai. I've jettisoned everything from my life save my sister. Excuse me? Night after night, Hirokawa senpai churns out social media post after social media post. Hot jealousy simmers in his chest and sets him trembling. No, I don't want to be one of those pitiful hacks who write whatever sells. What's a literary debut worth anyway? Getting a book published is easy. Getting your second book published, now that's the hard part. No one published these days has any talent. They're all phonies. All they care about are their reader reviews. They're slaves under their editors' thumbs. If you're going to be a slave to literature. Read philosophy, maybe learn something for a change. You're coasting through life with a lot of you. Capitalism's rubes. Commercial authors. Who gives a damn about commercial authors? His turbid emotions are a rivulet of mud that seep into the broader currents of the cyber sea. Are we getting a choice here? Please, senpai, don't be like them. Come be genuine with me. Please. Please. Please, senpai. Come save me. Come save me, Hirokawa senpai. You and I share a personal tragedy, don't we, senpai? Don't we bleed from the same wounds? You're like me. You're genuine, just like me. Please, senpai. I've jettisoned everything from my life save my sister. Are we gonna get a choice that we can't actually choose? Oh, you're just broken. Just broken. Just straight up broken. Okay. All right. I need to go pee. We're gonna take a break. I will see you guys in like 3 to 5 minutes. You can enjoy more cigarettes after sex. All right. I will see you guys soon. I think one of these that only hits corners would be like nonstop, like coming and nothing else. Some people would love it. Other people would hate it. And I think that's the reality of it. Anyway, let's get back to it. I am enjoying this. So I want to see if we can finish this tonight. Let's go. All right. Let's see the friend. Okay. The Roman slave was held by fetters. The wage laborer is bound to his owner by invisible threads. Karl Marx, Capital, a critique of political economy. All right, so I heard that the sister quoted Karl Marx at one point, but it just looks like this part did. Okay. Alrighty. Igos's message was short and to the point, which told me exactly how he felt. Got the job. It's not with a major company, more the kind of place you'll end up if you just plug away at the job hunt. But he has a lot riding on this, and I can sense his satisfaction at having made a big life decision. He must feel fulfilled to have reached such a major milestone. I bet he feels... Okay, it is just funny to see him there. Like, I get the point. I get the point, but... Seeing Karl Marx in a visual novel called with, like, the little sister. Oh, my God. Hello, Carl. But he feels very content. It depresses me a little to know I'd have to congratulate someone who has decided to take the sunlit path. There's a feather flying around in front of my face. All right, got it. Of socially acceptable life, which runs in direct opposition to my own. Maybe I'll think of it as more of a practice in social ceremony. I suppose people have to suppress such emotions as they learn to navigate life in society and conform to capitalism. Anyway, it'd be uninspired to treat him to barbecue again, and kind of weird to take him out for another meal in general. To be honest, my money won't last long if I keep treating people to lavish dinners. That was a one-time splurge. Might as well look up the place Igos is going to be working. Comparison is the thief of joy. Honestly, if you're privileged enough to live in a developed nation and you focus on yourself and live modestly, you should be pretty happy. But the internet is a comparison machine. You can access any information in an instant, compare yourself to it, and instantly get depressed. That's true. I have nothing to complain about this sentence so far. On the odd occasion, you might instead revel in a sense of superiority and feel better. Igos's company is a subcontractor. Apparently, they're in the business of establishing sales channels and sell imported office chairs to companies in bulk. They operate on a microscopic scale, and the view count for their business intro video is in the double digits. Not surprising, given that there's nothing noteworthy about it. How does he have money? He is a published author. His book did all right. And is going to get an anime, so that means it must have done very all right. Because not every light novel gets an anime adaptation. Also, so it's okay for him to earn money, but not other people? So this is more explained by the first chapter with his friend. But basically, the friend used to have a superiority complex to him. Because he was like, oh, you're a creative type, but, you know, you're never actually going to act. He never said this out loud, because all of this is, like, inferred through, like, quote-unquote mind reading. Where his friend looked down on him because he was never actually going to get published. He never believed that main character was going to get published. And that they were both going to slog away at getting a job. And when they were younger, he even said as much, being like, oh, someday you're gonna have to give up and get a job. Or, like, you're going to have to. And main character is now never going to do that. Main character is like, I've been published, I'm doing this, the path ahead for me is clear, creative-wise, and this is what I'm doing. And the friend is kind of jealous, but is also looking ahead at the future, very tired and lost, and the unhappiness is there, and it seeps into their interactions. So he does come off very, like, critical here, but I think this is also him not wanting to give up, and him, because his friend is, like, sort of negative that he has won, I suppose, is the way to put this. He has sort of disdain for the friend for giving up as well. Very critical, but also very earned. Yeah. Again, the first half of this, like, I think if I jumped into this visual novel now, I'd be like, what an asshole. This guy sucks. And yeah, he is an asshole. And in many ways, he does suck. But I also don't hate him for that. Necessarily. Yeah, that main character is rubbing in his success too. He is a dick. He is. So yeah, there's a lot going on. He is still kind of an asshole. That much is just confirmed. That we're not going to debate that. He is still an asshole. But yeah. They're all assholes. Everybody is complicated. Everybody is complicated. Anyway. And we were saying that at the start too. We were. Anyway. I do find kind of ironic he's got marks on the screen while effectively saying, man, the workers of the world sure are idiots for getting jobs. Yeah! Oh my god. What a treat this is. Has he survived 20 years on planet Earth for this? As far as I'm aware, office chairs have had zero impact on him so far. But I guess that's life, huh? I've never felt a hint of fulfillment from my job at the convenience store. I treat it as a form of training. Still, I have no choice but to work for those paltry wages. That's just how it is. I write to escape the prison of labor. Why don't we take a little trip to Igus's future workplace? Like a field trip? Igus is here. He's torn between wanting to brag about his new job and feeling apprehensive about coming face to face, accompanied by a friend no less, with the fact that the company is nothing special. I play innocent. I want to see where my best buddy's going to be working. Come on, it'll be fun. Well, okay. I interviewed at company headquarters, so I guess it's a good idea to check out the place where I'll actually be working. Man, I can't believe you're going to be a white-collar worker. That's a big deal. Come on, man. Being an author's a way bigger deal. Such a pointless conversation. The sun is setting. Orange light diffuses the sky. It's that fleeting liminal time between day and night. A time for people who belong to neither. 40 minutes along an insignificant train line. 15 minutes walk through a neighborhood where the station building is the only major facility. Igus's future workplace comes into view. The place that will occupy 1/3 of his every weekday. There's a chain restaurant nearby that serves beef bowls. Lucky Igusa. He likes the bibimbap one. So, this is the place that you're going to dedicate your life to. I don't intend to stay there forever. Ordinary. Mundane. Run-of-the-mill. Commonplace. Bland. Safe. Mediocre. Standard. Average. Simple. Trite. Nondescript. Perfectly normal office, unworthy of any special mention. Nothing to write home about. Middle-aged men and women sit at grey office desks, typing industriously before monitors and piles of documents, while 1 or 2 younger people squirm with boredom. Only the chairs seem to have had any thought paid to them, but even then, they're hardly luxury items. It's really just that someone put in slightly more effort there than anywhere else. Has the MC directed any of his ire at society or systems it supports, or have his complaints been directed at individuals? Oh yeah, so much at society. So much at society. So much at society. A lot at society. But I don't know if it's in like a way that calls for any sort of deconstructive, or whether it's just sort of like the giving up that this is how it is. I don't really know what to tell you. I feel like I'm not going to be able to convey this very well. It is 12:52 a.m. I think that I'm getting it, but at the same time, we are trudging into territories that I don't normally read about. I'm more fascinated than anything to be reading from this perspective, and Nyala's voice is very different from my internal thoughts. And I don't know if it's a masculine voice. I don't know if it's to do... I'm assuming it's to do with the fact that, you know, 1, he's 32. He is Japanese, which is going to be a very different experience than me as an Australian woman. He is published. He has been dealing with unprecedented fame over the last couple of years. And I think that he does have, like, a lot of, I want to say there's a lot of thoughts and bitterness and ruminations that he's kind of been sitting on, and it's all kind of coming out, and this feels like a vent piece. This feels very much like a vent piece. I don't know how much of this is getting played up. I don't know how much of this is literally what he thinks, or I don't know. Or if he's understating it, but yeah. Big stretch. But I am finding it interesting. Anyway. The fluorescent lighting, the only visible excess, and so Japanese, bathes the workers in a faint white glow. You'll spend 8 hours of every weekday in this space. Plus, I feel like also this view, I don't know if this is necessarily towards working in general, or if this is the view of, because, okay, growing up in Japan, I would imagine that there is a huge expectation that you will just become a white-collar worker in an office for the rest of your life. And I imagine that's also something that a lot of people, I don't want to just say youth, but like people would rebel against, because that sort of expectation and that sort of reality, if you really don't want it, would suck, right? Because I don't think that's necessarily true everywhere. Like, in Australia, there isn't like, oh, you're going to get an office job. Like, that's not a thing. The people have, you're going to get a job, but it might not necessarily be at an office. Like, we don't have that here. Anti-cog viewpoint. Lots of people around the world, but Japan especially, your life is going to be getting someone else rich. Ah, okay. Okay. Yeah. Anti-cog viewpoint. So he's sort of having more of the do something for yourself kind of thing. I don't know. In Australia, you're going to become a VTuber and you're going to like it. I never had anybody assume I'm, like, becoming rich, you know? Most people I knew who thought they were going to make it rich, it was usually through sport. It was usually boys who wanted to get into footy. And typically, unless they had a lot of help from, like, their parents and a lot of support from, like, their school as well, and they started really young, that dream usually died around, like, 8th grade. 8th or 9th grade. I'm probably going to say 8th. Office jobs are quite cushy in Australia. I wouldn't know. I've never had one. I've never had one. Anyway. Okay. Permission to ask a bit of an invasive question. Shoot, why not? Why not? But if I don't want to answer it, that's up to me. I may not answer it. I don't like this track very much either. I think that this track, the parents track, and the girls track, the recorder one, aren't very good. Did your parents have any expectations of your employment? No. No. My dad at one point was like, all right, like, you're gonna find work. Like, if you're not going to university, you're gonna find work. But I was never told what kind of job to get. I was never told what sort of, like, field they'd want me to go in. You have to understand, both my parents are not considered successes in their family. In, like, as their immediate family. So my father became, like, a baker at 15 and remained, like, he did get into doing pastry chef stuff, but then he's been a baker his entire life. So there's that. My mom went into office administration, and that was basically just a course that she took, and there was work. So we're talking like typing and organizing files and that sort of thing. Oh no, that's okay, Warfare. I was actually worried you were gonna ask something more personal, but I don't know what that would have been. My dad acts like he'd prefer I'd stuck with sports. What sport, if you don't mind me asking? Anyway, I'll keep going, but I'll keep an eye out if you answer. That's the devastating reality. Ooh, is it gonna hatch? But what can you do? Speaking of personal questions, are you planned? Not really. Kinda, but not really. Football. Also just gonna hit with ads. Oh no. Oh no. How long until ads are over? My sister, my mom is sort of like, it just kind of happened. My dad didn't know there. Me either. Like, they got back together and would have come together. Ha ha ha. About like a year and a bit. Like, immediately after my dad re-entered my sister's life. So I don't know. I don't know how planned I was exactly, but they never had another kid after that. So it was just me and my sister. I know. All right. I don't know. I'm gonna have a swig of drink. I don't know how long ads are going for. Because it's not telling me. It's not telling me how long ads are going for. I do apologize. I did monetize this channel while I was in my fit of holy shit, I'm 8K and 8.7K in debt, and what am I gonna do? I am currently fine now. I have the payment plan, so I'm okay now. But I also like having the emotes, so ads are just kind of what happened when you do that. Ads are done for me. I'm happy waiting. Just a little bit more. Yeah, no need to apologize. Thank you. I do appreciate it. Spend money where thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being understanding. I do appreciate it very much. But yeah, I am glad that I'm not freaked out anymore. Yeah. It is a load off. It is a huge load off. I think it may take a while to save up to the savings that I had, but it's okay. It's okay. Gotta lay off the Vox merch. Luckily, I have a back order of Vox merch. Oh, I've just been sent a big, long thing. This is Z, a team lead at Serenity Forge, publisher of Sister Other Paranoia. Thank you for checking out a game. I hope you're enjoying it. It is very interesting. It is, like, if I can be candid with you. What I first heard was not entirely, like, glowing praise for it. So I was very interested to check it out. But I actually am really interested to see how this is going. It is not what I expected, but it is also not what I expected in kind of... I'm going to think about it. It's not really... It isn't. It is quite different. I do promise I will not just heap glowing praise. There are definitely, like, if I could be honest, there are some music tracks where I'm like, oh my goodness, what is happening in my ears right now? But I do like the art direction. The story itself and the voice is definitely not what I was expecting, but I feel like over the last 4.5 hours, 5 hours, I've been listening to Fool's theme. Is that the one with the recorder and the bark bark? Because that's the one that definitely kind of threw us for a surprise. Yup. That one is interesting, definitely. But no, thank you for your hard work and everything. I know that visual novel work is a lot. It is a lot. Usually on my other channel, I work a lot with Jast, but today I really wanted to I wanted to read through this one. I'm not doing anything tonight. It's 1 a.m., so I thought we'd play through it. So thank you. Anyway, I think that ads should be over by now, so we're going to get back to it. But yeah, thank you. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you again. All right. The world works because fewer people succeed than not. Oh, wait, we got a message, by the way. We got a long wall of text explaining, giving some context, from Nemo. So, the Japanese social contract has been, for over 4 decades, that you pledge yourself to a company, and the company, and by extension society, will reward you with a life relatively equal standing with everyone around you. This was realistic and achievable, and only started breaking down during the bubble economy of the 90s. The government has done everything in its power since then to maintain the previous status quo. Now, with the decline of the yen as a currency, that social contract is finally becoming impossible. So that is a little bit of context to why there would be disdain for this kind of, like, the friend giving up and working in this, you know? I gotta get back to work. But if you like it, absolutely. Absolutely. All the best, Z. Thank you so much for stopping by. I'm usually on the Vividly Vivi channel, but it is nice to meet you here on the Vaguely Vivi channel. Thank you very much. Have a good day at work. Have a good day. Alrighty. Let's keep going. So, a great light novel author, what do you think of it? No sugarcoating. Normal, right? And it is. This is normality. Sit listlessly on the train each morning, check the news or scroll people's status updates on your phone, laugh at dumb viral videos. At the office, engage in banal chit-chat about all of the above. Head straight home after work, too exhausted to do anything else. Jerk off if you're feeling it. If not, drink, then fall asleep. That's it. That's all anyone does. The people who needlessly mock that life are the strange ones. You think I can't tell? Your loathing and superiority complex come across loud and clear. Your pretentious lives as creatives, lol, are what's fucking weird. I don't get all this artistic merit and critique shit. You play a game or put on some anime to relax, maybe jerk off if you get a little peek at a sexy character's panties, job done. Is it really such an enlightened pursuit to discuss art, just rationalizing your weird tastes and judgments? What purpose does it serve typing out those paragraphs? Can it grow food? Will it protect the village? Hey, I'm gonna kill it selling office chairs to businesses that need them. I'll be doing sales, crunching numbers, all kinds of shit. I'll be contributing to society. Office workers the world over will be able to work free from back pain thanks to the chairs I recommend them. Now that's something. That's making a difference. Me, I'm the unsung hero working behind the scenes. Hey. We can't go back, can we? Is this the end of the line for our youthful days of vague, inconsequential dreaming? He could just be projecting. We don't know that. That is a good point, something. We have talked about this. We don't actually know if this is true. Contributing to society, working a real job, isn't that just what it means to be a proper adult? I mean, Eric, I wouldn't knock it. Like, I have a friend who sells wheelchairs. Well, makes wheelchairs. I get what you're saying, but it doesn't change my mind. It's got nothing to do with me. Whether I try to make it as a novelist or not, this is the moment in your life when you got a job. Can a guy still dream after he gets a job? I don't know. I don't think you'll have much time for dreaming during the week. Probably far more productive to spend your time learning Excel or something. Do you think I'll stop watching anime and playing games? Generation before us didn't. Hell, young people today are even more blessed. We can do everything on our phones. You've got the right personality to get by somehow, even if you're not earning money. Must be nice. You think so? I've been working my ass off at the convenience store and I haven't quit yet. People are like ducks. All furious motion beneath the surface. I've got to earn money to support my lifestyle. That's an ID fix if I've ever heard one. Japan has a welfare system, remember? It's not about earning money. You want the status that comes with participating in society through wages. Well, yeah. The idea of doing nothing is terrifying. Is it? I'd love to spend my time doing nothing but reading books for all eternity. I think a balance of work and play is best. Though, fuck the 5-day, 40-hour work week. You spend even more time working on top of that, what with overtime and events and stuff. That's capitalism for you. Only the business owners earn money without lifting a finger. Why's it gotta be that way? It's worldwide self-delusion. We all agree to place our faith in the value of banknotes. In a sense, capitalism is the biggest religion in the world. People are willing to kill others, and even themselves, all for the sake of money. Everyone struggles desperately over these little slips of paper. Yet if we all suddenly, collectively, decided to stop worshipping that fetish, the whole system would collapse. Money has been an object of faith throughout human history. So what can we even do? No clue. There's no meaning in life or death. I finish. Why are you even still alive if you hate the world so much? Sorry, man. I still want to write. I'm in a place where I can give a glib answer like that. I have no place without a job. If you've got a job, you've got somewhere to belong. The workplace. Humans are social creatures. Nothing's changed since the days where we hunted mammoths and shared the spoils. When we become separated from the herd, we get so distressed it feels like death is close at hand. You went through the job hunting process because you're afraid of dying. And now, even if it's a little awkward, you can belong to the herd. Isn't that grand? You mean with all those boomers? Sure. Human body isn't designed to sit for long periods of time. You guys have to push fancy office chairs to keep people at their desks in unnatural positions for as long as possible. You're a cynical bastard. Gotta give me a pass. My unusual sensibilities are what make me good at my work. Well, anyway, congrats on the job. I really mean it. You advanced your piece in the game of life. Guess we should head back soon? If we keep on talking, we'll just end up getting tangled in the threads. The pupa dies without being able to break out of its cocoon. Unseen within the tangled threads, it writhes, then dies. It wanted to fly. It wanted its wings. Wings meant freedom. Just once, it wished to bask in the narrow city sky. The pupa. Aww. I want to see if there's multiple endings for all of these. Because there's definitely one for Monkey. There was definitely one for Monkey. Alright. Alright, let's go. That was very sweet of one of the publishing team to swing by. That was very sweet of them. But I'm an old woman. You'll be an old man. You can talk like a charmer, but your belly will bloat. Will things really not change even when I'm old? You like your girls young, so I have to worry. Chisato Maritaka, even when I'm old. Yeah, the pupa is the friend who got the office job. Yes. I saw that much. When I head down to the living room to get something to drink, I'm surprised to run into my father. What's he doing back in the middle of the night? What's up, Dad? So you're still a night owl, I worry about you, my boy. No, you don't. You've always been laissez-faire. Well, boys basically raise themselves. I've heard the opposite. Do we all get told that we raise ourselves? I've always been told that girls raise themselves. Like, a lot. Nah. Holy shit. Yeah, that's bullshit. That's just lazy parents. I've been told it takes a village. I've been told it takes a village to raise a child, but I've also seen a lot about girls are expected to grow up faster, to reach maturity faster. And there is a great deal of daughters who become, what do you call it? Substitute mothers for, like, younger siblings. I've been told that girls mature faster. From my own father, I was told that men won't mature until 27. That they will be told, oh, you've got to man up from, like, the age of 4. But that they're not really expected to be a mature man until 27 or older. He was protecting your chase. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that there. I think it's a medical thing. He says it's a brain thing. My dad said he didn't wake up until he was 27. That until then, he was basically a boy. And then suddenly at 27, he was like, fuck, I want a family. Fuck, I want to... you know what? I could do the dad thing. I could do this. It wasn't until 27 that suddenly he was like, wait a minute. I don't know. Any girls like this, boys like this, entirely social cultural thing, therefore almost certainly bullshit. Absolutely. All right. To be honest, I'm grateful they're hands off with us. It'd be a real pain in the ass if they were a overprotective type. Still, that doesn't mean I'm not always thinking about leaving. Also, I do find it interesting to talk about this. I don't usually talk about this sort of stuff on the main channel because, one, I get a little bit flustered about it. Talking about, gender and societal expectations. I don't know a lot, and there are a lot of people out there that know a lot, and I don't like getting into debates. I really don't. Particularly when all I have is, like, lived experiences, right? And when you're having these debates and your only stuff is lived experiences, and the other person has lived experiences plus sources, like written sources and all kinds of nonsense, stats and things, much more fancy things than I have. Then suddenly you've got people saying your lived experience is bullshit, and then I walk away from that experience not feeling very good about myself at all. So, you don't need to know a lot to talk about your own experience. You can speak for yourself without trying to speak for everyone. Oh, yes, but everyone loves generalizations. Even though all generalizations are terrible, including this one. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's always the fear of getting clipped out of context. That's true too. That is very true. Okay. Anecdotal evidence. Love it. Anyway. Okay. In fact, I'm planning to leave with Sahana when she's in high school. Women will like what I tell them to like. Simpsons quote. Let's go. Will our household manage to limp on for a few more years, carried on by sheer inertia and force of habit? And if so, what will they do after Sahana and I have left? The future is too complex a thing to fathom. Since you're here, why don't you take a seat? Ugh. Nighttime, living room, booze, tea, my father. How come you're getting home so late anyway? Well, your dad's pretty popular with the ladies, you know. It's easy to be popular when you're paying for it. Okay, maybe he didn't meet her at a brothel, but I'm sure she's only seeing him in the hopes of snaring a regular client or milking him for gifts. Young women aren't attracted to average old men. Just their wallets. Still, my father has contributed his labor to society, and his salary is pretty good compared to his peers. Maybe the second adolescence coming in like a late spring is the little extra spice that all sad old men need in their dull lives. You might find it hard to believe, but I was quite the ladies' man in my youth. Ew. Here it comes, the sentimental nonsense from a guy who is never half the playboy he thinks. If he was some Casanova, he wouldn't have ended up with a nagging wife who hates him, with both of them constantly cheating on each other. And if he's bragging and posturing like this to the girl he's fooling around with, there's no way she's attracted to him. Yeah, I was pretty wild. I'll tell you what's wild, being able to read minds, so please, just fucking stop. True or not, it wouldn't change the fact that this man is bald and soft around the middle. He looks like a kappa, a match set with my mom, the pig. You think there's someone out there charitable enough to shack up with a kappa or a pig out of the goodness of their own heart? Hell no. Dad, that woman's in it for the cash. And I'll thank you not to use her son like a flashlight to dump your rose-colored reminiscences. You're so bland and unappealing that your only redeeming feature is your ability to uncomplainingly conform to capitalism and produce results. That's all you have. Men really are sad creatures. No matter how old they are, they're always desperate to compete, to prove they're the alpha male. Always not alone. Mom's lusting after dresses like she wants to stay a little princess forever. Everybody's equally shitty, I guess. Before long, this woman I'm wooing is gonna be mine. Then I'll move out to live near her work. I get that he's drunk, but I wish he'd stop talking like this. It's making the tea sour in my mouth. Do you think Mom's got someone on the side too? Her? Not possible. Not at her age. Doesn't the same go for you? Nothing's impossible. Maybe I'll stir the pot a bit. Same could be said for you, though. I don't care either way, but theoretically speaking, there's a non-zero chance, and Mom's been splurging on new clothes and accessories and stuff lately. That's my money that bitch is spending. It's true that he earned it. Must be rough being a man his age. You can bring in all the money you want, but if the wife isn't happy, this is how it ends up. You never know what's going on during a bored housewife's leisurely afternoon. Hasuya, you and Sahana can live with me. I'll sell this house. No thanks. Sahana and I will live on our own. I mean, aren't you going to be living with your girlfriend? I don't know if I'd call her my girlfriend. Make up your fucking mind, old man! Anyway, aren't you writing some kind of otaku book? You can write about me and all the crazy things. Oh, the sister was mentioned in dialogue. Oh, she's real. Oh my god. First confirmation that she's real. Wow. Write about me and all the crazy things I got up to as a teen. I was a real legend. I can't deal with this drunkard anymore. At some point, he started scarfing down chips along with his beer. This is how people get fat. But he's always taking his girl and his employees out to fancy dinners to show off. I can see him trying to look cool at the hostess clubs and bars. The beer belly is the physical manifestation of middle-aged appetite. I'll escape up to my room. In the morning, Mum will fly off the handle when she smells the alcohol stink on his breath and sees the mess in the living room. Maybe I should goad them into a real fight when that happens. It's starting to piss me the fuck off the way these people cling to Sahana's talents. Keeping their golden goose is the only thing they're both set on. As the stairs creak beneath my feet, his drunken emotions wend their way into my brain. You should think more highly of me, Hasuya. I'm impressive, you know. Sure, I was shy and withdrawn as a kid. I might not have had much experience with women, but I did have some. You probably don't have much awareness of the kind of money adults make, but I'm a pretty big earner. I work hard to be allowed a side piece or two. You'll understand the toil one day. I couldn't outrun the jaws of capitalism. Failing to meet my daily quota was just too frightening a prospect. I had nothing else, no way to determine my own value other than increasing the amount I earned. Sure, people talk about personal growth and all that, but it's so vague. Increase your performance at work and you can get a promotion, a raise, get more valuable. You should understand your father's value, Hasuya. My new girl, she understands how hard I work. She acknowledges my worth. Maybe she mostly just wants my money, but I'd say 30% of it is genuine respect. Okay, 20%. Show me a little respect, Hasuya. Your mom has no interest in me anymore. All that's left is to figure out how we'll divvy things up in the divorce, or maybe decide to stay together for appearance's sake. If she's cheating, that's the end of the line for her. I won't stand for that. It's my money. I'm well within my rights to spend my own money on girls, but that bitch didn't earn a penny of it. Shit, I bet she's waiting until she's secured another man to leave me. This is what women do. They wait until they've got a safe landing before jumping ship. It's all about self-preservation. You can't trust whores either. Today she said we were on a date, but am I really the only one getting the special treatment? Hey, Hasia. I know you've always sneered at both work and sex. I was wondering what you were going to do with your life, but it looks like you're going to be a writer. I guess you have your own answers. I envy you. Writers are pretty well regarded, right? You're already worth more than me. I wish someone would tell me I have value. I wish someone would acknowledge my worth. Is my value really only measured in how much money I make? Yours is a simple mistake, Dad. There's only one person around here who values work and nothing else. You. You were brought up believing that beauty was only to be found in labor. The arts held no interest for you, and you've spent 40 years on this planet thinking only what society pressured you to. Read a fucking poem. Though it's probably too late now. I guess it's only natural to get a little sentimental when your family is completely fallen apart. Sahana, they may be our family, but your big brother can't stand these bloated feelings any longer. All right, it's all looking pretty bad. Last one, I guess. I'm gonna save, but we'll see. Then shall the kingdom of heaven be likened unto 10 virgins, which took their lamps and went forth to meet the bridegroom. They that were foolish took their lamps, and took no oil with them, but the wise took oil in their vessels with their lamps. I have no fucking idea what any of that meant. I'm gonna be honest with you, I do not know what that means. Okay. Bridegroom and virgin, I'm assuming there's sex, but then lamps, oil, heh. Matthew 25:1 for KJV. King James something abridged? I don't know what the lamps and the vessels mean. I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. Version. Okay. King James version? Okay. Okay, sorry, I had to click to allow that. It's not a fun read. It's not bad. It isn't like something I would recommend to others unless I hate them or they've crossed me. This gets a solid 7. 3 off for annoying me. All right, I'm going to save. Like, I'm definitely not putting this in, like, my 10 out of 10 favorite visual novels of all time. But I'm also not putting this in my dump bin of I wouldn't recommend this to my worst enemy. Like, I feel like it's saying something. It's not a pleasant something, but it's saying something. And I don't know. Maybe it is good to have works that are unpleasant. You know, I have been hearing a lot lately that, like, art is meant to comfort and disturb and blah, 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 blah. Maybe there's meant to be some that makes your stomach feel a bit tight, you know? Or be like, hey, I don't like that. Or like, hey, that makes me a little bit uncomfortable. Or, hey, I'd word that a bit differently. Or, oh, shit, I've thought that way. Who would I recommend this to? I don't know. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I don't know if I can generalize it. Like, who am I going to say? I'm going to recommend it to, I don't know. I do feel like it's a piece that's hard to give to people. And I think that is another reason why I feel like the people who went into this expecting siscon, something, you know, nice, cute, maybe a little bit crazy siscon, would be very disappointed. Safe answer, Nemo. I don't know. Nemo's been somewhat watching, so... Oh, heaven offers you salvation, but you have to come willingly, in brackets, with oil. Thank you, Nemo, for explaining what it meant. Thank you. I do appreciate it. You like Needy Streamer Overload? Here's something from the same guy. It's not gonna give you anything that you liked from Needy Streamer Overload. It's not, no, it's not going to give you that. Okay, I need to have a big drink and then we do this, I guess. Let's go. But it is from the same time. It is. Yes, absolutely. That much is true. Okay. You know, Sensei, I'm not as calculating as you think, Sensei. You think I'm some black-hearted temptress who seduces every man she meets, don't you, Sensei? You think I'm the first obstacle in your career as a writer, here to catch a free ride on your accomplishments, don't you, Sensei? I enjoyed this more than Needy Stream Overload. Okay, we have an answer. Wow, okay. But you know, Sensei, you always act like you can read people's minds. So I bet you know all of my thoughts already, don't you, Sensei? Sensei. With my second book still incomplete, my embarrassing debut found limited success, becoming a conversation point in certain subcultures. I won't complain about more fans, but when they're all talking like they found a promising diamond in the rough, I feel I'm in a precarious position. Take their attention for granted, and before I know it, I'll be wallowing in the past glories at the bar with the rest of the has-beens. One girl somehow likes my maiden work enough to cosplay one of the characters. Not some nobody either, a real cosplayer with 20k followers. Apparently I'm promising enough investment to be worth trying to get in on the ground floor. I refuse to let it go to my head, but I still retweet to my own account. There I go, letting someone else inside the fortress of my timeline. A cosplayer I don't even know, no less. The flesh is weak indeed, but I'm flattered. I can't deny it. I'm only human. The creator is God to the fans, it seems. Immediately she goes off about getting noticed by the author. I even get a thank you in my replies. What kind of golden calf shit is this? I should be thanking her just for reading my book, let alone evangelizing it. There you go. Sorry. Divine attention, however, will elevate her rank among the faithful. This kind of interaction isn't part of traditional authorship. It's a product of the modern age. This is true. This has definitely happened. Put tactfully, you're cultivating a fan community. Put more cynically, you're doing PR. Success is the cure for all a writer's woes. I need to write another novel, a manuscript, a book, any words at all. Do you believe in feminine intuition, Sensei? Oh yeah, women are more fragile, so they need to be more sensitive to danger. Makes sense that they develop a heightened awareness to threats. You're always so logical, Sensei. I think I get what it feels like. I fucking hate this track so much. It's such a bad BGM. It's so bad. I think I get what it feels like. My intuition's pretty good too. That's true. You always seem like you can see right through people. I don't know that it's about seeing exactly. Maybe it is. But you seem pretty perceptive yourself. Like all women, able to read the room. Maybe you mean the way a people pleaser knows what everyone wants. If you had to put it snugly, then I guess. I think you're the sensitive one, Sensei. I'm just nervous, that's all. My intuition has nothing to do... The recorder. Oh my fucking god. Scoop out my brain with a spoon. Jesus. It's just something I was born with. A sense of destiny. Maybe it was destiny even before birth. Since the moment my genes decided to make me a woman. Girls our age go all in on that stuff, right? Destiny and astrology and all that. I didn't mention astrology. I stand by what I said, though. It's fate. Then, what does your fate have in store for you? I'm dying, Squirtle. Oh my god. Funny you should ask, Sensei. I think pretty soon, it'll all be over for me. Over? Why? Because everything I've ever tried to hide is going to be exposed to the last person I want to see it. Although really, I think they always knew. They just pretended not to see. Seems so weird when I say it out loud. When you say it'll all be over, what do you mean? That's for you to decide, Sensei. I can tell you now. That's my fate. One woman's destiny. But who decided it? God? I don't think I'll know until I die. Feminine intuition isn't a spiritual thing. But if God is the one who decided what was stamped on my DNA, then I suppose it must be him. Botan and I started to see each other more often after that. I want to write, to finish my second book. But why is that? Because I want more girls oohing and ahhing over me? No, can't be. Praise from a guy with similar tastes would make me just as happy. Then, who do I want to impress? Not some cosplayer for sure. I don't give a shit about a girl who's gonna move right on to the skimpiest character design from whatever gacha tops the sales ranking next week. But in that case, in our cynicism, we nihilists take the reductionist view of love, that it's mere biology, a defect of the brain. And what is a defect but fate at work? The more you interact with someone, the more you fixate on them, and the more mental space they occupy. Once that crosses a threshold, you think about them constantly. If that's all love is, then... like I'd let myself believe that in her dreams. I did try for a while. There have even been times when, as we take our time, get to know each other, and open up enough to understand each other, I've considered letting her in. But that wouldn't help anything. You can't actually share what's in your head. I've been keenly aware of that since I was little. Now I've given up hope for more. That's not resentment talking, just experience. Say, in a moment of madness, I let myself believe and we wound up dating. I'd be stuck in a relationship where I had to pretend I was opening up while hiding the real truth. I know how these things go. I don't need to read Botan's mind to know the color of her thoughts. We have similar sensibilities, I think. In that sense, she's the ideal reader for my work. Or maybe, after enough conversation, I just convinced myself of that. An artist saying you can't share what's in your head is crazy. I kind of see it. I mean, I think you're going to be able to convey some of your thoughts. Maybe almost one-to-one. But I don't think that you will actually ever be able to share everything that's in your head. I think there are going to be times... Like, for instance, I don't know if I'm interpreting this the way that he wants me to. I don't know if what was in his head is what came out. And I don't know if what came out and is going into my head is what is happening at all. I don't know if I will ever be able to do that, you know? And I think that's true of all art. Like, I've taken photos before of stuff that I think looked really cool or really pretty or like whatever. And even if I think like the photo is good, it's not the same. It's a photo. And so what's in my head for that moment doesn't ever really become real again, you know? Oh no, Vivi's having an existential moment. Yeah, bitch. To quote a man I respected, I cannot tell you a story without having been the one who told it to you. That's beautiful. But yeah, I don't know. I find it interesting. I don't necessarily disagree with him. I think there will be some people who are like, no, art is conveying that. But I think that, I don't know. Maybe for some people, they're like, yay, I'm conveying it. But I don't know. Maybe for some people, they're like, I'll never really fully be able to convey it. Which is a bit of a lonely thought, I guess. But I still think that the attempt is good. You know? Yeah, the classic, my red is not your red. You can't tell me what reality is without destroying it. That's interesting. Wouldn't know unless you're a mind reader. I've enjoyed reading this with you guys. I feel like we've talked a lot about things we wouldn't usually try and talk about, which is neat. Maybe that's why I'm liking this so much. Why is he creating art in the first place? Maybe he's hopeful. I feel like Sahana represents a sort of hope because he is very cynical or something, but then his sister refutes a lot of what he says. So a lot of this does seem to... And earlier there was a bit where it talks about how it's full of all this like dark cynicism, but in between it are cries for help. And I really do feel like this has been like that. I don't think that this is just the world sucks. Like, there is definitely somebody reaching out on the other side of this, you know? And that's kind of... It's kind of cool seeing that. I don't know. Because, like, the first bit I was like, oh my god. Yeah, it has gotten interesting. It has. Like, I don't know. I want to see it through. All right. If I pushed ahead with this mistake, that would lead to marriage and children. An unimaginable future for a coward like me. Oh, let's find something. That's what this stream has been. I've been enjoying this. How are the many, many couples in the world so unafraid of the yawning chasm between two people? In the end, all we do is find the safe distance, toe a line we're too scared to cross. We act like our insubstantial conversations bring us a little closer, but as one moves forward, the other pulls back, and the gap never shrinks. So I don't have to read her mind. I'm sure she feels the same. Yeah, this is very cheap. It's like $7 or $8. Sensei. She's a siren. And we're tempting each other with our songs. I saw you flirting with that cosplayer online, Sensei. How does it feel to see a pretty girl dressed up as someone from your work? She feigns jealousy, gauging the distance yet again. We're equally defective. Both of us try to take the high ground, demanding you first, not me. A pair of cowards. Such a thing as two alike. I'm not going to tell you guys to go out and like buy this because this stream isn't me trying to be an influencer in that way. But I will say I do feel a degree of, how do I want to put it? It's not sadness. It's between like pity and like, oh, like whatever the, like I feel slightly bad. Because I know that people aren't going to want to buy this. And they aren't going to want to support it. And because of how raw he's kind of being, well, raw, maybe it's not raw. He's definitely being very open in a way that some people wouldn't like. I worry how he'll react to people disliking it so much. Feels genuine in a way you can't unsee. Yeah. I don't know. Streamers influence me. I want to play Bejeweled and drink gamer subs. But yeah, like I'll leave a review, and I am gonna be like, hey, to the people who read it, hey, I actually ended up not minding it. I actually ended up liking it quite a bit. Like, it was interesting. I don't love it, but like it was a good time. Like, I can tell you this right now. I am grateful I've read this. I don't quite know how to piece that or where I'm going to go forward with that or when this is ever going to come up in my life again. But I feel like I've seen a viewpoint that I really don't think about. Like, I don't think I usually like engage with this sort of media, you know? Because I've told you guys before, I don't really like getting bummed out. But this hasn't bummed me out. This has been fascinating. And I don't know. I feel like I am going to remember this. I don't know. It's like a sad foreign film you see one time. Maybe you think about 2 times in your life. I think I'll think about it a little bit. And then maybe a little less. And then maybe a little less. And maybe once every couple of years. But yeah. Anyway. All right. Feels more memorable than Needy Stream Overload. I liked Needy Stream Overload, but I feel like this one is kind of making me go, oh, okay. You don't really like her, do you, Sensei? You think she's just trying to hitch her wagon to the next big thing. You tell yourself you're too smart to fall for her tricks, so it's okay to let her stroke your ego. Feminine intuition. Not so different from what I have, perhaps. Maybe tonight you'll check her profile to see if she's posted anything new. And every time you look, you'll make up a reason to tell yourself it's okay. I wish she wouldn't say it, but she will. How's that any different from me sitting in the boys' laps at school? Which one of us is biologically superior? Maybe it's both of us. You and me, we can both attract attention from the opposite sex. We're both just 2 peacocks spreading our fans, aren't we, Sensei? Come on, you know I'm right. Yeah, things would be so much easier if we were birds. What are you replying to, Sensei? Does it need to be something in particular? We're already kind of talking by feel. I mean, it's not like I can make eye contact. Ooh, you're psychic, Sensei. Judging by the wicked smile on her lips, she knows exactly what I mean. She's making out like I'm crazy, but only because I blinked first. Sensei, 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 sensei. Do you know the parable of the 10 virgins, sensei? If you call yourself a writer, you must have at least tried to read the Gospels. Oh my goodness. What is this gatekeeping, Botan? 10 virgins go out with lamps to see the bridegroom, but half of them forget to bring oil. The foolish ones' lamps go out on the way, and they aren't allowed into the bridegroom's house. The Gospel calls the virgins who brought oil the wise ones. But you know, sensei, I don't think that's fair. Is it all that wrong to run ahead so eagerly? You forget about some greasy old lamp oil. Doesn't that just show your sincerity? I think you still don't really understand me, sensei. With all your wisdom, you've gotten one thing wrong. All we're trying to do is live with all of our might, spitting in God's eye to revel in being alive and young. I'm the kind of girl who forgets her oil. You know, sensei, we girls are purer of heart than you think. You know, sensei, I think my fate is almost here. I am mildly concerned about how this is going to end because of how she's talking. Yep. Is there anything we could do? What can we do? Anything? Nothing? So now what? I am feeling... Wait for the bells? The lighthouse is lit? I'm wondering. There's no way this is how it ends. How does it... Because everything's broken. Because the music loops. Am I gonna have to look this up? Because I don't know. We have to wait, go to the light. The lighthouse, nothing... If I click it, nothing is happening. Nothing happens with the lighthouse. Swing the spider around. What about the web? I don't know. Wait, the monkey clicked again? Wait, we can click them again? But they weren't lighting up. You ever been a kid and hate how unfair it is that everyone's smart but you? I've been that kid. I've been that kid every day of my life. Everyone takes life more seriously than I do. Everyone thinks about all this complex adult stuff. Back when I was little, I worried that I was the only one who didn't. It was only when I got to middle school that I realized I wasn't alone. By that time, we'd all started to notice who had the brains and who didn't. We'd spot each other across the classroom, just a few of us at first, and think, hey, my kid's just like me. He's dumb too. So us dumb kids got together and learned to ride mopeds the older dumb guys let us use. We'd blast through the red lights late at night and have the time of our lives. The police would come after us, but we'd scatter. Mopeds are awesome for dodging cops. You can do super tight turns on those suckers. And we lost the cops more often than not. Looking back on it now, I wonder if we'd have been better off getting caught. Maybe some time in juvie would have set us on a better path. Maybe if I'd had some dour-looking counselor who could explain to me how come I was the only kid who was bad at math, the only kid who couldn't figure out all this school shit, maybe I would have turned out different. Listen, Hasiachi, I just don't want you to think badly of me. I hope you believe me, man, because I'm serious here. I never bullied any nerds. I never took their money or nothing. The nerds were on my side. They didn't know how to navigate life any better than I did. I'm stupid, but I've got enough brains to know that a bit of muscle is no reason to think I'm better than a nerd. But yeah, I made girls cry. I'm no saint. Man, I sound cringe just saying that. I just don't know any other way to put it. It's the truth. surprised me when the girls in my class started falling for me. I'm talking good girls, the straight-laced kind. I guess they wanted something different. The thrill of the unknown, maybe? I'd show one of them that I wasn't all bad, and next thing I knew, she was throwing herself at me. We'd fool around, and when she'd have a bad day, I'd take her to the beach on the back of my bike. That'd get her sobbing and thanking me all the way home, and that night she'd be posting pictures on Instagram of the night sky and shit. A couple days go by, and I'd find her cheating on me. Made me realize what people are like deep down. Scrape off the surface, and underneath we're all trash. You know what, Hasayachi? I was glad when you started working this job with me. Here's a guy who doesn't know what to do with his life any more than I do, I thought. Here's a guy who, in a really crazy way, is even dumber than me. You know what else I thought? I can't wait to be friends. I bump into Dokodami by pure coincidence. He runs up to me breathing hard while I'm out one night getting my caffeine fix. Man looks like he's run a marathon. Shit, Hasayachi, I've got guys on my tail. The Yakuza have found you already? Looks like it. Guess I better skip town. Damn, I love this place. Send you a letter from my new address when I settle down. Settle down where? Instantly, that flippant, devil-may expression on his face vanishes. An ominous figure materializes behind him. Dokodami's decision has come too late. He should have hopped on his bike and sped off the moment he knew he was being hunted. But of course he sat on his ass and did nothing. That's what made him a dumbass, a low-level punk in the first place. He must have stuck around to say goodbye to his bros, and that's how they caught up to him. You Dokodami-kun? The figure barks out. It's old, mean, and ugly. The man who accosted me before, but a single glance is all I need to know that this man is troubled too. You got me, huh? Am I a goner? Well, I ain't gonna let you off with a warning. What? What the fuck is this music? Dokodami turns on his heel and flees. He sprints full tilt, pell-mell into the darkness of the back alley. His speed is a reflex, almost animalistic. Were this a simple game of chase, his reaction time could be fast enough to shake off his pursuers. In terms of pure physicality, Dokodami is a beautiful specimen. An animal of muscle, of reflexes, of charismatic good looks. But not of intellect. Oh, fuck. Long, long ago, human beings began devising ever more effective devices for killing at a distance. It started with the bow, a groundbreaking innovation. A man can kill a living, breathing thing and leave no blood on his hands. These tools open up endless cruel possibilities. A single gunshot rips through the silence of the night that belongs to all of his solitary souls. Farewell, Dokodami. If it hadn't been for you, I would have quit my dead-end job at the convenience store sooner. That was terrible music for that situation, just saying. The alleyway is filled with the acrid stench of blood. Reddish-brown liquid stains the moonlight. There must have been something between Dokodami's ears after all, for now it all leaks all over the pavement. The man who killed Dokodami addresses me. He gives me no reason to believe he'll kill me too. Disposing of a second dead body is a hassle enough to discourage it. He'll let me go if I tell him what he wants to hear. You a friend of his? I don't even know him. What other answer could I possibly give? I'm guessing if you had the other option, maybe there's more. A thin, frail whisper the thought emanates from that puddle of blood, and I catch it before it vanishes forever. Glad my bro's gonna make it out alive. Farewell, Dokodami. I'm convinced you are a kind man. It's just that one day, over the smallest little fork in the road, you went left when you should have gone right. Dude, you were the fork in the road. You fucking told him to do it. Oh my god. You too lived in a society. Okay, this line is really dumb. Lived in the society. The society of the underworld, the society of the night. Dokodami, the world is a cruel place. By the way, this game has no achievements. I'm really just reading it to read it. Miracles are real, Onichan. Because a miracle is just a series of positive coincidences. Roll the dice enough times, someday your miracle will arrive. It may take billions of throws, but inevitably, you will throw 10 dice and they'll all come up 6s. Every day is a fresh toss, and eventually, everything happens eventually. even miracles. That also goes for the opposite of miracles, Anichan. Enough bad decisions and eventually, everyone's luck catches up with them. Good and bad luck operate in the same set of principles. It's tragic, don't you think? Good and evil, right and wrong, they're just a question of perspective. Your situation determines how you see the world, and your situation itself is the product of random chance. What is a sin at one point in time and space could be an act of great virtue in another. This succession of coincidences leads to the miracle we understand at the present moment. Isn't it a miracle that we're here at all? Each and every one of us? Think of all the coincidences it took for us to even be alive on this earth and in this moment. Going left when you should have gone right, as you put it, can also lead to a miracle. Or to its opposite. That's all there is. Coincidence. It's coincidence all the way down, Oni-chan. The good? Coincidence. The bad? Coincidence. Whether you choose to call that fate hinges on one thing, and one thing only. Whether you believe God preordained it. Okay. From whose perspective is someone considered better off dead? Some countries have the death penalty. Does that mean that anyone who isn't sentenced to execution is someone who deserves to live? Oni-chan, did you know that you can be sentenced to death for burning down a building even if no one dies? I bet you've entertained the thought of that. If you're going to kill yourself anyway, you may as well get sent to death row. You're the type to fantasize about such things, Oni-chan. If you could be sentenced to death without killing anyone, would you be okay with that? Who decides who's worthy of living? Do I get to go back and look at the others? Oh, it's gone. Yep, you can't click it anymore. Alright. Let's go with you then. Do you hate everything, Senpai? I mean, everything. Writing is my sole means of survival, because I hate everything. The world and everything in it. There is nothing for me but to write that hatred. That's all that keeps me going. I'm sorry for being a human being. I'm sorry for being alive. That's all I write, over and over. Has my life been filled with shame? Has yours? Don't you hate it, Senpai? Don't you hate the world and everything in it? I've always felt that I had the chops to become an author with some degree of skill. I'm more of a reader than a writer, and I've certainly written pieces too ambitious for my skill level. I must confess that I've parroted talking points scraped from the internet to pass myself off as an intellectual. But what college student hasn't? It's kind of charming in its naivety. Naivete? I'm still young. I still have so much to learn. And I will learn it. I'll go to places that these literature club geeks wouldn't dare dream of. I used to really believe that until Haseya-kun appeared, sending twin tidal waves of fear and rapturous joy crashing over me. He was a writer, a person who intended to write. I hurried to scrub my writing off the internet, but some pieces slipped through the cracks. He unearthed one of those old stories with a bit of digging. It was awful. I mean, really, truly awful. The kind of thing you write when you're just a kid. A pretentious kid, the type who slogs through classic lit for the sole purpose of sounding precocious. Thought it was clever for all those little zingers I'd picked up. Let's talk up Mishima Yukio's prose and call it a day, said every critic ever. Does Kawabata Yasunori have anything going for him but his eroticism? You wouldn't know by what the critics say. And then I discovered light novels. Thought they were terrible at first. They were filled with Deus Ex Machina and squealing girls flinging themselves at the male protagonist. They were slop, pure and simple, a tool to hack the brain so it pumped out a steady stream of dopamine. But I loved them. I wanted to be a light novel character. I'd make a killer dark mage whose occasional pangs of conscience compelled him to save the world every earth-shattering crisis or three. I'd free a dark elf slave and make her my girlfriend. What do you think? Not too shabby for a light novel concept, huh? It'd sell. It has all the hallmarks of good pulp fiction. I'd agonized over my love of light novels for a long, long time. The thing is, I couldn't be a light novel writer even if I wanted to be. I wasn't cut out to write light novels. Or as you put it, I don't have the courage. The courage to bare my soul and my predilections for 2D women for the rest of the club. The willingness to sacrifice my social standing for the sake of my art. You don't know how lucky you are, Hasuya-kun. I envy you. I think I'll envy you until the day I die. You envy me? I don't have anything going for me. My life is nothing but suffering. I have people like you coming up to me every day to bitch about my work. It's not constructive criticism. It's an impromptu therapy session. I'm a convenient outlet for the gripes and grievances of every wannabe light novel author. The perfect dumping ground for a young geek's emotions. The hotshot rookie author. I know you, senpai. You have to write. You have no choice in the matter. You are nothing without writing. You are raked over the coals in the comment sections of your web novels. This is so generic. I must have seen it 100 times. But that's why you have to write. Keep writing a story that's been told 100 different times, and the seeds of style will germinate. A flower of originality will blossom. From the forge's ashes, genuine talent will be born. Why don't you write, senpai? Yeah, it is 1:55 a.m. But there will be a VOD. You can go to sleep if you need to. You have a commercial writer in your social circle, and instead of embracing it, you cringe. The other club members think you're a fool for it. You don't understand. I can't abandon everything, Hasuya-kun. It's not a matter of abandoning everything but writing. It's a matter of writing being the only thing left. I'm not compelled by a desire to write books. I'll probably drop out of college anyway. I'll quit my job working night shifts at the convenience store. Because there's nothing else I'm capable of doing. There is only writing. If I'm to live in this society, if I'm to secure a spot in the social hierarchy, then my only hope is to cobble together stories from clumsy, awkward words. Dazai Osamu drowned himself in a river alongside a woman. It was a double suicide. You should give that a shot, senpai. Maybe that's what you need to go down in history as one of the literary greats. Don't be stupid. It wasn't the suicide that made Dazai great. It was the mental condition of a man who courted suicide and the way he transmuted his yearning for it into art. Sure, I don't disagree. Hasuya-kun, I don't know how to put it, but I feel odd tonight. Not a bad kind of odd. I can't shake the sensation that you can look into my mind and drag out the words you find hiding there. There's a rush of words pouring out of me, and I think I'm drowning in them. Look who's a poet now. Is that what this is? What does it mean to be one of the literary greats? Tell me what you think of my short story, Hasuya-kun. Be honest with me. I'm begging you, regale me with your opinions, O talented one. O published light novel author. Ooh, we haven't had this in a while. Since the beginning, I think. Mistaking self-indulgence for something cool rather than for a simple lack of ability. Knows nothing at all about the real world. A work that thinks of nothing but how clever its author wants to look. Read it and not one thing stays with you. No, that's not critique. That's barely more than internet trolling. Give me something original. I mean it, Hasuya-kun. Your senpai is making a sincere request here. Is he gonna get shot too? This music is terrible. Who made this? Make a literary critique of his character? What? A literary critique of his character. What do I say? Nah, incredible. What? A literary critique of his character. Okay. Pretension? Incarnate. And not even happy about it. Something thankful for the 6 months in advance. Don't give me that bullshit. You can write more, I know it. We can't deny that it's in character for me to say that. Is this the wall that divides us? Yes, go on. Go become a real writer. I'm stunned. Senpai, you're drowning in these waves of words. What muddy waves they are. If only you learned to swim through the mud, you'd become one of the greatest literary talents there is. Because swimming through the mud is tantamount to discarding everything else. Do that, and come back to me. Join me in the ring and brawl with me to the death. Wrestle me with words, strike me with your sentences. Writing is all we have. It's awfully hard to live when we're incapable of drawing breath, isn't it, senpai? I should know. This is how I live my life. Every day a torrent of other people's thoughts, a disgusting, muddy slurry bears down on me. Every day I struggle to keep my head above the surface, thinking today might be my last. Join me. Let's flail at the mud together. Publishing a book is not all it's cracked up to be. People accuse you of being conceited, and you attract your weirdest fans. Your haters line up to take their stress out on you. It's ridiculous, isn't it? There's no point in writing. It's just all we have. Good night, Adro. Farewell, senpai. I'm off to be pulled under the current of countless words polluting this cyber sea. I'll wait for you in the ring. Don't you dare tell yourself again that you can't write. You can. Once you've shown yourself to the world in all your shame, writing is the only existence you'll have. I know. Because you're like me. What the fuck? You should write a classic sword and sorcery fantasy someday, Oni-chan. I could never. You also said you couldn't write romance, but that didn't turn out to be true either. Or rather, it's that you can't put yourself in the shoes of the dashing fantasy hero, is that right? You're afraid of some starry-eyed girl falling head over heels for you and not taking no for an answer. You're afraid of destroying a powerful evil and becoming the good guy. You're a coward. Good thing I have a little sister to set me straight. It's okay, Oni-chan. I'll always be your #1 reader and biggest fan. I'm the biggest fan of this story of your life. Ah, we got this one again. Immature people are disgraceful, but I suppose human society is about cultivating the possibility for growth within that disgrace. A kind world is one where such people can live their lives, even if they remain immature. Yeah, I think it's more realistic to be unkind. I'm guessing this is him talking, actually. Even so, I guess there are people who still try to be kind. An exemplary religious leader would surely treat their followers that way, right? Did the dude die? No, I don't believe that was literal. I believe that was metaphorical. It was the metaphorical river. Oh my god. Okay, we got 3 more and then I think the game's over. I don't think that I can do all the routes tonight. Like, if we go back and do different choices. I think I'm just going to see each route done. I'll let you know in the Discord, I guess, or maybe in my review if the extra bits change anything. But I think this is the fullest playthrough that I'm going to be able to do. I'm almost jealous of people who have lived a life filled with shame. So far, I've managed to go through my life without suffering any major humiliations. My existence is an exercise in self-preservation. Sure, what little pride I have had been trampled more than once, yet I've never gotten angry over it, nor made any effort to reinflate it. To be honest, yes, I simply envied them. Too ashamed to let my envy show, I dedicated my life to hiding my complex, and at some point I started to delude myself that God or something was rewarding me for being a generally good guy. I've never had any belief in God. I look down on religious people as fools who can't make up their minds for themselves. But I still wanted salvation. I was stupid. I'm stupid. It took time for me to come to terms with that fact. I believed, or wanted to believe, that everyone was like this. I thought my friend with his hunchback and surly expression was an idiot like me, reading his books, acting like he's the shit, desperate to sound literary so that people would think he's smart. He has a shitty personality, that's why he has no friends. A stupid idiot, failing at life. In the same way, I won my own mental victories by finding the flaws in my classmates. That guy only cares about being popular with the girls. His only redeeming feature is that he's rich. That one's an average Joe who whips himself to do well in sports even though he'll never make it as a pro. And me? I derived a sense of superiority from looking down on other people. I suppose you could say I felt omnipotent. During adolescence, I believed that, whatever my status at the time, I would blossom eventually. Unlike everyone else my age, I could see reality for what it was, and I grasped it on a deeper level. I knew things more important than schoolwork. I knew a darkness deeper than friendship or love. Night after night, I surfed the net, visiting shady sites to unearth the truth about the world. I am gifted. I'm gifted. I am gifted. No, you're not, you fucking idiot. With time, that sense of omnipotence faded. By the time I started university, it had been completely subsumed by an inferiority complex. Why am I the only one who can't get things right? Everyone else seems to have something I don't. They all seem decently good looking. Aren't I at least okay? Good enough to get a girlfriend? Wait, what if I'm hideous? Am I the only person in the world who's single? They all seem to know about all these books and movies I've never heard of. I got my ass in gear and I watched a Tarantino movie. I didn't really get it, but people said it was cool. I tried bringing up Pulp Fiction to some guy who seemed like he was into that kind of stuff, but then he mentioned Once Upon a Time in Hollywood and I didn't know what he was talking about, so I just said, oh yeah, that one, and the conversation fizzled out. I want to fly. I want to fly in the sky. I want to spread my wings and soar into Tokyo's narrow, polluted sky. My heart is breaking right now. Fuck. Thanks for coming out this late, man. My office is down there. Damn, looks pretty run down, but they don't even lock the door to the roof. You know what, Hasiya? I've never read a single book. You kept semi-ironically referencing it, so I tried reading Das Kapital. It was so freaking boring, I had no idea what he was going on about. I looked for bad reviews online. Seems like Japanese people love tearing that book apart. I saw reviews like, just a bunch of drivel from an elite who never worked a day in his life, and shut up and get a job, and this country would be hollowed out without capitalism. Apparently labor is something done by slaves. They don't have the brains to think for themselves, so they have to move their bodies instead. The convenience store night shift sucks, right? We're modern day slaves. Earn your daily bread by the sweat of your brow. Personal responsibility. I don't really get it, but it feels like at some point the world was rewritten so that working became the only respectable thing to do with your life. It's like we've all been brainwashed to believe that, or like programmed not to rebel against labor. I sound like an angsty teen or a conspiracy theorist. I don't want to work. You can say that with real conviction, Hasiya. I envy you. I want to be that reckless too. He who does not respect himself is a slave. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Oh, it's a quote? My bad for not being well read. From Natsume Sasuke, huh? The author. Do people really read books? Do they get the meaning behind those philosophical movies and anime? You know, I really don't have a clue about anything. I'm serious. I act as though I do, and I just kind of skate on. I figured one day everything would fall into place and it'd all balance out. But bit by bit, the gears slipped out of alignment, and before I knew it, I'd reached a point of no return. Save me. Every time I try to think of a solution, my mind goes blank, and next thing I know, I'm on my phone watching shorts or playing games. Social media is like a habit I can't quit, and every time I look at it, I see other people my age with all these followers kissing their asses, and I want to kill them. I felt that way about you, too. I wish you'd stop being so fucking pretentious. Sorry. I don't want to think about that shit. I don't have the mental space to anyway. Because I don't have the space to think, all my time ends up filled with work without me realizing it. I'm a slave. I work because I don't want to think. I've got to be the perfect example of exploited laborer, don't you think? An insect following its programming. I want to fly. God, your expression never changes. I've always hated that smug look. Pretentious asshole. But you're pretty impressive, Hasiya. I mean, you published a goddamn book. I was genuinely trying to encourage you, man. Seriously. Like, I really wanted to root for you. I want to fly. I've always thought that you get this look on your face like you can read people's minds. You're doing it right now. You can't tell? You look really fucking sad, man. Like you're really going through it. Sorry, but I'm gonna have to ask you to shoulder one more burden for me. For once, I want to say something appropriate for me, the protagonist of my own life. Remember that I lived, my friend. It's all on you now. Oh, can't even conceive of getting a new qualification and changing careers. How can you be so full of yourself when you're so painfully average? Mocking me as a creative is just how you try to hide your own shortcomings. Everyone can see you have an inferiority complex. You can do it. I don't want to say that on top of a roof, man. I really don't want to say that on top of a roof. But we gotta pick one. That's not what I wanted to hear. Huh. So you're faking it this whole time, too? I don't think there was a right answer. Some friend. Yeah. Oh. Oh. That's new. Yeah, I think we died. Ah, shit. I don't know what the skip button is, but that's kind of neat. I kind of want to see what the gallery's like. Oh, we are missing a lot, actually. All right. That wasn't there at the beginning, right? Like, that definitely was not this. I don't remember there being this. Alrighty. Where's the skip? Skip. Oh, God. This is gonna take a while. Pew. Yep, this is before we finished other people's. Alright. Staying up till daybreak to beat this? At least a little bit. Let me get through the routes that we've definitely done already, okay? Okay. Skip. Alright. Keep skipping. Luckily, the skip feature is pretty good. Alright. Then was Senpai. We gonna have to write stuff again. Oh, we can pick a different one, I guess. A work that thinks nothing but how clever its author wants to look. Nope, that's the same thing you said last time. Okay. Okay. It did save what I put, yeah. Alright. I'm gonna save again, but like at the beginning of this. And I want to see if there's any way out of this one. Alright, skip. I've got to click through this. Okay. Skip. I'm gonna pick the one that I don't want to pick. You can do it. You can fly. Oh, he's still mad. Oh, God. Here I go. I can fly. Fuck you, capitalism. There's a dull, wet thud. Heard that sound once before. I wonder how that guy's doing these days. Guess Igus has only had one jump in him. Yeah. It's been a while since the day I heard that sound. Jesus! Oh boy! He finally became a beautiful butterfly. That is an amazing piece of art. It was inevitable, really. Oh my goodness. Igusa always suffered under the yoke of his inferiority complex, and now he's finally free. He must have figured that this was the only way. Must have pushed his pitiful little brain to the limit to come to this decision. You don't have to work anymore. You don't have to think anymore. You took flight, escaping even the clutches of capitalism. And you looked awesome doing it. My first and only friend. As someone who thinks that, like, Guro art is, like, awesome, that was gorgeously painted. Wow. Okay, wow, okay. Yeah, incredible composition. You play trading games, card games, Hasia? Nah, they're boring. Besides, who would I play with? You're my only friend. That's why I'm asking. I want to start playing. I'll pass. I can read minds, so card games don't hold much appeal for me. Dude, you sound like you should be wearing a cloak. Maybe I'll give it a shot. Does that mean you can tell if there's a rare card in a pack without opening it? It's not the same as X-ray vision, dumbass. Jeez, fine. I don't need you then, dumbass. You're just so full of stupid thoughts, dumbass. Screw you. Hey, let's go kill time at the arcade. Fine, dumbass. The right option is the one that make you the biggest asshole. Maybe. Oni-chan, it's been said that humanity is a slave to wheat. With the realization that they could secure a stable food supply by increasing wheat production, humans began the transition from hunting to agriculture. As they began to work for their crops, it created the concept of labor, and then resulting a concept of community. Thus, wheat enabled the population to increase and civilization to flourish. People became concerned with the passage of time and the seasons, and they learned to live with one eye on tomorrow. Till then, people had been happy simply living in the moment. But once they realized the importance of harvest time, they began to adjust themselves around it. That's when life as we know it began. That was the beginning of labor. From there, people invented all different kinds of work. Management to increase the yield, the production of granaries and other sites. All kinds of different jobs and roles sprouted up too. And those who were unable to serve a role gradually isolated from the group. Before you know it, the people who are considered useless are being forced to work at the command of elites above them. And no one even knows how they should resist, or could resist. We're taught that it's proper and correct to follow the rules. We don't even question the fact that we spend our whole lives working ourselves to the bone to benefit the... So this is what Nemo quoted before. Like, working for somebody else, for the benefit of somebody else. The more you work, the less time you have, and the narrower your worldview becomes. People aren't just exploited because they're stupid. They grow stupid because they're exploited. Humanity is inextricable from labor. Everyone's living the hard-scrabble life. You could argue that, if all you get from life is endless labor, the wisest choice is to make your exit partway through. That was all just some silly nonsense I read in a book recently, Oni-chan. I mean, it has nothing to do with us. We're committing slow suicide together, cut off from the rest of the world. Even now, somewhere out there, the wheat is multiplying. Don't leave me in those fields of gold, Oni-chan. Is she representative of just his role in, like, being a writer? Well, kids will kill bugs without a thought, right? Is it because they can't yet comprehend that bugs are living creatures just like them? Then again, animals kill the weak without mercy. You could say that it's natural order of things for the strong to prey upon the weak. Perhaps the more arrogant perspective is seeing all life as equal. As fellow living beings, isn't it only proper to fully exercise our biologically superior human strength and intellect by torturing and killing bugs whose lives are dictated by mere signals? There's no answer to such a question, because the world revolves around capitalism regardless. Okay. This is close to my experience to having to return to retail 4 months ago to now. I'm stable financially, but my creative flow is stagnated. Alright, that's 3 down, 2 to go. Let's finish the parents. Whoa, that did like a little flash. Oh, are you not gonna let me? It won't let me. Do you have to do the parents route last because it's to do with your sister? Alright, we're gonna save again. I'm sorry that I won't go back and do all of the things on stream, but yeah. I want you to complete me, Sensei. The artwork named Tenjiku Botan. By myself, I'm just an unremarkable e-girl. Even in my little corner of the world, I struggle to stand out, but even so, I don't want to just be girl A, another face in the crowd you passed by on your way to stardom. Do you ever want to die, Sensei? I do. Quite often. That's why I cling so fiercely to life. I sit on boys' laps, visit old bookstores in search for myself, go to art house cinemas, all hoping to find something that will make me special. I really do like paintings, you know. See for yourself if I'm lying. I'm sure you can. Then again, you're an artist too. Maybe you don't need to read my mind. When I said I saw a girl with a pearl earring and wished that could be me, I wasn't trying to put on airs. It really did touch my soul. There and then I thought, if I can't live like this girl in the painting, life has let me down. Dreaming a bit too big, right? Vermeer ruined my life. When I put it like that, doesn't it sound romantic? What about the rest, you ask? All the depressing books and cult classic movies? A third of it was real. Maybe. The rest, just me trying to impress you. I wanted someone like you to think I had value, to lift me out of the muck. I'm different. I see the sadness in your story, and I want to give it a hug. Like an animal crying. As in calling, or as in weeping? What's the difference, really? Even that parable from the Gospels, I just quoted it because it's the only part I know. My whole life is like that. What? Your work? You want to hear what I really think? Dear me, Sensei. Surely an established author like yourself doesn't care what some silly girl has to say about it. Teehee. Toying with people gives me a little hint of superiority, see? Helps me stave off the desire for death for the time being, while I'm still young. But you wanted to know what I thought. Rest assured, your book really did strike a chord with me. I know I'm just pretending to be cultured, but I'd like to think I do know talent when I see it. Your writing's unique, self-indulgent like nothing else. Dostoevsky is too much for me to handle, but I can see maybe why you like him so much, or why you aspire to be him, maybe. But there's an amateur innocence to it, too. Like, you want to throw structure and writing sense out the window and just ask your audience to get it. As naive as a child acting out to get his parents' attention. In a way I can't help but love. I wonder if that's what you were going for. If it wasn't, it makes me want to hug you after all. Maybe I did enjoy it, rough edges and all. Don't worry, though. You've got the talent in you to make a book that sells, but unpolished. You're not as impressive a writer as you think, but that's what I love about you. I'm sure you'll write a masterpiece someday, Sensei. You can transmute your loneliness into art. That's a rare gift, and I'll happily give myself to it. You're a vampire, drinking young women's blood and turning it into prose. So, drink my soul, shed your innocence, and tell an even more self-indulgent story that captures even more people's hearts. In your story, I can live forever. Hurt me, Sensei. Torment me. Rip my veneered heart open and peer inside. You can look, Sensei. See all of me. Everything beneath the shallow pretense. And spear my blackened viscera with brutal honesty. I get it, Sensei. I get to relish this for now, playing the femme fatale, seducing the naive young writer. But the day will come where you don't need a fraud like me. That's why I was scared to get close to you. My sugar daddy and my classmates fawn over me now, but only because I'm young. I'm not like you. I can't sustain myself on blood. I can only watch in terror as my worth dwindles day by day. I don't need you to tell me what I am. I don't know anything about Osamu Dazai or Okutagawa Ryunosuke. The Kurosawa movie I watched bored me to tears. I couldn't figure out what anyone was saying. I can't tell Chopin from Mozart. I'm just getting by with vague knowledge and guesswork. I've never been clever. Thank goodness you wrote a light novel, Sensei. If it had been anything more challenging, I would have never been brave enough to reach out. I tried so hard to be intriguing enough to catch your eye. But that was the beginning of my downfall. Tenjiku Botan means peony of India, which is an old word for dahlia, a symbol of good taste. Huh. I could tell you were a true genius. There's that instinct again. Down here at the bottom of the food chain, we're alert to predators, and I quickly realized you could swallow me whole. Writers have the strangest power, Sensei. You so rarely look me in the eye, but when I do catch you staring at me, it feels like my heart is an open book. Soon I realized you already knew everything that I had to hide. Felt like fate. I knew judgment was coming, sooner or later. I know better than anyone how shallow I really am. Society isn't lenient enough to let a pseudo-intellectual jade like me live. But it's not kind enough to give me a beautiful end either. I spend every day feeling so inferior I could die. I was so glad to find something real. I knew at once that you were going to kill me. The certainty swept through my DNA and scrambled my brain before my heart could even think of love. Finally, I would be free. I'd found my fate. I'd never been so happy. So there it is. The whole truth. Or at least, the part I can testify to in my own awkward words. But I'm sure you can reach in and drag out more than that. Kill me, Sensei. Do your worst and make me complete. Oh boy. You can't think of any way to become a tragic heroine except dying. You're just a weakling who never put in the work. By steeping yourself in self-pity like that, you're papering over your own nothingness all over again. You barely have an opinion of your own. You never once believed your own taste was right. A low-grade animal who consoles herself night after night on the thrill of being validated by unremarkable men. Rather than regret selling your body, you single-mindedly hunt for chances to make everyone pity you for having had no choice. That's how little value you place on yourself. That's why I envied you. Oh. Okay. By seeing yourself in self-pity like that, you're papering over your own nothingness all over again. Ah. Low-grade animal, unremarkable men. It hurts. Can't think of any way to become a tragic hero. I'll do this one. That's how little value you place on yourself. And then the last one, I guess. You mustn't say that to anyone but me. In the end, you can't even kill yourself alone, so you drag others in. A worthless background character of a woman. Ah, Sensei. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. No one's ever pulled out my guts like this. And now, this is goodbye. Please, Sensei. Capture this moment in a photograph. That's right. Just like that. No, you don't need to show me. I already know I look the most beautiful I've ever been. I'm going to be your story now. I don't need to see any more of reality. Just promise me you'll take me out and look at me from time to time, frozen in eternity. I'll wait for your new book down in hell, Sensei. Thank you, Sensei. Thank you for passing on the story of my life. Thank you for letting me end it as a curious character in your tale. Just one last thing, Sensei. Let me lay a curse on you before I go. Sensei, I loved you like no one ever will. Oh boy. That thing hanging from a rope is no fairy tale princess, but the corpse of a woman grown, her legs streaked with excreta, her mouth bubbling with froth, her eyeballs bulging from their sockets, and her grotesque death mask a far cry from beautiful. She wanted to die. She said so herself. She sensed she had gone as far as she could in this cruel society. Rather than watch herself decay, she wanted to preserve her beauty at its zenith. She wanted this. I just gave her what she asked for. All she wanted was for me to write about her. She told me so. So this was fine, right? Me, a vampire? Don't make me laugh. And excuse my writing for having rough edges. Do you know creators are innocent babes? Pretty rude for someone who calls herself my #1 fangirl. Can I really drink a soul? This game is what I'm going to think about at work. This is definitely going to be something to think about. Welcome back, Oni-chan. Hey, Sahana. Oni-chan, there's blood on your lips. What happened? Nothing much. Got surprised and bit my lip, that's all. You look like Dracula. Since when did I write to feed off others? I thought I was writing my own salvation. They're the same thing. When other people don't exist in your mind, there's no distinction between yourself and others. It's all just you. You drink your own blood so you can write to save yourself. You know, I've never really thought I was good enough to be a writer. I'm faking it until I make it, just like everyone else. Struggling with your identity is part of being a writer, Oni-chan. Writers live to test their worth against a manuscript. They sit down and let their pen decide whether they're worthy to create. Talking like a real know-it-all for someone who's never written a word. Anyway, I feel ready to write the best sophomore effort the world's ever seen. You just watch. I bet it'll get an anime. You look really determined, Oni-chan. All bursting with energy, like you've just gotten over a broken heart. I'm sure you'll write something you can be proud of. Broken heart. You think? I'm not interested in love. I'm married to my art. Okay. Now I want to tell you what my next book's going to be about. Go ahead. I'm always here for you, Oni-chan. So the female lead's a sexy villainess who tries to seduce the protagonist, but then she starts to realize she's just part of a story. I like it. I'm sure it'll be a great book. Good luck, Sensei-to-be. What's wrong, Oni-chan? You were crying out in your sleep. Are you suffering? Are you sad? You look like you have regrets. You don't usually toss and turn like this. You were thrashing about like a man possessed. Alright, last one. Let me save. Boop. That's great. My child is born. Our child, darling. Right, ours. Our baby boy. We'll call him Hasuya, like we decided. He'll grow up to be as pretty as me, and a high earner like me. Whatever he becomes, I just pray that he grows up happy. The tiny crack in the thin sheet of ice started to spread. Both convinced that the other was having an affair, they spent every day constantly arguing over trivial matters. You never put your mug back where it belongs. You always leave the bathroom light on. You cough too loudly. You smell like an old person. You buy too many new clothes. You leave your underwear lying around. You drink too much. You smoke too much. I know you're having an affair. One little poke at the spiderwebbing cracks will shatter it, sending them both plummeting to rock bottom. Each of them believes that they're the alpha of this household, the one who gets to tell the other person what to do. They never had any intention of trying to talk things out. The love is long gone. Now, they simply want to put themselves in the best position to come out of a divorce favorably, whether by gathering evidence of infidelity or baiting the other into domestic violence. They no longer spare a thought for me or Sahana. Mom's thoughts went their way into my brain. I've wasted over 2 decades of my life on this man. Back then, he seemed like a real catch. I felt so lucky to have found a guy who was devoted to both his work and his partner. A simple, boring man with nothing else going on. But over the years, he buried himself deeper in work. He stopped helping out with the kids, and our love withered with age. A man with nothing to excite a woman outside of the money he brings home. On top of all that, both kids are introverts bordering on agoraphobic. I don't know what's going on with them. Sure, they're not ugly, and they don't get into any trouble, but to be honest, they creep me out a little. I can't get back all that lost time. So what's wrong with trying to regain a little passion in my life by hooking up with a guy that all the moms are into, especially when he's out there getting his dick wet? Both of them just rationalize. It's sad. This is a bad environment for Sahana, surrounded by all this tension. Your beauty is wasted on that beer-bellied Cheeto. The fact that this is meant to be like a depiction of like an overweight woman, I'm like, she just has a slightly wider jaw and I kind of fuck with it. And it's not because we have the same hair, okay? I whisper into her ear, "You were so pretty back when you were thin, Mom." Fucking... Let's get married. Are you serious? Yeah, look at me. I'm a workaholic with nothing else going on. Don't think I'll ever be more into a woman than you. Wait, that's your reasoning? Are you kidding me? You don't wanna? No, I do. I just want you to ask me properly. Right, yeah. I love you. Will you marry me? Yes. Dad's ranting in the living room again. Stupid bitch. This is what's wrong with women. That dumb PMSing slut. What's wrong, Dad? She was going on about some accessory she lost, and apparently it was all my fault. Then she found the damn thing in her purse. Shit for brains, always looking to blame other people. In a functioning family, it's probably the sort of thing you laugh about over dinner. But once a crack is formed, every little bit of loathing and every minor interaction becomes magnified 1,000-fold. He can't even bring himself to refer to her by name anymore. Is a man like you really going to let that silly whore browbeat you? E-cups, got it. You're a big, strong man, Dad. You're a man of means. You raised 2 kids, and you paid for every penny. But I guess your love wasn't enough. It's kind of pathetic to end up with a woman who only thinks of you as a boring guy. Apparently, it's also your job to keep her interested. Sorry to drag you out to see a romance movie, but I really like that actor. It's fine. I wanted to go on a movie date anyway. What did you think of it? Let's both describe it in one word on the count of 3. 1, 2, boring. You too? Proves you can't skate by on star power alone. In the living room, my father cuts at his race card with a box cutter. Betting on the horse races is one of his few hobbies. Mom is doing the dishes and she's getting increasingly pissed off. Her husband is sitting on his ass, gambling, blissfully unaware that she's slaving away at housework. It was nothing. It had been nothing. They're both at the end of their ropes. The trigger could have been anything. Look at you, gambling like you don't have a care in the world while I wash your dishes. It's exactly how it was with the kids, too. You don't even realize it. What's gotten into you, woman? I'm the one who works to put food on the table. Who do you think looks after the kids and the house? Who do you think earns the money for it? There's no point in arguing about it. What they need is understanding and acceptance. But they're both already... You keep going on about raising the kids, but look at them. They're so screwed up they're afraid to leave the house. With those two, it's a win that they're even alive. So you admit it. You haven't done anything to actually raise them. Meanwhile, I've been out there breaking my bag. The hell you have. You live to work. You love it. It's all you have. Fuck off. I'd only rather be at work than at home because you're so fat it makes me sick to look at you. Excuse me? Who would want to even be in the same room as an ugly bastard like you? And no, the hookies you pay to do it don't count. What did you call me? Are you even gonna deny it, you dirty cheater? Like you can talk? Where have you been going every afternoon? Oh, you're accusing me now. Shut your mouth. Must be nice to be a woman. You all think you can throw a hissy fit and get your way. You... Mom raises the knife over her head with a pose that says, "One more word and I'll kill you." She's just posturing, but Dad's pride is at stake. He won't yield to a threat. He raises the box cutter. The situation teeters on the edge. In the back of their minds, they hear their son's voice. Your beauty is wasted on that beer-bellied cheater. Is a man like you really gonna let that silly whore browbeat you? There's a wet impact. Their blades paint each other's skin crimson. There's nothing that could be done. Her nose is gone! Now that they've ruptured, adrenaline drowns out the pain as they slash at one another in a frenzy. In and out the blades go. After so many years together, they even stab in unison. Sorry, I always say that wrong. In perfect harmony, Red covers them. Pig! Rat bastard! Two feral creatures dance before me. They don't even notice their son watching from the sidelines. Red. So much red. In and out the blades go, staining everything scarlet, all the way back to the memories of a time when they truly cared for one another. They pant and gasp like the first time they made love. Goodbye, Mom. Goodbye, Dad. I'll look after Sahana. You don't need to argue anymore. You don't need to endure it anymore. Sometimes, I feel like this is a dream. What is? Being with you. Where's this coming from? Sorry, I just never thought I could be this happy. It's kind of scary. Dummy. I'm serious. I'm so happy with you. Me too. You sure I'm the guy for you? Yeah, I'm sick of dating players. I'm ready for someone honest. Someone safe. Like you. Don't bring up your exes. You know I get jealous. You're so cute. I love you. Me too. It's a love heart. Thick and gooey, smeared. The two of them have expired. Heart cut like a cake. I wonder if they're together in the next world, too. Thanks for everything, Mom. Dad. Hope you're both happy there. Your son. And bring it home, Sahana! It's gonna be quiet around here now, isn't it? It's okay, Oni-chan. You're okay. You and I are bound by blood, so everything will be okay. Now what? Can I click this? I can! The dull, moist sounds ring out. Before my eyes, two middle-aged people, each in the midst of a second adolescence, make tender love. The dull, moist sounds ring out. The parents who raised us breathe their last breaths. Teenage angst can really drive you mad, huh? That question of who am I is a real toughie. What if they both died pondering it, just like I am? Were they wondering, who were we, as they died driving their blades into the person they once loved? As their son, I'd like to believe they went out thinking, well, at least we raised our kids right. Guess I can't read the minds of the dead. Damn. Floor's covered in blood. That's gonna stain the carpet. I once asked my dad what my name meant. He said that they picked the kanji for lotus flower because they bloom beautifully despite growing in mud. Nice one, Dad. Who am I? Can I flower despite the mud all around me? Hey, Sahana. Everyone's dead. They all went off and died. What did Mom and Dad ever accomplish? Not that people have to accomplish anything, I guess. But I don't like that thought. I'm here surviving in this harsh, cruel world. I want to leave something behind. A legacy. Some proof that I lived. Like the first human who ever left their handprint on a cave wall. Proof that I was here. We might just be committing slow suicide together, Oni-chan. Both festering away. Now we're all alone in this big house. Something hollow about an empty living room. I know you don't like to be alone. That's why you gave living your best shot. You tried everything you could. You did your best, Oni-chan. You want to live, don't you? That's why you write. Sentences, books, stories. You're right, Sahana. What the fuck is this track? That's why I have to write my story. I have to write what comes next. Actually, it kind of slaps, but it's pointless. The world is too rotten. Save me. Shit. I've got to write my sequel. I've got to write. Middle-aged man, office worker, high school girl, child. Alright. Left to right, I guess. Just a spoiled brat getting high on his own immaturity by invoking the ugliness of middle age. The only way you feel you can fit in with the society is by looking down on the working class, and it makes you feel inferior. Better go on writing that sequel. You have the same romantic feelings and lusts as everyone else. You've just grown so cynical you've lost sight of them. Is that why you killed her? To cover up that part of yourself? I don't want to grow up to be like him. Pathetic adult who complains about the rest of the world while thinking he's the greatest thing ever. What the hell? Is this whole goddamn city mocking me? Fucking NPCs, cogs in the societal machine. Help me, Sahana. Save me. Yo, what's up, killer? You chose today. I didn't do anything. You really believe that? Nah, you're just trying to numb your guilt. Who do you think you are, acting so high and mighty? Igusa? Guess you only dare speak your mind when you're talking to a hallucination. I'm only saying it because you're a figment of my imagination. I don't think that I think of that way about the real Igusa. Bullshit. I was supposed to be your friend, but you always look down on me. Okay, maybe that's not quite right. You always look for the flaws in others so you can keep them at a distance. Deep down, though, you really wanted a closer friendship. Shut up. Okay, fine, I'll go kill myself again. How long are you gonna keep on living? It's fine to look down on people, Hasuyukan. Nothing beats being looked down on by a total poser. I want to thank you for making me feel like a real writer. You're pretty honest for a hallucination. Heh. I feel better now that I've realized that you have no real talent and you're just LARPing as a writer. You're more aware of that than anyone, aren't you? I'm amazed you managed to fake it this far with only a single book to your name. You know, it took shooting his wife in the head for William S. Burroughs to finally think of himself as a real writer. You trying to tell me to kill my sister or something? No. Isn't there anything else you want to write, Hasuyukan? I'm dead, Hasayachi. Well, if it isn't the consequences of your own actions. Fair enough. But you left me to him, huh? Anyone else would have done the same in my position. Sure, maybe. I don't think I would have, though. Yeah. Yeah, maybe not. You're hurting inside, aren't you, Hasayachi? Well, don't ask me how to fix you. The way I see it, you're just weak. Are you telling me I should die? Nah. See, you're trying to shift blame again. You're such a coward, man. I'm the one you have the most complicated feeling toward, aren't I? You're the one I have the least to say to. Are you blushing, Sensei? Oh my god, you're so cute. Just imagine me saying that. Not a chance in hell. We're grown adults, both of us. You got something to say then? I thought you could read minds. Surely you know where this is going. Are you really gonna make me say it? Wait. No, don't. You can't stop me. You're an evil person. You'd rather kill someone than confront the way you feel about them. I thought he was gonna bloom beautifully despite the mud. Nope, turned out to be a disgrace, just like his dad. You're the one who doesn't know how to give up when she's lost. We're dead. You can stop badgering me now. Let's just have a good time commiserating over our failure of a son. True. We stayed together right to the bitter end. So I suppose we have our son to thank for that. Oni-chan. I'll always be by your side, Oni-chan. Let's kill ourselves together until death do us part. Really? Is that really what you're thinking right now, Sahana? Please help me. Am I a murderer? Am I evil? I've been suffering all this time, you know. I can see inside people. I alone can hear all their filthy inner thoughts. Just save me. Sahana. You're the only family I have left. Only you. You're hallucinating, Oni-chan. This isn't real. Believe in yourself, Oni-chan. Believe in the world. I can't. I hate it. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it, 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 hate it. Fuck. I'm a sick man. You never told me you can read minds, Oni-chan. It's amazing. But it might just be another one of your delusions. I do think you're way more perceptive than the average person. I don't doubt you have an exceptional intuition. I think you're just as gifted as I am. But maybe at some point, because you're so fragile, you convinced yourself that you can read people's minds as a way to avoid being hurt by them. Are you sure you didn't decide to become an author as a way to make a sense of life spent avoiding other people? You're hallucinating, Oni-chan. Hey, are you scared of me? Do you read minds to save yourself from further pain? Wake up, Oni-chan. This isn't real. Coward. Oni-chan. Kill yourself. I love you. Die. My beloved. Stop. I don't want to look. I don't want to I don't want to hurt anymore either. I'm gonna pick that one. Oh, you gotta do all of it. Okay. Peer into Sahana's mind. Oh! It keeps drawing the cursor back. I'm not doing this. If I try and move the cursor away, it just brings back. Oni-chan. Oni-chan, I've been wanting to tell you this for a very long time now. Probably like 7 hours. You can't write the follow-up book. You looked down on everyone, mocked them, killed them, all while having a hugely inflated sense of your own self-importance. You can't write, despite not having any other reason to live. You made sacrifices of all these people, all to hide the fact that you can't write anymore. Oni-chan, everyone's left you. Oni-chan, I love you. Oni-chan, this isn't real. I didn't say anything, Oni-chan. Snap out of it, Oni-chan. Come back to me. Trust me, Oni-chan. Die. How little self-respect must you have to look into your own sister's mind? You deserve to die for that. An author who can't write anymore is no author at all. You said so yourself. You try to make yourself look cultured by quoting all these other authors. I love you, Oni-chan. Die. My very favorite toy is the bear you bought for me, Oni-chan. Die. Oni-chan. Oni-chan. Aren't you going to write what comes next? I won't stop. Die. 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 Please just stop. Can't take this ringing in my head. It's futile, Oni-chan. This is your own voice coming from inside your brain. There's no sound waves reverberating against your eardrums. Are you going to tear off your ears like Van Gogh and start pretending to be an artist next? You think that maybe you could be like the Stoics and focus only on your works of art? Hey, why can't you write? Are you scared? Scared that because you can only write about yourself, people will realize that you're empty inside, that you've always been empty, that you aren't much of a writer? Is it weighing on your mind, the fact that even after killing all those people, you still can't write worth a damn? Your parents killed each other. That's a pretty unique set of circumstances. The whole world must be waiting for your follow-up novel with bated breath. They're all wondering what you'll write next, the great author who killed his friend, his coworker, his classmate, his crush. Hey God, are you listening? What should I do? If ripping my ears off didn't help, what's next? My book sits atop the table. And I remember entering the contest with such a rush. Thought that at long last someone else would read this proof of my existence. I was so excited. Writing used to be fun. I'll rip my light novel apart. The emotional panopticon. Slick title, right? We've been watching each other, you and I, haven't we? You're up next. I pull up the pages and shove them down my throat. I can't breathe. I think I'm gonna die. Yeah, I think I can die now. It hurts. It hurts so much. It was more I wanted to write. I wanted to write about this feeling, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't write. There was nothing left inside me. I wanted to hide that. I wanted to hide the fact that my sensitive sister has always been my one and only anchor. Sahana. Sahana. Your Oni-chan doubted you. I deserve to die. Oni-chan. Oni-chan. Is this reality? Oni-chan, hold on. For a convenient illusion. I love you, Oni-chan. What if it's real? Can Sahana survive on her own? I'm so sorry. It looks like your Oni-chan went wrong somewhere. Maybe he was wrong from the start. Oni-chan. Oni-chan. You're a smart girl. You'll be okay. Don't try to follow me. I know you can write about me. Write the rest of my story. I'm calling an ambulance. Leave behind proof that I lived. Sahana, I love you. Stay strong, Sahana. I love you, Oni-chan. I love you. Oni-chan, you can go without me. It's not fair you get to be free and I don't. Oni-chan, being alone only means that we're both lonely. I'll always be with you, Oni-chan. Always. Oni-chan. I'm coming with you. Why, hello there. Whee! Well. Oh. He's smiling now. He wasn't before. I think he was upset before. Well. We are missing some, so I'm guessing there's more. But we got most of it, I think. I wasn't sure how to feel about it. That's exactly how I feel. That's exactly how I feel. Okay, where is it? Wait, is it Botan's theme? Yeah, it's Botan's theme. Wait, Fool's theme. Fool's theme wasn't that bad. It's Botan's theme that sucked. Oh, I didn't like Symphony either. Symphony sucked. Okay. Of the concepts in Beauty Shern, this was a lot. Like, it was a lot. I don't really know how else to put it other than it was a lot. I am glad we read it. I do want to go through and get the last of the CGs, but it is 3 in the morning and I have been streaming for 7 hours. Um, there's a lot to, yeah, this is a lot to unpack. The music was a huge con. Yeah, the music was a huge con. I don't know who did the music. Can I look that up? Can I? But then again, I feel like that's just me digging on whoever did the music. Like, I feel kind of bad for it to. I'm gonna put on Cigarettes After Sex. I wanna vibe just a little bit. Um, but yeah, that was fascinating. I am, because I don't think I've ever really read anything like this before. Like, this was very, it's hard to write it. To think, sorry, everything's writing now. The world's longest suicide note. I don't think he wants to die. I also don't know. Like, I hope Nyal is okay. I hope Nyal is okay. If this is autobiographical in some way, which, by the way, I do think that, like, there was some stuff written in there that felt very honest, disturbingly honest, because it's the kind of way that, like, I've met people who have felt that way, and I've felt certain parts of that too. I talked about it at the start. Mad This Game probably doesn't have any video essays made about it. Maybe someday there will be. Maybe someday there will be. I don't know. Maybe you want to do one. I don't know. I don't think I'll be doing an essay. I don't think so, but I don't know. I am. Wow. Also, I no longer hate the false advertising because I don't know how else to advertise this game without spoiling it. Yeah. Because I really don't see people buying this without her in it. I do wonder what she represents. Because she felt like a lot of hope. Was it falsely advertised or people make incorrect assumptions about it? I think it's incorrect assumptions based on the advertising tactic because she was front and center for everything and she was not heavily focused in the novel. She was more like a bookending device. And she was kind of used in a mascot sort of way. But I think people assumed she'd be the star and people assumed that there was going to be siscon. And I'd argue there's a little bit in there. Like, you know, it's hinted at, of course, but like, that's not the point at all. Like, this was not a romance. This was not a romance, even slightly, and this wasn't like erotic. I mean, it was touched on, but I don't think it's meant for that purpose. This was not an eroge. This was a lot. This was a lot of thoughts, and this was a lot of. I'm stumbling. Like, it was a lot. Yeah. So this was gonna be. Yeah, some people did think that this was going to be that, you know. How you feeling? I feel good. I feel good. I am tired. I'm very tired. Do you think the sister was necessary? I'm conflicted because I at the start I was like, can the sister be lifted out? And I believe that she can be, but I also think that this would not be the same. It's hard to explain. But this is released. This released like a week ago. Like that's why the dev was not the dev. The publisher was in the chat. Yeah, this released 4 days ago. 3 days ago when we started playing. That recent? Yes. This came out this week. I wanted to read it because I saw Hanamimi and Poco say that it was quite short, but that also that they didn't really like it. Oh my goodness. I'm wondering, you know? I'm wondering. I think she was useful for self-reflection. Yes, I think that she was a you know what? It didn't have to be a little sister. Her character wasn't, yeah. You know, I agree. I agree, actually. Yeah. I think that's, yeah. I think she is important in that regard. Wow. I'm glad that we read that. 7 hours is not short for a VN. I was reading it out loud, though. I was reading it out loud. This would be 4 hours, I think. Maybe 3 or 4 if I was not reading it out loud. I think that you could have breezed through this if you were just clicking through it. Reading things out loud takes longer. So I would definitely say that they were right about this being a short VN. I would say if you were not having to read everything and take pee breaks and shit, it's like 4 hours maybe. Which is a little bit similar to like Sayano Uta's like runtime. And that's how roughly how long that took me. I think that took me 3.5. Glad you enjoyed it even if I couldn't. It's all right. I don't know. I don't know. Oh my goodness. Another time, Windows. Windows wants me to update. Another time. Stop that. Stop that. Um Glad I could be company. Glad. Like I said, I will publish this VOD. VOD team, you are welcome to upload it. Please feel free to give it a different title. I've just decided that all streams on this channel will be called Late Night Vagueness. God forbid if I ever stream during the morning, it'll be late night, I suppose, metaphorically in our heart. But yeah, you can have this one because I did like this one. Yeah. All right. Well, I need to sleep. There's actually just Idols meeting in the morning. So I should rest up for that because there be work to do. Okay, in reading part of a blog post, my understanding is that this seems to have been a way to work through the way people started treating him after the release of all the media associated with Needy. Oh, I could definitely see that. I could definitely see that. No, we have a meeting, not a collab. We have a meeting. Maybe you can play a happier VN on stream next time. Oh no, we're gonna exclusively do fucked up ones. Nah, I'm kidding. I don't know what we'll do. I don't know. I have been feeling more like reading, and it's nice to do it on stream because then I get to share it. He mentions feeling like this was a sort of purification ritual. I can totally see that. I did say earlier that I thought this felt a bit like a vent piece. Can you send me that blog post so I can check it later? Stream tomorrow today? Maybe? Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Mako comes home today. So she might want to hang out. And if she wants to hang out, I'd love to spend time with her. But yeah. All right. I will see you guys the next time I see you. Thank you for spending this time with me. We're going to end the stream. I don't raid people on this channel. Yeah. Where did Mako go? Outside. Good night, everybody. Thank you for spending the time with me. Bye-bye.